Joe Rogan Podcast. Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day. And we're up. What's happening, my brother?
I'm hanging out.
Dude, you look fucking great. I told you that when I
Thank
saw you,
you,
but I
sir.
want to tell you on air. You look fucking
Thank you,
great,
sir.
man. You said you lost 60.
Like I was like 240. Now I'm like 185.
That's amazing.
Yes, sir.
And you did it just by cutting out soda.
Yeah, I
and
don't
a
drink.
lot of shows.
Yeah, like shows, soda. Soda's so bad.
It's so bad.
It's so bad, but it's so good. I'll have a soda. I'm a bad boy, and I'll have a Monster
now and
Energy.
then.
But Celsius is so good too. Have you had one of those?
Yeah, I have. They're good.
It's so
Yeah.
good.
The key to those things is just every now and then. That's the thing. You know, every now and then you reward yourself with a Coca-Cola.
Yes,
You're like,
sir.
this is nice.
On these hot Texas days, I've been here. We did Dallas 2 days yesterday, back to back. Yesterday and the night before.
I'm coming to see you tomorrow night.
Let's go.
I'm coming to Houston.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Did you buy tickets?
Yeah.
Oh, Joe, you didn't have to do that. Because if you said we hooked you up, I said like, what the hell? I didn't. But since you said you buy, thank you so much for coming.
My
Joe
pleasure.
Rogan.
My pleasure. I'm excited.
Me too, man.
I'm excited, man.
But
Excited
yeah,
to see you.
especially out in this heat, dude. Just like, you know what? I had a great show. You know what? I'm feeling a little bit naughty.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have myself Coke on ice.
Yeah.
So good.
Like, reward yourself. The problem is when people do it all day, every day.
Yeah.
That's when it's just your body doesn't know what to do with that kind of sugar
Yeah.
because it's so unnatural. Your body never gets sugar like that in the wild. You get sugar in fruit. You know, when you have like a glass of sugar water, it's just pouring right into your bloodstream. Your body's like, "What the fuck is this?"
I like guarana.
Ooh, that's good stuff.
That is crazy
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
It's naturally caffeinated or something.
Yeah,
It's-
the berries.
It's crazy.
Yeah, that's acai. That's the same thing as when you get an acai bowl. That's guarana. That's the berries.
Man, I remember going to Brazil the first time, and I was like, "Oh, this soda's so good."
Yeah.
And I was like bouncing off the wall, fucking like I'm like, "Oh my god, dude, I feel crazy right now."
It's delicious.
It's
though.
so good.
What is that called? Guarana? What is the name of that soda? There's and they have a
I think that's what
sugar-free
it's
one.
called by Antarctica.
Is that what it is?
I think it's an Antarctica brand, not from Antarctica.
Super legit.
I
they,
love
They
the-
know how to eat over there too.
In
man.
Antarctica?
No, in Brazil. Yeah. Guarana, Antarctica. Yeah, there it is. That stuff's the shit.
Dude, and they give you a beer. You go down to the beach, and they give you a beer in like this rock that's like ice cold. Well, I don't know if it's a rock, but whatever it is.
Ceramic.
I don't know, but it's really cold, and the beer is like the coldest beer I've ever had, and it was so good.
On the beach.
It was so good.
They know how to party down there on the beach in Brazil.
Man, it's so fun.
Yeah, it's a great country.
We're going down there for tour.
Nice.
So we got a lot of tours. So we're doing this U.S. tour. Then we're doing 7 days off. Then we go to South America, I think. So I'm excited.
Wow. Have you performed in South America before?
Yes, sir.
Yeah?
Yeah,
What's it
Rock
like?
in Rio and stuff. And it's so much fun, man.
Yeah?
They love music.
Mm.
It's like so much fun. It's just like, there's not like a piece, like an ounce of hate in the whole crowd. Everybody's just having such a great time. And that makes me more excited, you know?
Yeah.
Because like, you know, sometimes I'll go do these shows, like a lot of like more corporate shows where I'm just like, hey, do you guys even really like me or know who I am? So, like, but it's like everybody there is just having so much fun.
Right.
So,
The
yeah.
corporate ones are weird, right?
I have fun, but a lot of the time it's like you can't read the crowd because
Right.
everybody's, you know, I feel like more like a jazz band or like a lounge band at a restaurant or
Right.
something, you know.
Right. Which is weird.
It's weird.
It's weird they want to pay that much money to have someone come and then it's just that you're a big name and it's like, look, we got Post Malone, but, you know, I'm over here talking
Right,
to somebody,
but listen,
not
but
paying attention.
And yeah, I don't know. You know, people who pay to come to the show, I'm like, okay, you guys paid. You guys definitely,
Right.
you guys at least know who I am for
Yeah.
sure. But yeah, I'm not sure. I can't read the crowd, but
I went to my friend Dana White. He had a birthday party when he was 40 and they hired Stone Temple Pilots.
sick.
It was sick. They were,
Sick.
first of all,
Sick.
those motherfuckers performed like there was 80,000 people there.
Sick.
And it was one of those things where we had to get people to stop and pay attention. Guys, fucking Stone Temple Pilots is here. Bro,
Yeah, I don't know.
They went hard. I
That's
mean,
amazing.
they did a full energy show. It was very impressive. It was like very inspirational. It's like, wow, these guys are at a birthday party.
Yeah.
And they're giving them fucking Stone Temple
Yeah,
Pilots.
That's badass.
It was badass. It was amazing. It was amazing.
I don't know if I could, like, you just hear fucking Interstate Love Song.
Yeah.
And you're like,
Yeah.
how do you talk? How do you not just like,
Right.
How are you like, what the, wait,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, it's just, hobnobbing. That's the thing.
Hobnobbing.
And you go to those things, like, and everybody's already hobnobbing. So people are like social networking, and there's people with motives, and they're trying to be more
Yeah.
friendly with the guy at the top
Right.
and this kind of shit. And then all of a sudden, yeah. But they fucking went hard. They went hard like they had the best fans in the world, and there was like 80,000 of them. It was a
That's-
fucking
yeah,
amazing
that's
show.
cool, man.
It was so impressive, man. It was so impressive.
Another band with Stone, it's Queens of the Stone Age. Is
Oh,
coming to
those
Salt
guys are
Lake.
great.
I want to see them so
I
bad.
have not seen them live, but I had
Me
Josh
either.
on the show.
How
He's
was he?
awesome. Very cool guy.
Yes, sir.
Very well. We had a good friend in Bourdain.
Yeah.
He was good friends with Bourdain too. He's a fucking interesting dude, though. Very interesting dude, and their music is fucking.
It's so smart.
so interesting.
It's so smart.
Yeah, it's so distinctive. Like their music is so distinctive. Like you hear a song, it sounds like them.
Right.
You know what I
right.
mean?
He's got a voice, man, and he
Oh,
can
yeah.
write a hell of a song.
Hell of a song.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. Like some of the stuff they do, I'm like, how do you even think of that?
Right.
There's so many artists like that, but I'm like, in that setting, and then that first record with Dave, like, just
Yeah.
banging on, dude. Oh my god, it's so good.
Yeah, it's so good. Well, we're at an amazing time for art, for both music and a lot of other things too. There's just so much good shit out there now.
That's true, but I figured, at the way things are moving, I got like 4 or 5 months before people like the robot songs more than my songs.
I don't think that's
Because
ever gonna
I
happen.
hear some of them and I'm like, oh man, that's so good, dude. Who wrote that? Was ChatGPT wrote that? Fuck, man, that's a great song.
But it is a great song. But people will know. People will know. It's
Sure.
like there's women that do not want diamonds that were made in a lab,
Sure.
which is crazy because
They're
it's
the
just
shiniest.
a diamond. Like they have an ability now to man-make diamonds. They
Sure.
have some crazy machine and they compress carbon and they can make diamonds. But women only like them if they're coming out of the ground.
Well, I know how to make gold.
Really?
Yeah, I can turn anything into gold. I watched a video on it yesterday.
You watch YouTube?
Yeah, it's
Alchemy?
Yeah, I was watching a little alchemy video, and so all you need to do is ferment your piss for like a year or so, and then you're good. And then
boy.
eat it. Oh, then eat it. By the
You
way,
gotta eat your piss?
Yeah.
That's how you make gold?
Yeah, I think so.
think
That's
this
what
is
they
a
were
trap.
saying.
People used to try to make gold. They used to try to
Yeah,
figure out a way to
man.
make gold.
Isaac Newton.
Did he really?
Yeah, he was super into alchemy. Like one of the smartest dudes ever.
Oh, if you could figure out, I mean, I guess back then they probably thought, I wonder if you can. I wonder if there is some way to do it with a certain amount of energy that we don't currently possess, where you can take other metals and turn them into different metals.
I mean, diamonds. I mean,
Yeah,
some,
but
I don't
that's
know.
a pressure thing.
Spray paint.
Yeah.
You can make anything gold, really. I love gold.
Fool's gold. Yeah. I have a friend who lives up in Alaska, and he owns a gold mine. Have you ever seen the Boneyard Instagram page?
No, sir.
It's insane. He's got this area in Alaska that apparently there was a mass die-off there that probably had something to do with a comet impact, somewhere around the Younger Dryas period, and there's tons of woolly mammoth bones there. He has warehouses filled with
cool.
them, and it's all his land, and he's a gold miner. So it's like, and he's wealthy. He doesn't give a fuck.
Right.
Like, this guy Johnny comes on here smoking cigarettes, telling the story of his life, and he's got warehouses full of priceless stone, bones.
Yeah.
These fucking ancient, cave bear heads and steppe bisons.
Oh,
He's
that's
got
just a- that's
this
a
is
junk
his place.
drawer.
So this is not like the most valuable shit in
That's
the world, and he's got
crazy.
warehouses filled with it.
What is it? Was that an Aryak
I don't know what the fuck that is. That's like
horn
What is that?
stem?
He's got teeth and horns, and they found certain cats.
Ooh, what is that?
They don't know what that is yet. They found that it's mummified. It's a tiny little mummified creature.
Oh, that's one of them Alaskan chupacabras. Yeah.
Yeah, they have to get that examined.
Yeah,
he has so
okay.
much shit. He has to. I mean, he's kind of an expert on it now, but he kind of has to bring people in to tell them, hey, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, that's crazy.
They just
man.
hose the side of this cliff. They just hose down the permafrost, and then bones start poking up. And then they go in further, and they've just been doing this for years now. It's insane.
That's so cool.
It's fucking cool.
You never know what you're going to get. They
Yeah.
find dinosaurs and stuff over
They
there?
haven't found dinosaurs. It's all stuff from like
Look, is a woolly
12,000
mammoth a
to
dinosaur?
60,000. No, woolly mammoth's an ancient elephant.
Right.
Yeah, it's a.
So it's not. How long did they exist for?
They
did they hang
existed
out with
along with
dinosaurs?
humans. No,
Okay, so they
no.
were never hanging out with dinos. You
No.
never saw like a T-Rex or a Spinosaurus and woolly mammoth hanging out.
No.
I'd
they
like
were-
to
they
go to
were
that
later
party
mammals. I think the T-Rex would have ate them all. You know what I just found out? This is fucking crazy. Sharks are older than trees. Sharks have existed before trees existed.
though. I get what.
Like 50 million years before trees, there were sharks.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
So I mean I don't know. Maybe it makes sense since
Yeah, look at that. Here it goes. So trees.
it's so
as-
weird to just talk about trees as like. Did you hear sharks was older than trees? Like they're two people.
So trees, as we familiarly know them, a primary trunk, large height, and a crown of leaves and fronds, didn't appear on the planet until the Devonian period, some 360 million years ago. You might be surprised to learn that sharks are older than trees. They've been around for at least 400 million years.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's fucking
So
bonkers.
I mean, did life come
Life was,
from the water?
yeah, most likely.
So I mean, it kind of makes sense, I
Yeah,
guess. But
totally makes
imagine
sense.
just like what shark went up onto the land and became a tree. You know what I mean?
I don't think it worked that way.
Well, I don't know how it worked. I wasn't there, but there's must have been like some kind of amoeba or life form that slid up onto land and was like, I'm gonna be
a plant.
I'm gonna be a tree.
Yeah.
And then another guy's like, you can fucking be a tree. I'm being this fucking massive aquatic creature that can
Yeah.
just bite anything in half.
What's bizarre is when you think of the variety,
Sure.
just the sheer variety of life forms that exist on this planet. Both plants and animals and mushrooms, which breathe air. Mushrooms breathe air like we do.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, they
I
don't
didn't know
do the photosynthesis thing.
Well, now I feel bad.
They don't. Well, don't.
I just ate.
I think they want you to. I have a theory.
Eat us.
They're trying to get in there.
Are they?
Yeah, I think so.
You should do an experiment and have a mushroom. You know how they do like how trees go towards the light? They end up growing more towards where there's the most light.
Yeah.
If like the shroom grows towards a human, like eat me.
I don't think they grow towards humans, but one of the. Have you ever heard of the stoned ape theory?
No, sir.
The stoned ape theories is there's this guy who's this he was an ethnobotanist and like a psychedelic guru. His name was Terence McKenna, and Terence McKenna had this theory, and it coincides with there's a lot of interesting things about it, but it's about the doubling of the human brain size. Apparently, the doubling of the human brain size is the biggest mystery in the entire fossil record because it happened fairly quickly. It happened over a period of like 2 million years.
I missed that boat.
Yeah. I don't think you did, dude. I don't think you did. You're smart as fuck. Shut the fuck
sir.
up.
Thank you, sir.
But this time period was when so what happened was that the climate changed and the rainforests receded into grasslands. And so a lot of these hominids came out of the trees and they started experimenting with different food sources. Oh, there's like a whole video about it. So these mushrooms grew on cow shit. So they've observed all these different primates flipping over cow patties and eating beetles and grubs on them.
Sure.
And they would probably experiment with the mushrooms that grow on them. And his thought was that mushrooms in low doses increase visual acuity, so it makes you a
Sure.
better hunter. It emphasizes a sense of community, so it'd make you have better tribal interactions. That would benefit. It makes people horny. That would benefit breeding. And then there's also, like, his brother Dennis McKenna, he explained it to me, but I'll fuck it up if I try to recall it. But it's essentially that some of the elements that and how psilocybin interacts with your mind, it helps the facilitation of language. And he thinks that all those things coincided with climate change. So as these rainforests receded, these lower hominids came out, tried mushrooms, started eating them, and kept eating them for millions of years. And that was a part of the diet. And as they did this, and as they understood what to get and what to eat, they looked for it, and they ate it on all the time. And it probably gave them a lot of ideas for how to make tools. It probably gave them ideas like how to harness fire. And he thinks it's the source of human evolution.
Shrooms. That's amazing. I believe it.
And they're illegal, which is hilarious.
Are they?
Imagine that. Yeah. They're federally.
They're federally.
House. Yeah.
I don't know.
They grow whether you like them or not.
Not that I have them there. It's just...
My buddy Duncan lived in Asheville, North Carolina, and they had so many shrooms that were growing on cow shit that they started giving the cows a certain kind of feed to discourage the fungus growth. They put chemicals in their feed to kill the fucking fungus, the most natural thing.
Can you get in trouble? Say you have a bunch of cattle, right? Can you get in trouble and then someone from the DEA shows up and starts flipping over your patties?
That would be a hard thing. I mean, they'd have to really be going after you because obviously that shit just grows naturally.
Right.
And it's not like you don't have to do anything. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. Like Duncan said, it's like because the way mushrooms work is there's spores, right? But then there's the most of the what you see that pops out of the ground is like the fruit of the actual mushroom.
Right.
The real mushroom is underground. The real mushroom is the mycelium, the spore, all the stuff that connects all of the vegetable life, all the vegetation life form together.
Does that have psilocybin, or
some of it does?
Just the?
I think just the fruiting bodies probably do. Just the ones that come out of the earth are probably the one. I don't know though. I don't know that. But I do know
there's like worms down there getting high as fuck, or just
probably
like little critters.
They're probably
connecting.
On. They're probably connecting in some very weird way.
They get to the roots and just take like a big. And then they're like, oh my fucking God.
Yeah.
I'm so high right
just
now.
absorbing it through the soil. They're just absorbing
it. See? That's good.
Yeah.
Maybe, imagine it's all just in there and then like you get some like shroom corn. So you can just eat like an ear of corn and get super fucking rocked.
Well, they used to accidentally get high because they would get ergot would poison their wheat and their barley. Mm-hmm. So it's like a certain fungus that grows on wheat, and it gives you an LSD-like effect. And they think that might have been the source of the Salem witch trials.
Wow.
Because at the time where this was taking place, they had apparently had a late frost. And when they have a late frost, or an early frost rather, and apparently when they have an early frost, it makes these plants more subject to ergot poisoning. And then they did some samples on some soil samples. They did find ergot. I think they might have even like tested some things and found ergot in them. But so what they think was happening was these people were getting bad wheat that had ergot poisoning. And so a lot of them would die because like there was a big breakout of ergot poisoning in France a few years back. Not a few years back, quite a while back. But it was the same kind of thing. Like a bunch of people died from ergot, and other people were just tripping balls.
I was going to make an ergot joke, but I was going to say, didn't Hugh Jackman win an ergot? Does he have an EGOT, though? Sorry to go off topic
What
completely.
is an EGOT?
It's like some kind of it's like an Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, and Tony, I think is what it is.
Oh, that's what it is, right. Yeah, he's probably got all those, right?
He's so talented.
Yeah, that guy can do everything.
Missing an Oscar for that.
Oh, come on, Hugh.
How does he not have an Oscar for Wolverine?
I know. What the fuck?
Communists? What the fuck's going on? That guy's awesome.
He's amazing. Huge jacked man.
He got jacked for Wolverine. He got fucking jacked.
He's amazing. He does it all.
Yeah.
He's like Will Smith. Will Smith can do everything. It's so cool.
Yeah. There's people out there like Jamie Foxx. He can do anything.
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 Bieber can do anything.
Anything.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm like, what? That's like, just much like the double brain size thing. I missed the boat on those genes,
But you didn't miss it for making music. It's like your brain is designed specifically for what you do. It's what's beautiful. It's like you found the thing that your brain works perfectly for, everybody's brain's different, man.
Yes, sir. Auto-tune really unlocked a whole lot of opportunity for me. So thank you, Antares, or inventor of said program.
Don't you think that as ChatGPT can make Post Malone songs, people are still going to want to know it came from you? That's going to be more valuable to people. There's people that love your songs just because they sound good.
Yes, sir.
But there's also people that love your songs because they come from you.
Yes, sir. I understand that. I guess the thing that I'm concerned is pretty soon you can still tell if it's an AI song, right?
Right.
Now. But the way that it's moving, like, I don't know, my buddy Louis Bell, he produces a bunch of my stuff and we write together and he's the most talented, smart dude ever. But he taught me about like epochs and like how many epochs a better AI like template is. And pretty soon, dude, it's going to be really, really good.
Yeah.
It's just going so fast. So I don't know. Yeah. But then they'll just do like a video. Is be like, guys, I made this song. It's so emotional. This really comes from my heart. But it's just a robot talking. I don't know.
Yeah,
Not a robot. More like a deep
Yeah.
fake or something. Like, guys, I wrote this song crazy. And it's just an AI song. And I'm like, well, fuck, that's better than anything I could have ever made. So I don't know.
It's not going to be better. It's
Thank
not.
you, sir.
I think there's a thing about something coming from an artist.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like as they're doing all these amazing, AI images, they're very cool to look at. But to me, it's
Right.
cooler if I know a person made it.
Right. It definitely is cooler. I don't know it's just like I feel like we look at it different. Like I feel like the attention span is getting so short now with like short form content and stuff like that, and it's super instant gratification. So it's like, why, as a fan of someone, right? Even as a fan in a couple of years, I don't see why they're like, hey, I want Post Malone to make a song about this thing that specifically happened to me with the specific person's name in it, with this stuff, and this is super relatable to me, and that's what I want. So then you can just type in the prompt, all this shit, and it'll just shit you out a song, and it'll be the most personalized experience for you.
That's weird.
Isn't that weird?
That's fucking
but
weird.
that's exactly where it's going.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean,
100%. There's a ton of fake advertisements online right
Yeah.
now of me
yeah.
selling products.
Yeah.
It's just my voice. This
Yeah,
is
and
the
I
most
got
amazing
suckered out
thing
of it,
ever.
figuring out you never bought those boner pills. You never endorsed those boner pills. And I was like, oh, they're good enough for Joe. I mean, fuck.
There's
didn't
so
work.
many things that are selling. They're selling so many things. I found like 10 of them.
Yeah,
weird.
it's crazy.
They can get. It's pretty close. Like you can kind of tell when you listen, something's off. Just there's like
Right.
the uncanny valley, I guess. There's something off, but
Well,
pretty
here's
close.
you do a podcast, so talking about like epochs. So I guess you know epochs in like AI. Yeah, so you have so many because your job is literally just talking to silence.
Yes.
You know what I mean? There's no music, there's no background noise, there's no nothing. You're just having a conversation.
right.
And so they can take all of your episodes and just run it through this thing. And so it's all your nuance and intricacies in the way you talk and shit like that. You know, your breaths, all that stuff. They have all of it because it's uninterrupted by, music or background.
They'll probably even be able to figure out a way to get you to make noises you've never made just by knowing the range that you have that's possible.
Like, oh,
yeah, like some kind of
Never made
weird
that
scream
noise.
or something.
that
They'll be able to, now they got that one. But just, yeah. They'll be able to just know what the shape of your vocal box was. Like I think that's one of the ways that when they look at ancient primates, they test like the size of the opening of the mouth and what kind of sounds they could make and what that shit would sound like.
Yeah, but yeah, that's so weird how like were they wrong about the noises that dinosaurs made?
I don't think they know. I mean, if you watch Jurassic Park, it's just whatever sounds cool.
Because you like
Yeah.
if you ask someone to make a dinosaur noise,
Yeah.
they're gonna do like
Right, but what benefit would it be for a dinosaur to make noise? The thing is that no lizards make noise. Komodo dragons don't make noise. Crocodiles don't make noise. No reptiles make noise. No snakes make noise. So why would we ever think that dinosaurs would be so stupid that they'd just be yelling?
Well, rattlesnake, exactly. They just run around, scaring off everything they're trying to.
It's an alligator growl. They do growl.
Oh, they
Okay,
growl a little,
alligators
but
growl?
They don't roar.
They don't bark or anything.
Right. That's a cool sound for sure.
It sounds
It's
like
probably a burp. He's probably eating someone's foot right now. Swallowing someone's fucking sneaker. Look at that creep. Fucking creeps. They're such creeps. They've been around longer than dinosaurs, too.
Oh, yeah.
Or
Hey,
during the
man,
time of dinosaurs.
They used to be so big, man.
Oh, my God.
They used to be so big. I like that noise.
It's pretty dope.
It sounds like a fucking nasty growler. It literally sounds like it's being amplified by a porcelain bowl there.
Right.
Just fucking, long day. Long day eating
That's
fucking
exactly what it
shrooms.
sounds like. Yeah, sloppy joes and a couple of beers.
Not the sloppy Joe.
Sloppy joes will get you, son. They will get you. I mean, it's almost like they come pre-digested. You know?
Yeah, it's
all
perfect. It's
it's just
all
going to slip
ground
right
meat.
through the whole
So it's
system. There's zero resistance with a sloppy joe.
It goes out the exact same way it came in. It's so
Just
fucked. Oh,
lubed
man.
up and ready to go.
I'm never
mixed
gonna
with bread.
eat another one again.
They're delicious.
They are so good.
They're delicious. At a fucking barbecue, a good solid sloppy joe. Damn.
Well, there's
Wow.
nothing solid about it.
Yeah, nothing solid. Yeah, a good one. You know?
You've been eating Terry Blacks?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get it delivered to the club a lot, too. They're amazing. It's just like, you can't have bad barbecue and survive out here.
I'm interested about the move. Have you had like you found your this place is amazing,
Thank you.
but the move here, because last time I was on, we were talking. It's been 3 years, and that was right before you moved. You said,
Yeah.
and I don't know. Whenever I moved here, it was amazing. Like the food, fucking just blew
Food's
me
incredible.
away. Like
The people are so cool. It's just great being out of L.A.
Yeah.
L.A., look, there's a lot of cool people in L.A. I loved it. I lived there for a long time. But it's so tense. There's so many people. And I don't think people are supposed to live that jammed up like that. I just don't think it's good for you. I mean, maybe it's different for other people. Maybe they like that feeling. And I have friends that live in New York City. They fucking love the
Sure.
beep, beep, fuck you. They love it. They love it. They love that crime is up. These people are maniacs. They feel like they're real. They feel like it's dangerous. They're out
Sure.
there in the street.
sure.
But me, I like to relax.
Me too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like I being on tour too, and being in the hotels, like, and going to, because I lived in LA for like 5 years, but being on tour and being in the hotels, like, and like New York and Boston, and it is so noisy. Mm-hmm. And then you go back to Utah, and you're like, oh my
Chirp, chirp.
God, it's
Chirp,
crazy.
chirp.
It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's like, it's night and day. And you never really, if you live in those like environments, you never really notice it.
Yeah.
You never really notice like a helicopter going by every 30 seconds or whatever.
Right.
But then you're out in Utah and you're like, oh my God, this is so much quieter.
I think there's just I think people give off something that probably we can't put on a scale. But there's like an energy that people give off. That's one of the reasons why people like crowds. I think people, when they're around a bunch of other people, they give off a kind of energy.
Right.
And when there's too much of that, like a place like L.A. or New York in particular, because New York is just jammed. Everybody's stacked on top of each other. I think there's this buzz that's like always there that
Yeah.
some people really enjoy.
It scares me. It's an anxious feeling for me.
Yes.
Like whenever I was out there, I had my baby, and my doctor was out there. So whenever her mom was, towards the end of her pregnancy, and we were like, okay, we're getting ready. We had the baby in LA, and so like we were there so we could see the doctor, and she can go into labor or whatever at any minute. So we were there for a couple months and stuff, and I would go outside at night, and I'm like, oh my God, like it felt like impending doom for some reason. Helicopters fucking,
Yeah.
and there's just noise, and I'm like, it was so thick. And
Yeah.
I was like, where is it all coming from? Like, I don't know. It's such an anxious feeling for me to go outside, and I'm like, it's so, like, it sounded like, I know it didn't happen, and I don't know what this sounds like, but just like, it felt like the aliens could invade at any time. You know,
Like
it was
it's
just like I was
chaos.
like, oh, I know something's coming, man. It's scary. But you know,
Well, I think there's a thing that happens when there's too many people where people don't interact with each other too.
Sure.
Which feels weird because then you feel like all these people that you're running into, like their potential problems or their potential threats or their potential annoyances. Like, let me get away from these people.
Sure.
And it's just, that's not how it is when there's a few people.
Right.
Like when you're walking down the street in a small town
Right.
and you see somebody, you're like, what's up, dude?
No
How you
shit,
doing,
there's
man?
a person there.
Yeah,
What's up,
hey
dude?
person,
Yeah, what's
hi
up?
other person. It's just when it's thousands of them and they're all around you, nobody talks to anybody.
Yeah.
Like you don't strike up a casual conversation when you're in a crowded line filled with people walking down the street.
Right.
People don't talk.
Everybody's got their own shit
Yes.
to do. And it's so weird. Like you look at like even 100 years ago, like people would sit down like on a bench and just be like, "What's up? Like,
Yeah.
how are you?" Like have like conversations.
Yeah.
And I don't remember exactly where I was, but I think I was in New York doing something, and there was a guy. I was doing like a show, and we were in this building, and there was like a smoking area outside, and there was this guy playing chess with himself.
Wow.
And my buddy goes up and he's like, "Hey, can I play chess with you?" And I was like, "Yeah." And that's just like how shit would have gone like
Yeah.
100 years ago. But
Right.
now it's just like, I don't want to talk to anybody. Like, you know, it's so fucking weird, man. It's
is.
just like we don't have like that interaction because we got so much shit to do.
Everybody got kind of hoodwinked into this idea that the key to a successful life is working more than you should.
Sure.
You know, and that's the way. It is kind of the way to get ahead. I mean, it is a competition, and there are people out there that are going to hustle harder than you. But if you're not enjoying yourself, if
Sure.
you don't balance it out with enjoying yourself, you're going to have a shitty existence. And the whole point is to have a good existence, have a fun existence.
Sure.
It's not just about success, but everybody's so driven to just get ahead that it's
Yeah.
hard for them to separate those two and realize there's a balance. Like you can't drink Coca-Cola all day.
Right.
You know, there's a balance.
Right.
You drink it occasionally. And
Right.
that balance, you can achieve it. But it's very hard to when you got your eyes on the prize.
Yeah.
You know? When
Yeah, and that's finding that balance is the hardest part.
Yes.
I mean, by no means the most talented person or anything like that, but I did work really hard and auto-tune fucking saved my ass. Once again, shout out. But I mean, work hard and get auto-tuned, but not too hard. But that's it. You want to like taking the time and like having this baby was so cool, man. Like it is so cool to be a dad, and you're like, oh
wild,
man, this
right?
is what I was like missing out. Like this is a magical thing.
Yeah, there's a bunch of my friends that don't ever want kids. And I'm like, dude, I get it, but you're missing something. You are. You don't have to. You don't have to. And I do not like that pressure that people put on people, especially once they have kids.
Well, it's mostly grandparent or like your
There's a
grandma or
little of
something.
that,
It's
yeah.
like, when are you
Sure.
gonna have a baby?
But there's also a bunch of people that want you to stop being like Peter Pan. They want you to settle down.
Never stop being like Peter Pan. Ever. I don't remember who I was talking to, but I was like, the goal of life is to be a kid forever.
For sure.
I
Yeah.
mean, and now with like everything that we have in place right now, it's almost impossible.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible, but that's the goal. The goal is to have as much money as you need to never have to worry about it.
Yes.
So you can actually go and live life
Yes.
as a fucking kid and just eat fucking chicken nuggets and fucking go run around in the desert
Yeah.
and go eat worms and shit. Well, I don't do that.
But have fun.
Exactly.
Yeah, have fun. And people, when they are serious about something, especially like we were talking about, people have their eyes on the prize, and they're trying to get ahead, it's hard for them to disconnect and have fun. My wife taught me how to do it. I really used to have a hard time with it. I used to have a hard time with vacations because I always felt like I was missing work,
Yeah.
like stuff I should be doing.
Right.
But it's just a mindset that I learned how to like slide into. And I learned how to chill at the end of the days too. I never used to know how to chill at the end of the day. I would just stay ramped up until I was tired, wake up and go, let's fucking go. And it's just not sustainable. It is sustainable. I did it for a long time, but I don't think it's mentally sustainable.
Right.
I think the mind is your mind. It's not a good headspace to be in all the time. You need to be enjoying this shit.
You need to be able to just fucking. It's so timeless, but it's so true. Stop and fucking smell the fucking roses.
Roses smell good, man.
They certainly do.
Yeah,
they're so
beautiful.
cute too. My baby was like, we had flowers delivered to the room, and she would like hold it up to my nose and like, you smell this shit because this
that's
shit is so
cool.
cool. And I'm like, oh, that's so cute.
Cool
Yeah.
that a baby knows that you can smell it too. She
Yeah.
smells it and she wants you to smell it.
Yeah,
Isn't that
pretty
wild?
cool. Yep. She got the double brain. I got the single brain. Back to the vacation. Sorry, I wanted to say something about that too. Have you ever been? I don't know how your family is or how your buddies are, but have you ever been on a vacation and the people who plan the vacation are super militant about the itinerary?
Oh,
And you can't even vacation. Oh. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do know what you're talking about, but fortunately, I haven't experienced one of those.
It is cursed.
Because
Because
I've seen
it's
it. I've seen people go through it.
you're in this like beautiful place, and they're like, "All right, guys, so 6 a.m. tomorrow
no.
morning, you guys are
We're
up.
going
It's like
kayaking."
3 o'clock, and you're all
Yeah.
drunk, and everybody's like, "All right, so you're gonna get up at 6, right? You're gonna be up at 6 to go fucking do something in the sun, and it's the hottest of all time off of 3 hours of sleep." And I'm like, "Yep, I'll be there." And I don't know, but you don't want to be mean and be like, I'm not going. And then you get FOMO.
I don't think it's mean. I think it's kind of mean to tell you what to do, especially if you're
Yeah.
on vacation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Greg.
Yeah, Greg.
No, I don't know
Fuck
Greg.
Greg.
Yeah.
But maybe it's some cool shit. Like we're gonna go marlin fishing. We
See,
got to
that
be up at
sounds
5
cool.
a.m.
That sounds
And we
cool.
all agreed to it, and we chartered the boat, so we got to get up. Okay, let's go.
I
Okay,
caught a
let's go.
shark in the
Gotta power through.
Maldives.
Did you really?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah. It was super random.
Yeah.
We
What
went to the
happened?
Maldives and we started throwing lines out on the boat, and we caught grouper and all that stuff, and we were using like just little inch pieces of bait and regular line, and I cast my line out, and I started bringing it back, and I was like, oh, I'm on a rock. But then the rock I was like, okay, all right, maybe this isn't a rock. And so we sat and fought it for like 25 minutes, and it was a 9-foot nurse shark.
Holy shit.
Yeah, totally on accident. With this
Wow.
much bait and just a regular line.
Yeah,
It was-
nurse sharks that's sad because that's a sweet shark.
We let,
Of
no,
course.
yeah, of
Yeah,
course, yeah.
of course. You
But
let
I
it
was
go.
I was like,
But she got a fucking hook in her face.
yeah, I know. But it was so random. I was like, I thought I caught a rock because that's usually all I catch whenever I go fishing.
You know what's fucking weird? What's really weird about fishing is catch and release. Catch and release fishing is fucking,
For sharks?
for any kind of fish. It's kind of weird
Why so?
because you're just doing it for fun.
Right. Sure.
Right?
Sure.
You're not doing it for food.
Sure.
And you're essentially risking this animal's life.
Sure.
With a hook
Sure.
deep in its throat, and you're hoping it's going to survive. What if you gilled it? You know, what
Yeah.
if it got deep into the gills with like
Yeah.
a Rapala with the big old treble hooks, and it's bleeding internally, and you know it's not
Fuck,
going to
don't
make
make me
it.
feel bad, man.
No, it's just a weird thing that people do.
it was an accident.
Not you,
No,
man. I'm not even talking about that. People specifically. I've done it. I'm a hypocrite. I've done it before. Well, you go catch and release fishing just because it's
and
fun.
just toss them back.
Yeah, like people do that
Like
with fly
oh,
fishing.
or you catch something tiny and you're like you throw it back.
With fly fishing, there's actually an argument that's not that big of a deal because fly fishermen, a lot of them use barbless hooks, so they can remove it very easily,
Sure.
and then maybe the fish can even get it free if it jumps
Sure.
in the air. But when they catch them, like a lot of fly fishermen are just catching and releasing trout.
I've never been fly fishing, but my brother's super into it, and he loves it.
It's very relaxing.
He loves it.
Need a lot of concentration. It's kind of like archery in that respect. It requires all of your concentration as you're casting the line, and you got to figure out how to get the perfect amount of whip so it rolls over and the fly presents itself right in front of the water hole, and you creep it with your fingers. You're doing everything with your hands. You're not reeling in with a reel.
Sure.
You know, everything is done with your hands. You're kind of like, even when you're like giving the fish line, like if it's really pulling and you're
Right.
worried you have a tiny leader, you got to give him a little line. You're kind of
Sure.
doing it with touch and feel. It's very like tactile.
It's a dance.
Yeah, it's very
It's a
much a
dance.
dance. It's I love all kinds of fishing, but like if you go to like a creek where people are fly fishing and you use like a spinner, like on a regular rod,
Mm-hmm.
like a spinning rod, people will like look at you like you're a fucking idiot.
Sure.
Like what's wrong with you,
Sure.
you fucking barbarian?
Yeah.
We're out here fly fishing.
This is a dance.
This is a gentleman's dance.
With my
Yeah.
parrying rod.
Yeah. These dudes are over there listening to fucking AM Republican radio. While they're fly fishing.
One of the crank ones. Fuck, hold on. Wait, what'd he say?
Dudes is still. There's a lot of guys who still listen to those fucking political talk shows on AM talk radio.
I haven't even turned on like
A radio.
A radio
Yeah.
in a long time.
a long time.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
A long
If I had
time.
to, use the crank radio, I'd hope there was something on there, but I don't know.
Bro, when I was a kid, no one ever would have thought there would be a time where radio wasn't like a centerpiece in everyone's
Right.
life. Because when I was a kid, like in high school in the 80s, it was like, what station do you listen to?
Right.
You know, I was a BCN guy, the
Sure.
Rock of Boston.
And you got beat up by the KTMTs guys.
Well, there's the AAF guys that were a little more hardcore.
Those guys are crazy.
Yeah.
I know those fuckers. They're crazy.
And then there's the Kiss FM guys who
I
were
love
into
Kiss
disco.
FM.
They were into like going out to clubs. You know?
When did Kiss FM start?
Well, there's been a lot of Kiss FMs, right?
Because I 106.1 Kiss FM.
Where's
Dallas,
that one?
Fort Worth.
Dallas, yeah. I think there's a Kiss FM all over the country. I don't know if they're affiliate. I don't know what that is. Is that like a fucking chain?
Yeah, I just is it franchised?
That's a
Like,
good
how do we get
question.
a franchise into
Because there's
it?
a whole lot of Kiss FMs.
Yeah. I
Why
mean,
does that sound so good? It does sound good.
It
Kiss
sounds
FM.
so good.
Kiss FM sounds
But they had the
badass.
jingle. Like the jingle, I remember because I used to fall asleep to the radio and then wake up to Kid Craddock. Rest in peace, Kid Craddock. Like such a legend. And like he got me through school. He was just funny
Yeah.
and amazing. And like I don't know. It's just I don't know. There's something magical about that.
Yeah.
But we lost that and even watching like Succession, because I just got into it. Have you seen it?
Good show.
It's so good.
It's a good show.
they're
Those
talking about-
actors are insane.
Insane.
They like
Insane.
become those fucked up people.
Insane.
Well, you're buying it hook, line, and sinker.
man.
They're all the whole cast is insanely good.
It's a dance, much like
Oh.
fly fishing.
Yes,
But
yes.
I mean, talking about legacy media and stuff like that, and just how like Joe Logan, that's a meme, wants to buy all these like legacy media companies, but the kids are like, no, Dad, you're so old. Like this is not like
yeah,
what's hot.
yeah.
But he's still trying to hang on to it, and that's such an interesting thing with like streaming and like Spotify and Apple Music and stuff. It's just like the radio, unless you really love the DJ, like I haven't turned on a radio,
yeah.
you know.
I don't turn on radios. I don't even know how to work it in any of my cars. I think one of my
they're
old
so
muscle
confusing now.
cars. One of my old muscle cars has an actual radio.
Does it have a
I've
CD
never
player?
turned it on. No, it doesn't. I do have one car that has a CD player though. I have a BMW that has a CD player. Or does it have a compact disc player? It might
Must
have a
be
compact
nice.
disc player. That's a 2005. Was it?
CD player and a compact disc.
Oh, I meant cassette. I meant cassette.
Okay.
I was thinking cassette. Yeah, it's got a CD player. Yeah, it doesn't have. But I
does
had
it
a
have
car
the
that had a
combo?
cassette player for a while.
Does it have the combo?
I don't
You
think
remember
so.
that transition?
Yeah.
So they had to put both in?
Yes.
So you get the CDs and the cassettes?
You remember when they used to have a little handle? You could pull them out because people were stealing radios? The Blaupunks?
No.
They used to have, literally, there was a handle. So you'd go to the restaurant, hold it on to your
radio?
stereo. Yeah. They would slide out.
That's amazing.
Because, bro, everybody stole radios. They stole so many radios.
It's the Alpine. You want the Alpine.
And people were always selling them, too. Like, in a box at the fucking supermarket. Like, hey, bro, you want some stereos?
Well, they'd sell them at the restaurant. Hey, man, I can go flip my radio real quick. Or if you can't, you get instead of doing dishes, if you can't pay, you just like here, just hold on to the radio for a little bit.
Weird how quick that went away.
And what happened to? How come no one uses those steering wheel locks?
They don't really work.
They don't.
I mean, maybe some of them do. I've seen people break them though.
Well,
Pretty
you could
easy.
break. You ever watch the Lockpick Lawyer?
No.
On YouTube?
No.
I don't know anything about lockpicking. I want to learn. It seems like just a cool thing to learn, playing video games and stuff. And I'm like, I
Right.
want to lockpick shit. That sounds sick.
Very, very James Bond.
It's badass. Very Splinter Cell.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
If you have a little lockpick tool in your box.
That's badass. But to be able to pull that out is pretty cool.
Yeah.
But the Lockpick Lawyer, he can get into like anything. Yeah, dude, it's so cool, man. This is the Lexus RX 300. I love this lock.
You know locks?
No, sir. But as you see here with this with
this
this
little
Toy
thing he's
48,
got.
with the Toy 48,
Oh.
man, he'll get in here so quick.
Oh my God! You can get in anywhere with.
And
this
that's my
thing.
favorite lock. So
This is crazy. Look how he's doing this. That's your favorite lock. Look how he's doing this. This is nuts.
So they'll do like challenges for him, and he'll just get in there no problem. It is so, and I never was interested, but this shit is like, it's like ASMR. It is so fun to watch, and I'll just watch this all night.
This is wild how
it's
he's doing
amazing.
this, where he's literally figuring out where the key slots
Yeah.
are and pushing it into place.
So these cards are pretty cool. So they make them for specific locks, and you can just get in there and find
That's
like all
crazy.
the grid and all the indicators and shit like that. I don't know exactly how it works, but don't listen to me about it.
And so is that a complicated? Oh, so that's how it works. Oh wow!
So I'm explaining a bump lock using the same kind of thing. You can get in anything with the right key, just bumping it hard enough.
Wow!
And they explained how that works.
Look at
Look
that.
at that.
Isn't that cool?
That is fucking crazy.
But you gotta wonder who invented the lock. John Locke?
It's a good question.
I think
Right,
I
what was
believe
his
his name was John Locke. Thusly named.
Like, what was a lock before a lock? Right.
You had one. You had.
So
you
maybe
had
it
like
was his name.
trust. I don't know.
Like, what would you say? Would you lock something up? What would that even mean?
Nothing. I don't
Before
know.
locks.
Was there like?
Before locks,
yeah.
people used to have to put boards inside their house to keep people from opening their doors.
Or just like a nice like ritualistic a symbol on the front of their door. They're like, don't come in here.
Yeah, right.
Well,
We're
like
here
they would
doing
do
evil
with
shit.
what's his name, Krampus. To put this dead goat and like paint the blood on your front door. Like, don't come in here. That would work. I think that would work
For
to
some
this
people.
day. No,
For some
to this
people.
day. If someone comes up and tries to get into your house and you have like painted in blood like this crazy like rune, I
Right.
don't think they're coming in. They're
Unless
like, I
that's
don't
what
wanna
you're
go.
into.
I don't. Maybe so.
You'd be like, bro, that's
Maybe
my
you just get the
ruin.
craziest robbers of all time, and they're like,
Right.
"Well, he's got some cool shit."
Yeah, I like how you live. Yeah.
He doesn't even want to hurt you. He just wants to hang out. He's like, "Hey, man."
Can you introduce me to Satan?
Yeah, exactly. He's in the basement right now.
I can introduce you to Satan, bro.
It's no problem. Yeah, come on in, man. He's
Come
fine.
on in.
It's tea time. The
gonna
kettle's
call
on,
him.
sir.
We're gonna call him.
Never call Satan after 3 a.m. It's
Oh.
bad.
That's when he gets evil.
Never
Really.
call the imposter from Among Us after 3 a.m.
The imposter from Among Us? What is that?
You know the imposter from Among Us.
No, I don't.
You never played Among Us?
No.
No.
What is it?
It's like a game. I don't know. It's a game
a video
people used to
game?
play, yeah.
Oh, I never
It's like a
played it.
meme. You know this guy.
Oh.
You know this guy.
I don't.
Don't trust him.
I don't. I never played that game.
Don't
the guy with
trust him.
the leaves on his head?
Any of them.
Any of them.
You can't just. So it's like you gotta like guess who the killer is out of all of them. I can't believe I'm talking about Among Us on Joe Rogan.
What
This is
the,
amazing.
I don't know. I've never. You
This
know what
is
it is,
amazing.
Jamie? You do? I don't know what it is.
Got big over the pandemic.
Oh, it did?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
so it's recent?
It was a game that you play with your friends.
Oh, interesting.
Some would debate it's for babies, but it's pretty fun. I don't play it.
Why would they say it's for babies?
I don't know. Just
it's
because
cartoony?
like babies play it. sometimes, like much like Fortnite. Sorry, Fortnite.
Babies play a lot of things.
That's true,
They play cool shit too.
but that's true. They do rose smelling.
Yeah.
But it kind of got like it kind of got memed a little bit, the Among Us thing.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's weird that some people like things until they find out the type of other people that like it.
Sure.
And they're like, I don't like this thing anymore.
Well, dude, you remember how big, what is it? The Facebook, well, Meta, the metaverse or whatever. How big that was supposed to be, the
Yes.
VR thing.
Yeah.
Right? And so I just watched a thing by a guy named Jarvis Johnson. And he went in and spent like a week playing like 14 hours a day in the metaverse. And it's all just kids. So they said it was going to be huge, huge, huge. And there's 900 people on it, and they're all kids. And he would go everywhere. And it's all kids to the point where there was an 18 and up like bar, and you would have to hold your arms out, and they would measure your arm length to make sure that you weren't a kid. Isn't that crazy? I don't know, man. It's just like,
That's bizarre.
it's crazy. But it's just like,
Well, that's
there it
weird.
is. Yeah, there
If
you
someone's,
Arm
age
length.
verification. What if someone's really tiny?
right?
Like what happens
Right.
to
That's
like
what I
little
said.
people?
Yeah. What if it's like just a guy with a short wingspan?
Yeah. Yeah, you're fucked.
You can't get into the bar. But that's
Wow.
all right because there was two people in there.
But the whole thing is, you're hanging out with kids. That's bizarre.
It's weird,
Yeah,
man.
that's a different thing. That's like an interactive thing.
Right.
Not like if you're playing a video game and it's just you versus the computer.
Right. And these fucking kids at these multiplayer games are so good.
Yeah, they have no life.
It's crazy.
no
dude.
mortgage,
They're so
no
good.
family,
I miss those
no
days, man.
aspirations. They know when food is coming.
That's what I meant by whenever I said the goal of life is to be a kid, I meant like
Yeah.
don't pay taxes. So I haven't paid mine. Just joking. That's a joke too.
Yeah, go to Puerto Rico.
You don't have to pay taxes?
Well, there's a weird thing. If you live in Puerto Rico, it's like 51% of the time or something like that. I forget what the percentage is.
But you just roll the
You
dice?
don't pay federal taxes.
How do you do that?
Because Puerto Rico, if you claim Puerto Rico as your residence, I'm gonna fuck this up, but Peter Schiff explained it to me. But that's why, like Jake and Logan Paul, they live in Puerto Rico. You don't have to pay taxes.
Do you watch the fight?
I did.
What do you think?
It's a good fight. Jake did a great job.
He's
very talented.
He's big.
Yeah, he's a big fella.
Yeah.
He's a big fella, and Nate is definitely smaller than him. Definitely doesn't hit as hard as him. And Jake has a lot more experience in professional boxing now, for sure. But he's legit. Legit fighter.
I mean, yeah, he looks good. I mean, Nate. I just love watching Nate fight.
He's an animal.
He is amazing. He is like one of my favorites to watch, and I was super pumped to. It came on after the show in Dallas the first night, like 2 nights ago.
They're talking about having an MMA fight, which would be a way different fight.
I want that fight.
Yeah, that's a way
I want
different
that
fight.
fight.
That's a way different fight.
I feel like, and I've never been in a combat sport before, but like, it changes everything.
Changes everything.
Like you see Nate kind of getting up against the rope because he wants the chain there. You know,
Right.
Like, because he's getting up against the rope, and I'm like, oh, in MMA or UFC or whatever, you can get up against.
You tie him up.
Right.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's totally different.
It's totally different. But Jake is a very good wrestler. He's a great athlete, very good fighter, and I know he's never done an MMA fight before, but if he had one, I think he'd be good at it. I think he'd be good at it just like he's good at boxing. He'd figure it out.
He's built crazy.
Yeah,
Like looking at him since his first fight,
he fucking trains hard.
he's big.
To go 10 rounds like that with Nate constantly coming forward, you got to be in some serious shape. Serious shape. That's also a lot of experience too, because you got to know when to hit the gas and when to back off.
Right.
When you're in a you can't just fight full blast for 10 rounds. It's not possible.
I was just doing, so we filmed a movie, a scene in a movie, and I had to go in and do voiceover for the movie, for dubs, and they were telling me to throw fake punches. And I did it for like 10, not even full on for 10 minutes. and I was like, oh my God. I was so fucking sore, and I was sore for the next week. I was like, yo. And then you look at like 20 minutes? Or how long was how long are the rounds?
Well, it's 10 3-minute rounds.
10 3-minute rounds.
30 minutes
30
of boxing.
That's insane.
It's insane.
That's insane.
That's hard. That's hard to do. You know what's a great workout? The VR boxing games. Have you ever fucked with any of those?
No, sir.
They're
I'm
great.
I'm in the metaverse, man.
It's
I'm
a
playing
great-
Among Us in VR.
They're great workouts that are in a game because you actually are boxing the guy. You have these handsets on. The handsets are your gloves. So you actually throw punches and you move away from their punches.
Sure.
And it shows you when you hit them.
And it measures your goggles too, so it knows where your goggles are.
It knows exactly where you're at.
That's cool.
So as your head moves, the punches slip by. You can duck under them and hit them with uppercuts.
So we already, is it like multiplayer?
No,
You're-
it's just, you're single player. You're
Oh,
just
I didn't
playing
know if
against
you
the
were
game.
fighting like real people. Because I
That
was like,
would-
imagine like, oh fuck, I'm a 12-year-old at my house and I got to box Joe Rogan.
You
VR.
can do that in fencing. I know in fencing you can have a fence off with each other. I bet they have a thing for boxing where you could do it against someone, where you both on opposite sides of the room and you're boxing each other.
Well, if you send me your gamer tag, so if I ever go up
I don't
against
have a
you.
gamer tag.
So
I don't have a gamer tag.
Gamer tag is also quite old, I think. I don't know. I used to be an Xbox guy. Now I'm just a PC nerd.
Yeah, just PC.
Yeah, man.
What do you play?
I'm playing Diablo right now.
Diablo.
Oh my God.
That steals your life.
It steals my entire life. On my day off, on my days off, I go and I play, and I'm like, oh, I'm good, man. I only played for like 14 hours today. You play?
No, I do not.
Oh,
My friend
man.
Duncan is a full-on junkie. So is my friend Brian, and we were both watching video clips of it the other day. I see it. I get it. I get how it rope you in.
It's that dopamine of seeing all the numbers pop up. You're like,
Yeah.
oh, I did 9 million damage to a fucking demon.
Yeah, there's all the numbers and the graphics and the craziness,
man.
and you see them coming towards you. There's a lot of anticipation. Yikes!
Yeah, it's good.
It
It's
looks
good.
like fun.
Do you play anything?
Not anymore.
No?
No, I used to be a hardcore first-person shooter junkie. I used to play a lot of Quake.
Modern Warfare 2?
Quake.
No, Quake. See, you're harder.
Yeah.
You're
I
harder.
used to play Quake online.
I had a buddy that used to play Quake, and like the competitive scene for that in like the early 2000s was
yeah,
like
insane.
crazy.
Insane.
You
Yeah.
have to know all the map, and you know where they're going, so you go.
Mm-hmm.
It's like FPS chess. It's pretty. It's
really
pretty cool to
is.
watch.
It
man.
really is because you have to know when like certain items are spawning. Like
Yes, sir.
Mega health, a rocket launcher. You got to get to it before your opponent does.
Nerd. Yeah. That's so cool. Were
Yeah.
you any good?
Oh, it's pretty good. Yeah.
That's amazing. That's so cool, dude.
Yeah, we used to have a Quake LAN party set up here.
This is
the
crazy,
shit. Quake
dude.
3. That's Quake 3 Arena,
this
right?
is the
Quake Champions,
Champions. This is
Quake
the one we were
Champions.
playing at
That's
the
the one.
end.
we-
What was like like
Unreal?
no, it's a Quake game. It's
Look at
like
this. Boom.
look at that.
This game is
I
so
didn't even
fun.
react that fast. How do you hit that guy?
Well, you're moving so fast in this game. It's just constant juice for your brain. Your brain is just constantly getting stimulus. It's so fun.
Wow.
Yeah, this guy's good. Whoever's playing this guy's good. But look how like tuned in he is. He's just in a trance.
He knows where he's
Yep.
coming from. He knows exactly. You got to memorize these maps, dude.
And how quick he's look how quick that
Wow!
was. That's insane.
Did he get him through the grate?
He got him as he was going down. He
That was
railed
great.
him. Look at that. This guy's insane. This guy's so good, man. So he's running around getting all the health and getting all the armor and shit.
See, he pre-shoots that in case he's coming down there.
Yeah, he
wow,
knows
he
where
is
that guy's
rocking
going.
this guy.
Yeah, this guy's a killer. Whoever the fuck this guy is, this guy has no life. Guarantee you, that motherfucker's playing that game all day.
Man, I only
every
played for
day.
14 hours today. What do you mean?
The thing is, you could be like real successful in that game.
Yeah?
You get the same rush out of being successful in the
Yeah.
real world.
It's true.
Yeah, more of a rush, really.
Dude, it's so gaming for me is like I mentioned before, I don't leave the house very much. So like gaming for me is like me time.
Yeah.
You know, everybody likes like the multiplayer games and stuff, but I'm like a single player guy because I'm like, whenever I get to actually sit down, you know, by myself, you know, not on tour, and then the baby goes to bed and mama goes to bed and I can just go and sit,
Yeah.
have a nice nice drink and a smoke in my game room.
Yes.
And just fucking like,
Yes.
just total get Austie time.
Yes.
Yeah,
you
you know.
need Austie time.
Yes, sir.
You do. Everybody does. You really do. It's good for your mind. Just again, like, why are we doing this? You're doing this to enjoy yourself.
Sure,
You're
yes,
supposed to be, all this life is supposed to be, you're supposed to be enjoying yourself
Yes,
as
sir.
much as you can.
I mean, it's a lot. It's
Yeah.
a lot. Everybody's got a lot.
Everybody's got a lot.
You take that second. You take
Yeah.
don't be fucking scared to take that second for yourself.
Yeah.
You deserve that fucking second.
But earn that second, too.
Earn that second, but then
Yeah.
you feel
Yeah.
that second hit so much harder.
So much
Whenever you're
harder.
like, oh man,
So
I'm
much harder.
Fucking
Yeah.
working my ass off. But
Abstinence makes the heart grow fond.
abstinence?
Yeah, just
Yeah, I'm
just
abstinent.
Having, just a little break from things.
Well, how do you find time, Joe?
I make it. Force it. Just force it. Give me one of them Bud Lights. Fuck
You
it.
got it.
Let's go.
They're cold too.
We've been drinking Bud Light consistently on this show.
Yeah?
I'm sure the comments are fire. With those folks that like to get riled up about stupid shit.
Well, that's what I said. You know, I before the show, I was like, just back to the conversation we were just having. There's not a lot of comfort in the modern world, man. And I've been drinking this forever.
Yeah.
And I don't.
Gives you comfort.
I'm drinking my fucking. God damn it! I'm gonna drink a fucking beer, Joe Rogan.
Yeah, a Bud Light, too.
I'm gonna drink a fucking Bud Light, and it's yummy.
Forget about everybody's outrage. Settle down, everybody. Relax. They fucked up. Just let them off the hook. They fucked up this one thing. It's not even that big a deal. But when Kid Rock shoots your fucking beer, it's game over.
It was a cool MP5 though. It was a cool gun.
When Kid Rock shoots
But that's
your beer.
you don't want to. You first off, you got to buy the beer, and you know how much ammo is nowadays. So it's
It
just
was
like,
an expensive publicity stunt, but I think it was well worth it. Well, if you look at the impact that it did, that's what's crazy. I think people are just looking for shit to get annoyed with lately.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's interesting, and I love watching the show because it's so you just talk.
Yeah.
You just talk, and me and my friends, we say, you know, it's nice because you don't have any judgment, and you listen to people talk, and you actually have a conversation, which is really nice.
Well, in this age of short attention span, that shit doesn't appeal to everybody. There's a lot of people that aren't interested in that.
Right.
And they're interested in long-form conversations. They're interested in reading books. They're interested in just listening to music just for the sake of listening to music.
Right.
You know, there's still people like that out there. This idea that everyone's just short attention span dummy, that's crazy. That's not true. There's always going to be people that are interested in things.
Right.
And want to be stimulated. You know?
Is that the popular? Well, I mean, for you, yes. You crush it. You crush it.
Well, it works for me, but
Yes, sir.
it works for me because that's actually what I like.
Yes, sir.
There's no bridge between what I'm interested in and what I'm talking about.
Right.
It's
It's
like I could
just
just-
right there.
It's right there. So
You
there's-
love what you do.
Yeah, and there's no executive, there's no producer telling me what to do. There's no network. So it's
Yes, sir.
just me and people like me and you. And that's missing in this world. We're getting too much of what we get is filtered down. Even if it's the news, it's going through filters. It's
Right.
going through people. It's getting approved. What can you talk about? What can you not talk about? What do you highlight? What do you not highlight? What causes death that you pay attention to, and what causes death that you ignore? That's what the news is.
Sure.
So it's just we get it from everything, and so we always have this uneasy feeling like whoever that person is that's telling us the news, they're not being 100% real with us because they're not even talking real. Today, at 5 p.m., we learned that
Sure.
there's a way they're talking where you know that
Sure.
that's not a fucking
Sure.
human.
That's
That's not a
not- yeah.
human. And when they're trying
It's
to
a
be
show.
a human, it's even
a show.
grosser.
It's a show.
Yeah, and when they're trying to be sincere, it's even grosser because it's like performative. And you've always
Yeah.
you've been performing as this news guy forever, and now all of a sudden you're the real person. Like,
Right.
cut the shit, man. What is that? It's
Yeah,
weird. It makes us feel weird.
And that might not even be as human as they're even being. It it's not their fault, you know, because that's their job.
That's their
to go-
job.
You know, that's
Yeah.
that's their job to go up there. So if you do show that human moment, it's like, and then you look at it and you're like, oh, is that actually real? Oh, everyone thinks that's fake, you know, but maybe, you know, they do feel sad, genuinely. It's just so hard if you tell a sad story on the news and it's like you're reading off a teleprompter.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's interesting.
It is. It's weird that we still need people to do it too. Like we want a Walter Cronkite type person or some respected journalist, some Mike Wallace, some Barbara Walters, someone who like when they're talking.
There's one I know. I know Barbara Walters.
Yeah. Not when she's on The View, but the olden days.
Sure.
When she would do investigative journalists.
What days?
I'm
I'm 95. I'm 95.
Bro, she's pre your time for sure. She's pre my time. She was, I think there's like some crazy thing where Barbara Walters, Anne Frank, and Martin Luther King Jr. were born in the same year. Is that true? Did I just make that up? I think Anne Frank and Martin Luther King Jr. and then like one other.
She was born in 1929.
What?
She
Son.
passed away at the end of last year. But
1929.
Yeah. Yeah. That lady's seen some shit.
That's when
Martin Luther
people
King was born 1929.
play
And,
chess with each other.
And Frank was as well, right?
And Frank, 1929.
Yeah.
That's
All three of
crazy.
them born the same year.
You
Crazy.
see, you didn't make that up.
No. Sometimes I'm wondering though.
No, me
I just,
too.
I
Like,
fuck
wait,
things
did I
up.
actually
I
make that
definitely
shit
fuck
up?
things up. The problem also, like sometimes people tell me something and then I don't look it up, and then I'll just repeat it.
Yeah, that's
And then it turns
that's
out
a
to
whole
not be
other
true.
thing. That's
Yeah.
a whole other thing.
Yeah, you got to like
Dick
look
Clark,
things up.
Arnold
Dick
Palmer.
Clark.
Audrey Hepburn. Arnold Palmer from 1929. Let's go.
The golfer?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, he was born in 1929.
I thought he was the drink guy.
Oh,
Right,
well, he
just
made the
joking.
drink. Yeah,
No,
drink.
named after him. Yeah,
He
yeah.
did.
I
both of
prefer
those.
myself a John Daly.
Which is the John Daly?
That's vodka and Arnold Palmer.
John Daly's a wild boy.
Oh man.
That fella, what he can do is amazing. That he's known for being a dude who parties,
Sure.
and he's one of the best golfers ever.
Yeah, man. I don't know. That's why I don't
Look
know.
at him out
It's
there.
dude,
With his
that's
crazy
such a,
ass
That's a
beard,
wave right
smoking
there.
a
Smoking a
cigarette,
stogie and just
big-
fucking.
Big gut, plays like a fucking wizard.
He looks like a wizard.
He
He's
does.
giving me big wizard vibes on this one.
I mean, the guy's been doing it a long fucking time. Many a man is in the ground that was thinking that John Daly was never going to make it.
I'd be pissed. It's like you ever play Mortal Kombat and Bo Raicho?
Who's Bo Raicho?
He's the guy that was always drunk and he would puke on you.
Oh.
And then he would always kick my ass in the game. So imagine that's kind of like not
John Daly.
to compare John Daly to Bo Raicho from Mortal Kombat, but just imagine you're out there and you go so hard and you're
Yeah.
like doing all the best training and all this shit, and this guy just comes out with a
Fat dude
with
just
a
fucks
with
you
a
up.
John Daly, and then just fucking hits the craziest shot. I mean, oh my god, man! No
There's
way.
some guys that don't look like they should be pro athletes or pro anything with your body.
Yeah.
And yet they're as good as anybody alive.
Yeah. I mean, like, what, Big Country?
Oh yeah, Roy Nelson.
Yeah,
Roy
dude.
Nelson put people into neighboring dimensions. That dude hit so hard. And by the way, he's like a legit Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. He was an elite grappler. I met him way back in the day, way before he had any MMA fights, and he was just a really elite grappler. But then he starts fighting in MMA and knocking people unconscious, and can take a shot
Yeah.
as good as anybody that's ever
The
lived.
beard is padding. Have you thought? Did we?
They used to say that with boxers. They used to make them shave their beards.
shave them off.
Yeah, you couldn't have a big hairy beard because they really did think that it was padding.
Well, yeah. Well, that's what I was talking to somebody, and they were like, "Hey, do you think it's like way far down the line to where like men grew beards because they were fighting each other?" And they're like, "Okay, we'll get a little padding," and it just grew over time.
No, I think they hadn't invented razors.
That's true. No, but how evolutionary? How did
Right.
it grow? How
Well,
did
I
it
think
start growing?
It went away. I think we had hair all the way up to the top of our face.
But why would it stay?
Just well, like
why do we have armpit hair?
it's a good
Joe
question.
Rogan.
Why do we have ball hair? Yeah. What's up with
So
asshole
you can
hair?
style it,
Asshole
of
hair is
course,
totally
so you
useless.
can braid it. So you can-
Keep your asshole
No, the
warm?
asshole
Like, what
hair.
is that?
Asshole hair is for catching dingleberries, and everyone knows that. It's for a little snack for later.
Oh God! I think what it is we used to be covered in hair. It's pretty obvious. And then when the aliens came down and manipulated our DNA, they turned us into this weird.
I wish they
hybrid
turned me
thing.
into that. I wish they turned me into that. How did I get stuck with it? I always miss the fucking cool shit, man.
Dude, I think if that is the case, if we were really truly created by aliens, that would be the most bizarre of all the possibilities. We're still the same thing.
Yeah.
But if we knew that that's how we came about, that would be probably the most bizarre thing ever.
From creation or like crossbreeding?
Like crossbreeding.
Yeah.
Yeah, or like some genetic manipulation. You know?
It's so weird. It's who fucking knows? But thinking about why are the depictions of aliens since recorded history, why are they always bipedal? Why do they always have the same face and eyes as us? Like,
Yeah.
why?
Or big giant eyes, right?
Why is that?
Why is that?
Because I don't know. And people are like, oh, people would be like, well, they're just like, they made this up. They look like humans. But what if we look like them?
Yeah.
Or what if whatever we're being visited by now is just humans from the future? Or humans, or another offshoot of humans from another dimension.
Yeah, a lot of people
At
speculate
the risk
on
of
all
sounding
those things.
crazy.
You know what's interesting about aliens too? Aliens, they always have eyes facing forward, and in nature, things that have eyes facing forward are generally predators.
Sure.
Things that have eyes on the side, like a deer or a pronghorn, they're looking for shit coming
Sure.
at them. So they're like looking left and right, but when something has eyes going forward, it's looking to attack generally, like cats and
Right.
wolves. They have eyes facing forward.
Right.
And aliens have eyes facing forward, which is interesting.
I don't know. Do you think if there is actually, who's to even fucking say what an alien even fucking looks like? They could just be a blob of fucking energy or
Yeah.
whatever the fuck. But if we do like personalize them like that, which we as humans tend to do, it makes it easier to fathom. You know what I mean? I couldn't fathom a being in here that's just a glob of dust or a cloud. Like I'm
Yeah.
like, whoa, that's like, this is insane. But if I look at it from like, oh, you're like me. You know what I mean? As far away in the galaxy as you might be from, oh, you look kind of like me. But
Well, just think about the me when you say me. It's very intangible, right? It's not like my hand. My hand is right here.
Right.
But my me, like who I am, my consciousness, like
Right.
where the fuck is that? Where's that? Is that inside of me? Is it a part of me? Is it all of me together? Whatever it is, it's like you, like your consciousness is like this very unique energy. That's
Right.
you. And mine is me, and everybody has a different one. And it's, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
That's a weird thing. Like,
it certainly is.
whatever it is inside of your mind that's moving you around and responding to questions and finding what you're interested in and
Yeah.
pursuing your goals, like that, whatever the fuck that thing is inside of you, that energy is very strange.
And it's just super weird. I remember you asked me if I wanted to smoke, and I don't really smoke anymore. And I actually talked for the longest time in my whole life. I couldn't really explain this. I couldn't really bring it to like words and try to explain it to where I wasn't where it just because was it made no sense. But I talked to a couple of my buddies, and they were like, "Oh, it's the same thing." So a lot of my friends from smoking weed, it's like almost like a depersonalization thing, to where it feels like for the longest time, since I smoked one bad joint, and for the longest time ever since then, it's felt like I've been almost like watching my life happen instead of actually like living it. Does that make sense?
It does. If you had like an episode, Like if you smoked one bad joint and you got way too high and you had like a break, like some sort of a schizophrenic break or some sort of strange episode.
And it just feels like a lot of the time it's like I'm not doing it. It's like almost as like I'm watching it happen.
Still to this day?
To this day, a lot of the time, yeah.
And it happened because of that one time.
I had never felt it in my life before that.
Wow.
So it's like, and I talked to my friends, and they were like, "Oh, that's like depersonalization. I don't exactly know what happens or what goes on, but it's a pretty like common thing. I feel like for people who have had a negative experience with like THC or something.
Yeah,
like that.
there's
or whatever the fuck was in that joint that I had in LA that one time. You know,
right. You don't know what was in it. That's true too.
Maybe it was just fucking LSD or something, and it like been. Totally just like caught me. But I felt different. Like to this day, I still feel different.
That's so weird. But it could just be THC. This guy Alex Berenson wrote a book about it. It's called "Tell Your Children." And it's about how there's a certain percentage of people that, especially with high dose THC, they can have a schizophrenic break or a psychotic break. Something goes wrong.
I used to smoke crazy. I used to smoke a lot, like do the volcanoes and all that shit. That's so fun. It was
and
so
one
fun.
One time.
Wow,
that's crazy.
One time.
Maybe there was something in it.
I don't know.
You know, when you're just getting a joint from some dude,
yeah,
you don't know the chain of custody. You don't know what the fuck.
No idea.
Where was this cooked up? You know?
No idea.
Ron White was in the green room at the club one night, and he pulled out this joint. And he goes, "This joint costs $75." I go, "What the fuck is that?" He goes, "Got it from Beverly Hills." I go, "Keep that shit the fuck away from me." So all these other guys smoked it. Brian Simpson smoked it. Duncan Trussell smoked it. And they went on stage. And Duncan said he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. He was like, "What did you do to me? What the fuck? I thought it was weed." But they get these joints now in these crazy dispensaries like in L.A., where it's legal now, so they're lacing them with THC. They got THC crystals in them and keef in them, and these are not regular joints. These are for dudes like Be Real, like the kind of shit that he smokes. You know, Be Real. Shout out to my man Be Real from Cypress Hill.
Explicitly for Be Real.
Yes.
That is the only man who can smoke this joint.
That dude is stone cold sober, no matter how high he gets.
That is crazy, man. I wonder, like, a lot of my buddies are like that too, man. You have to smoke a lot to feel high.
Yeah, I can't keep up with those fellas. I can't keep up with those. I did his smoke box show, where they get you super high and they put you in this dope car and they have cameras in the car and you sit there and just
hotbox the car?
Hotbox the car. And it's ridiculous. I was so high, I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. I was like, I got to get out of here. I got to go to bed.
I get high. I'm convinced, too, I get secondhand high from my green room.
Oh, you
my
definitely
buddies
do.
fucking blow down.
You definitely do. I've seen people get secondhand high from me in this room. I've seen it where they're all of a sudden they have a hard time remembering what they're talking about. I go, bro, you got high. You got high whether you liked it or not.
And maybe I am high.
Maybe a little bit. Maybe a touch.
It's nice. I had a stint too where I tried to smoke like maybe 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And I was like, it's amazing. But then like just shrooms is like for me like just so much more fun for me.
Shrooms should be legal. God.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if you are, I'm not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, and if you're vulnerable, there's something wrong with your mind, you probably shouldn't be doing any kind of psychedelics. But that's the case with a lot of stuff. But for everybody else, just a little bit every now and then would make your life a little better.
Well, it's interesting you said that too, because now I talked to a bunch of my buddies, who have served, and they said, oh, they're giving them psilocybin to help with like PTSD and shit like that.
Yeah, this shirt that I'm wearing, this is a MAPS shirt, Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies. You know these guys? And they are doing a lot of great work with that with MDMA too. MDMA for soldiers. And so they're running these trials and these studies with MDMA in soldiers, and they're finding great results.
Yeah, it's really interesting. And it's just like this is literally eating cow shit. And
it's nature.
Yeah.
And it's nature that human beings have utilized probably for thousands of years, and we should get back to it.
You got to wonder if that's, we know why it's not legal. Because it's gonna make people invent tools and have better communication with each other and be more,
It's but the people that they should listen to this. The people that are trying to run the world, you should be doing it too. Because if you did, it would change your consciousness and it would change your focus, and you would still be just as successful. Don't think you won't be. Still be successful. You'll be successful under a different metric. You'll probably feel better, and you won't have this fucking guilt, this overwhelming guilt of living your life just constantly trying to acquire money by unscrupulous methods.
Spend your money on shrooms.
You don't even have to spend that much money.
You just go flip some fucking
not that
cow
expensive, and if you live in a good spot, they're readily available outside,
you
which
doing
is
on
wild. I'm good, man. Thank you, though. It's
Yeah,
just one of those things that I think nature put here, or we are, and not even by design, but just by whatever it is about us and whatever it is about that. When that chemical interacts with ours, and it's very similar to normal human neurochemistry, apparently, that psilocybin, when it interacts with us, it's very positive for the most part.
Yeah.
Again, unless you have psychological problems.
Well, I think
Or on certain medications.
it made me. I was so fucking depressed and so fucking sad for so long. And doing shrooms, it took me out of that. It made me see shit in like such a more, like, it's not all fucking shitty. It's not all shitty.
Did it feel all shitty for you even while you were successful?
Yeah.
That's what's weird, right?
Right, exactly.
Because then you have it all, and yet you still feel like shit.
Yes, sir.
That confuses a lot of folks.
Yes, sir. And especially like, I was fucking 18, like whenever the shit popped off, and I was like, oh fuck, man, I don't know what the fuck to do. Everybody's looking at me. I don't, and I can't even imagine how like a Bieber or a Culkin, like, or child actors or performers, like how you even your parents, like, at that. And I don't want to say anything about those people's parents specifically, but. Or in particular, but the parents even then are like, how much money can we make off of this kid? And you see like a lot of YouTube families doing that shit. It's like, this kid doesn't know what the fuck is going on here.
Exactly.
He doesn't know what's going on here. You're just monetizing your cute kid. You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah. It is weird.
And that's why, like, even when I had my baby, you see a lot of the time people are like, first thing that happens, baby fresh out of the coochie, right? Mm-hmm. And then right to Instagram or Twitter or whatever. Here's my new fucking baby. Like, that's no crazy shit. And like, the kid doesn't know what the fuck is happening. So like, whenever they're older, they'll be like, oh, I saw your ass when you were a baby. Like, well, you know what I mean? It's like, it's just like, but I remember I had the pleasure and the privilege to pull my baby out. And I was like, oh, fuck.
Wow.
This is like head all, it's like
wild.
Scrubbed up. So it was crazy. And I'm like, you know what? You can, in this world that we live in right now, where everything is based off of a social currency and a like or a heart metric on any platform, I'm gonna let you fucking decide whenever you want to do that, you know?
Yeah, that's a great way to do it. I feel like people are just so entrenched in this idea that you have to share every aspect of your life and use that aspect of your life as a thing to get likes.
Right.
That's what's weird. It's like that, like, when they invented likes, boy, did they fucking hotwire our brain. They lockpicked our brain. They took away
dislikes.
Yeah, they did. Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
That's wild, too.
Yep.
That's wild, too.
Isn't that crazy?
It is wild.
I think about that all the time. I'm like,
yeah. That's
why?
I don't know. That's not
to
smart.
Be nice?
I don't think it's, look, you're going to get people that gang up on folks.
Sure.
You're going to get people that weaponize that. But that's also a way to indicate whether or not people like it or don't like it.
I mean, that's the way to indicate
Yeah.
whether people like it or don't like
Are you
it.
saying I can only like it?
Yeah, wait.
I can like it or ignore it.
So like, then you can, by that, gauge, you can tell if people really like the video. Say the video gets 100 million, or let's just say 1 million views.
Right.
And then like, 1,000 people like this? I'm like, oh, they didn't really like that.
Right,
You know
that's
what I mean?
weird. Right, why did it get so many views?
Then you can kind of just subtract
Yeah.
the amount of likes versus the views, and then be like, well,
Well, there's always hate liking or hate watching. People do a lot of hate watching. They do a lot of watching shit they hate.
I'm a little guilty of that. You seen the new NPC trend?
What is the new NPC trend?
All right, so maybe Jamie? Would you?
I know
pull
what
it?
an NPC is.
It is so.
Non-player character,
It is
right?
crazy, dude.
Is it the memes?
It is the TikTok of people that will live stream for hours of doing, and so they'll just stay in like a stance like this.
Oh, so they act
And then
like they're a video player.
whenever someone gives them money or something, like on TikTok, they'll react to it in like a way, and they'll do it for hours. And
Oh, I
hours.
saw this young, pretty girl that was doing that.
It is crazy.
And everybody was going, what is going on? Like, what
It
is
is
this?
crazy. Like, ice cream's so good.
Yeah.
Ice cream's so good. Ice
Yeah.
cream's so good. And I'm like, wow, this is kind of crazy.
What is that? Like, why?
It's
Does she
crazy.
ever break character, or does she just keep doing
I
that?
don't remember her name. I was trying to find her. I was going through a few different things here.
That was like
I
a
don't
wake
know.
up.
I
That
think
was
she
one of those
only
wake up
breaks
call
character
videos.
to like. I remember her kid came in on one of the streams and she's like, "What are you doing? Get out of here!"
That's
But
hilarious.
now it's not just her. It's like a thing.
Whoa.
And I went, "Thank you, sir."
Here's the one that got viral first. Pinky Doll is her name.
And she reveals staggering earnings.
And they're making cash.
Wow. And this is the one. So-
gang gang, gang gang, gang gang, oh special, gang gang, rah rah rah, gang gang, gang gang, balloon. Gang gang, gang gang, that was good. Lemonade. Hee ha, yes, you got me feeling like a cowgirl. Let me run it, huh? Hee ha, yes, you got me feeling like a cowgirl. Let me run it, huh? Slay, huh? Slay, huh? Slay, huh?
Wow.
It's crazy.
That's so strange.
It's crazy. It's
But
crazy.
she's really hot, and that helps. That's why that works. Like, let's not pretend.
no,
like if she was gross, like that lady's beautiful. So when she does that, people are like, what is she? I'll get her to lick her lips. Like
7,000 a day. So she
$7,000 a day.
That's pretty
That's
damn
not bad.
good.
Not
How
bad.
long did she do it for? Did it say on there?
Let's see.
48 hours in a row. She's doing math.
This was a 3-week binge. She didn't sleep.
Just
It's
keep
actually you
going.
remember
Gang,
the,
gang,
what
gang,
is it, the
gang.
Russian sleep experiment or whatever the hell.
Oh, right.
But just of NPC streamers.
What did they figure out from that? Like, what is the limit of the human body where you can go without sleep?
Well, I don't know if that's like if that experiment was real. But
Oh,
because
really?
you hear the story about it. Like the one where they're like, I don't know if it's just like a creepy pasta or whatever when they did the sleep experiment
So
and
Wiki
started.
says.
What happened?
Wiki says it's a creepypasta.
Yeah, it's a creepy pasta.
What is a creepy pasta?
It's like a creepy story, like a scary story that
just
people,
a story that
yeah.
people tell,
but
that's
like
not real.
But I wonder
Oh,
if
isn't that like they murdered each other or something like that?
yeah, they started like murdering everybody. So they
right,
say in the
right.
in the story. It's a
Okay,
story.
That makes sense.
But-
that makes sense that that's not real.
Did they ever really push that? If they did, they probably won't talk about it. You know, like
Right.
it's so like inhumane. Like and given well, you think about fuck, they're gonna kill me.
Just
Like
think
MK Ultra and all that
Yeah,
shit,
that's what-
man.
I was about to go there.
all that shit. Like
Yeah.
I'll let you talk about it. So I just know what it is, but I don't know anything about it.
It's a real program that the CIA was running where they were experimenting with people with LSD to find out what LSD did. And they wanted to know, like, how can we use it? Can we use it to interrogate our
Right.
our enemies? Can we use it as a truth serum? Like, what can we do with it?
By the way, guys, I have no idea what this stuff is.
There you go. and what they did was they started experimenting, and not just the United States. They did it with British soldiers, too, in the 1950s. There's a video of these British soldiers that they gave them acid. See if you can find that, because it's a wild video. These dudes, they just dosed them up and had them running through the woods. They're like, ah!
So do you have like manhunters on that? You ever watch that show, Manhunter?
What is that?
He's like the guy that like he's like, all right, if you can hide, I'm the best tracker in the world. If you can hide from me on my horse, like. But how do they keep track of what they did in the woods?
That's a good question. How do they, Jamie?
For what? In this case?
Yeah.
They filmed them.
Right. So they
But what
just-
if they went super
but-
deep?
Yeah. Right. How do they keep track of them? Keep them from just going on an acid marathon.
We risk it, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, they didn't give a fuck about these dudes. They were going to send these dudes in front of bullets. I mean, this is the fucking right after storming the beach at Normandy days. You know, these are wild times, man. People just ran into gunfire back then. They were different men.
Are these guys all on acid right
They
now?
are
Yes.
now. Watch them start laughing. I can't stand
They can't stop laughing. So they're soldiers and they're sitting there doing their job, but they can't stop laughing. They're just tripping balls. And then later, there's some footage of them in the woods. They took them to the woods afterwards. Or maybe there's. I think might be a different one
is.
because I have not seen this one. But I think they did it with a bunch of people, and they did it at Harvard. You know, Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, he was a part of the Harvard LSD studies.
He was a participant.
Yeah.
No
They
shit.
dosed that dude up with acid.
No shit.
Yeah, they dosed him up with acid, and then he was. You know, he had
Did that guy have a rifle?
Yeah, so
They
these are the
can
guys.
give a dude with a rifle LSD.
But yet they did. Look at these dudes. They got cameras and fucking. What is he? He's holding on to his headphones. They
He's
can't
trying
stop
to put
laughing.
the headphones on the tree.
They can't stop laughing. Look, looks like a great drug. And they were like, okay, this has no military purpose at all. We
like,
cannot
"This is
use
not
this.
gonna
This
work."
is exactly the opposite of what we want.
What did they do? Chop it? They're chopping it?
Are they chopping a tree?
I don't know. It
This
looks
guy's
like he's-
climbing a fucking tree. He's out of his mind.
Why do they have firearms?
Because they were army guys.
That's crazy, though.
Yeah, British Marines, 1964 that was. So, what the
That's
CIA
crazy.
was
Thank
doing
you.
is they were experimenting with prostitutes. So what they would do is they would set up a brothel, and they would have these guys go in to try to get with the prostitute, and the prostitute was a CIA agent. She would give them a drink that was laced with acid, and they would watch these guys through two-way mirrors.
That's insane.
Yeah, they were just trying to figure out what does acid do. Like,
And it
what can
was
we do
just
with
totally
people? Yeah.
unsuspecting.
Yeah. And then
Guys.
there's mind control experiments. There's definitely something going on with Charles Manson, and that's the Tom O'Neill book, Chaos. It's a great book about MK Ultra and the role that these guys that were running that program, that they interacted with Manson. They interacted with him in prison, and they think that they might have been the people that were supplying him with the acid, or he was using it to manipulate those kids. And the whole thing was to discredit the anti-war movement. They were trying to develop this attitude in America that hippies are dangerous and murderous. And, you know, these people that are like, stop the war, these people they're a threat.
Sure.
And so one of the ways they did it was this high-profile guy, Charles Manson. And they take this guy and they taught him how to run a fucking cult when he was in prison, most likely. They definitely.
What was he in prison for beforehand?
Oh, he's been in prison his whole life. His whole life.
Where's he from?
That's a good question. I don't know where Manson was from.
Thank you.
But the book Chaos, I can't recommend it enough. It's fucking incredible. The guy worked on it for 20 years. I've talked about it 100 times on the podcast. If you listened to it before, I'm sorry. But that guy who is my friend Greg's neighbor, my friend Greg Fitzsimmons, he was this guy's neighbor like 20 years ago, and he was working on this. And he got hired to write a story about the anniversary of the Tate LaBianca murders. And when he got hired to write that story, he started finding all these inconsistencies in the story. And so he started doing like real journalism. And it just like he went on a deep dive, like way too long. And he wrote it for 20 fucking years.
Yeah.
And finally, they got together, they helped him with an editor, and they put it all together, and they put together this book. This book is insane. It's insane.
Yeah, dude. It's I don't know. That's such a crazy. It's so crazy. And the thing about, I don't know if it's harder to like pull the wool over people's eyes now rather than then. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't know either.
Because there's so many different, like we were talking about the news.
Yeah.
You know, you go on the news and you get caught in this. It's like a perpetual. It's a wheel. You know what I mean? And you just keep getting, especially now due to the algorithms that we have.
Yeah.
You just keep getting fed the same information to like perpetuate what you want to learn about and what they want you to know about. But back then, it wasn't as accessible. So I wonder if it was harder back then to like trick the populace into believing something than it is now.
I think it was probably easier because I think they probably had more respect for institutions because they didn't have the access to them that we have now. Like, think about what a president was like back then. Presidents openly had affairs. No one reported on it. They were just revered figures. It was a different thing. Like when Kennedy was the president, sure, definitely people hated him, especially Republicans. A lot of people hated him for the Bay of Pigs, but the press didn't hate him. You know, everybody knew who he was.
Right.
That's not the case today. You know, the world is such a hostile place today. We don't have respect for institutions anymore. We don't have respect for mainstream media for a lot of fucking reasons. We don't have respect for mainstream news. We look at them like, all right, maybe this is real.
Right.
We don't look at it like this is the unbiased.
You take everything with that grain of salt.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we know that there's deep political agendas in reporting any story, in the perspective, the editorializing of these perspectives. It's just there's a lot of what humans are is what we're getting influenced by. And when you're getting influenced by propaganda and horseshit all the time, it has an effect on you, whether you like it or not. It might not be 100% effective, but it has some sort of an effect on you where you're willing to let these people who are just people, they're no different than you and no different than me.
Right.
But you'll let them talk to you and talk to us as if they are in control of us.
Right.
And that is not supposed to be how America works.
Right.
And that's just a natural human power structure thing that we've had since we were tribal creatures. It's a natural inclination to want to be that and want to do that. But we have to protect against that at all costs. Because just because it seems like you would like those things to be implemented because they fit your perspective and your worldview, the problem is now there's tools in place for tyrants. And now there's tools in place for people who don't share your perspective and don't have a charitable view of human beings and are ruthless and maybe psychotic.
But that's the beginning. That's the beginning of it all too.
Yes.
It's been happening like Nero and fucking just like Rome was super like everything. You look at like everything. It was a republic. You know, like everybody had a vote. Everybody had a say. But the guys who were running, well, everybody was drinking from lead, and everybody was like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they had lead drinking vessels.
And
they
it
didn't
was
know about
just
lead
insane.
poisoning.
And this dude built this statue, like fucking 100 feet tall of himself, and then Rome set on fucking fire, and it's crazy, and that's just been happening, and it's been repeating for forever. And I don't know exactly how long, but you know, history repeats itself, and then you look at a cycle of like how civilizations come and go this way, and it's just like I don't know.
I know when I was a kid, I used to think about America that way. When I was a kid, I was like, well, you know, you read about ancient Greece and ancient Rome and these great civilizations that they fell. Like, what happened? Did they see it coming? And I was like, would I see it coming? Would I know it was coming? Is it going to happen to us?
Right.
We don't want to ever think it could happen to us because we're on the top. We're number
Right.
one. We're fucking America.
Well, we're the youngest fucking country in the fucking world.
Yeah. And it can happen to us.
Oh,
And you got to be real careful that we don't become just like all these ones that we talk about when we say, boy, be glad you're not living in that place. Because places go through cycles. Some places are amazing, and then they get invaded. Some places, some places
look
are
at
filled with-
Atlantis.
Yeah. Well, that's probably that one's probably an ocean thing.
Yeah,
That's probably
Mama Nature coming.
Yeah, that's probably an impact thing.
You believe in Atlantis,
Yes,
Joe
I
Rogan?
do. Yes, I do. I think it was a real place.
You talked about the younger Dryas.
Yeah.
And I was watching a thing recently, actually, about how they think that the Egyptians just found the pyramids and the Sphinx, and how you can see the Younger Dryas affecting the Sphinx and the pyramids like that, and how that shit happened. I mean,
Yeah, I
I'm
know what
not
you're saying.
I'm not fully as encompassed as you, I'm sure, because I just now learned about the Younger Dryas, but.
Well, for sure, this is what you can say for sure because this gets people very upset. For sure,
Does it?
Yeah, this
Okay,
is because
okay.
they. But I don't know why. But just you have to kind of like say a few things.
Okay.
One thing is that for sure the Egyptians made it because it was in Egypt.
Okay.
Like it's just different.
Yes,
different
sir.
era. It's. I think what we're saying is they're people from a different era.
Yes, sir.
And this is the whole proposal that Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson have.
Yes, sir.
In like with that Younger Dryas impact theory, people get crazy about this, and they think it's.
Well,
there's
I didn't
people that
mean to
even call it-
offend
No, no,
anybody
no,
if
but
I did. Okay.
No, you definitely didn't.
Okay.
But there's people that call it a racist theory. It's very strange, because it's
Really?
Yeah. It's real weird, and they've applied that to Graham Hancock, and it's ridiculous. Doesn't make any sense. He's not saying anything about the race of the people that did it. It's about time. The whole issue is about time. And what they believe is that somewhere around 11,800 years ago, and probably a couple other times, we got obliterated by comet impacts. Comet fragments slammed into the earth, and there's a lot of evidence of this. Physical evidence of iridium, levels of iridium, nanodiamonds that happen on impact. This shit is all over the world. And you could find giant craters in places where, like Greenland, and there's places where 100% they got obliterated by a giant chunk of something. What they believe is that this ended the Ice Age, and this is what caused all the melting of the ice caps that were above North America, and that's where all this massive flooding came from, and that's where the Great Lakes come from. And he thinks that it was a civilization-ending event where very few people survived, and they essentially had to rebuild from there. And so the amazing society that built the pyramids, whoever those people were, by the time this Younger Dryas impact thing happens, who knows what kind of civilization they had at that point.
Sure.
But they might have been far more advanced than us.
Sure.
Just in a different way.
Sure.
And for sure they knew how to move stone in a way we still don't understand.
Right.
We have no idea how the fuck they did that. No idea how they made 2,300,000 stones meet perfectly at the top and then covered in smooth limestone. It's fucking insane.
And channel energy.
Yeah, well,
and
it
like
feels...
and vibrate inside of the pyramid to channel fucking energy.
Who knows what they were doing when they built that?
It's crazy, and I didn't mean to offend anyone. And
No.
yeah.
I shouldn't have said it the way I said.
No, not at all.
I just
No,
wanted
no,
to
no.
clarify because it's a weird thing that people keep saying.
Because I just learned about this, like watching videos about it and learning about all this stuff, and you gotta first off take everything with a grain of salt, of course. But then it's like, fuck, it's fucking actually crazy. And now is there xenon on Mars?
What is xenon?
The xenon, there's a chemical that, so the soil on Mars is supposedly enriched with xenon enough to, like, it's like, I'll just throw out an arbitrary number, 1,000 megatons of nuclear. It comes from nuclear explosions.
What?
So, and they said
That's
that
where
the
it comes
soil
from?
they said that the soil on Mars is super packed with it.
Yo, imagine if Mars
If
was
there was
like
a
a
nuclear war on Mars.
where they just obliterated the whole planet.
How do you feel about the face?
So the problem with the faces, it was a very low resolution
Right.
camera, and it was convenient. And then when they went over it a second time, it's weird in the shape of it, but it didn't look like a face anymore.
So how do you feel about NASA having its own like photoshopping branch?
Do they?
There's people at NASA that Photoshop. You look at a picture of Mars, what color do you think it is? It's like
a dusty
it's like
tan,
orange.
right?
Would you pull up the real pictures of Mars, what they actually look like without the fucking filter on them?
What do
Am
they
I
look
crazy?
What is
Check
Mars
it
actually?
out.
Well, isn't it like
It
Earth
is
where there's
crazy.
different spots that have like different color ground?
I don't know. So you look at pictures of Mars from like 20 to 30 years ago,
Okay.
or whatever, and then you look at pictures of Mars now, they are drastically different because people caught on to like, why are you throwing a filter on Mars. It
So they were
doesn't look-
changing the
it doesn't
color of
look
Mars?
like that. Yeah.
Interesting.
I'll pull up the photos I'm seeing, and you direct me to what it is. you're
Look at
seeing.
that one. Look at that one.
Like this one?
No, the first one.
This one?
Third one. Sorry, sir.
Oh, like on the ground.
The ground.
That look at the sky there, okay?
Right.
Look at the sky there, look at
Okay.
the ground there, and then look at the second one even for in fact. There's an orange tint to everything on every picture that we've ever seen of it. But then if you look at it, look up maybe Mars
But
without orange
lunar,
filter.
But the lunar module doesn't look orange. Look at the lunar module. It's pure white.
It's just a filter. It's not pure white.
okay.
Look at that. Like that looks just like Earth. It looks like a place on Earth. That could be a place on Earth, totally.
Right. Except for this, the sky is a little fucked up looking.
Let's do
Mars
NASA
doesn't-
Photoshop. I don't know. What do you call like a? I keep saying branch, but like it's like
Well, I do know that just one way to explain some of it is that a lot of the photos they get from the telescopes are like not actual, like with these cameras, it's not just taking a photo.
sure,
It's taking data that has to be compiled into
sure,
a photo.
sure.
And then
Are these
That's-
not from the rover though?
they are.
I'm
that's
not.
but
I'm
like,
talking about like landscape photos. No,
but
not-
wouldn't it make sense that Mars looks different in different spots? And wouldn't it make sense that it looks different with different conditions?
Like,
it
does
certainly does.
Mars
well,
doesn't have
not
any
that.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like a photo like that, for instance, can't be taken normally. It has
Right,
to be,
right. But like the
that looks
landscape
like,
photos,
that looks
the
like
landscape
a space
photos.
monkey. It looks like a space monkey. Look at that. Doesn't that
He's
look like
chill.
a monkey?
That dude's chill as fuck.
Is that a real photo, Jamie? That picture looks like a space monkey. The picture that you just had up. Look at that.
He's cool. That's your new.
Doesn't
new
it?
logo.
This
Yeah,
says
he's
Photoshop NASA photos give new life to outer space imagery.
yeah, they
That's
turn
so
it into a
fun.
monkey.
That's
a
not
monkey
real.
going
That's
like,
not real. That's not
"Hey."
real, right?
That's where it. So if you were one of these NASA Photoshop people,
exactly.
you would manipulate the photos in a little bit of a way to make them look a little more extraordinary.
Well, there's-
So,
Well,
Well,
that
there's something-
So we
seems
talk
like
about them.
lying.
it dep-
No, it's crazy.
I'm trying to use the right words here because like I can take a photo of you, Joe, and make it look, or both of you. Either
Could you put like the handsome filter on?
yeah,
us?
like there's
for me at least.
you can make
want
make
a kitty cat
Photoshop make
nose.
it look a way it didn't really look to anybody's eyes in the room.
Right.
But you can just tweak some things without adding really anything. You're just tweaking the light off the sensors.
And then there's
But there are ways you can go way further with it.
all right. So I mean, you can fucking trust YouTube as far as you can throw it. But looking at recent photos of Mars, and it could be camera. It could be a camera.
Well, if you look at a photo from like a Samsung Galaxy Note
Right.
2,
But it still
versus
doesn't
a
change the
photo.
color. There's
does a little
such an
bit.
there's
Here's one
There-
maybe. So the first one on the left is unprocessed.
unprocessed.
that's what they okay. All right. So
on the right is
then
a
they
little
take the
processed.
okay.
Oh, that's weird.
I don't even
But this is
know.
also what you do for like
don't know it
filming
any-
a movie.
Right,
Out of
exactly.
the camera looks kind of like shit, and you have to.
But is it
But
calibrated?
why
for
are they trying to make it
accuracy?
look like a movie?
Well, that
Because they're bullshitting us.
that's also
bro.
could be what we're used to seeing, and it just gives it better context. I'm not the one doing it, so I'm just trying to like think like them.
And is there xenon on Mars?
There is xenon, but I couldn't figure out how much. But there's definitely articles about evidence of xenon.
And
Look,
is
evidence for NASA. Oh, that's fucking
Isotopes.
I see a lot of
evidence for
smart. I
large
see a lot of.
nuclear reactor on Mars past?
I don't
There's a
know
lot
what
of
that is.
smart words here.
I was skipping that. It's just-
Bro, that's NASA.
Harvard.edu. That sounds very smart.
Well, that's just
NASA
what the
sounds
article
really
is. It
smart.
doesn't-
Yeah, no, I know.
say that.
Evidence for large natural nuclear reactor in Mars past. Why are they saying natural? They're just guessing. They don't want to say that maybe it was a civilization that nuked itself into oblivion.
Maybe so.
Yeah, but why,
It's just
why
an
else would
idea.
they say natural?
Compounding the mystery is the fact that Mars has a surface layer of elevated levels of uranium and thorium. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know what all
Bro,
that means.
they nuked the whole planet.
Imagine.
They were fighting over some fucking
Imagine.
border town, and just like us, and
Imagine.
they went fucking postal.
How crazy would that be? How do you nuke a cloud of gas though? Because that's what aliens are. No, I don't know.
You want to know something crazy? You know how
Sir?
much a cloud weighs? How much you think a cloud weighs? An average cloud?
What do you consider average?
Yeah, just a big pluff.
Just
One
like
of
a
them
big
fluffy
fluffy
ones floating around.
20 pounds.
1 million.
Fuck, I was way off.
1 million pounds. I just found that out. It's like, that's insane.
I'd rather get paid £1 million than 20. So.
The density of the water that's in the clouds, if you actually could extract it and weigh it. Yeah, look at that.
That's crazy.
A cubic kilometer cloud contains 1 billion cubic meters, doing the math, 1 billion times 0.5, 500 million grams of water droplets in our cloud. That's about 500,000 kilograms, or 1.1 million pounds.
Imagine it just fell.
Whoosh.
It just fell like hard. It became
spot.
solidified and just fucking
A
fell.
giant hailstone.
That'd be fucking crazy.
Bro, some hail is ridiculous. I've seen people getting pelted by like golf balls. Like, you ever seen that video of these people who are filming from their backyard, and you see the hail hitting the pool, and it's like they're getting attacked by aliens.
It's crazy. This was we just had this in Utah.
Try to get it.
You got a monsoon.
A monsoon in Utah.
Wow.
It's a great song name.
Yeah, it is.
That's
Monsoon,
a great
Utah
song name.
monsoon.
Yeah, that's a great song name.
monsoon in
But-
Utah.
My dad, I wasn't there, but my dad said it was like the craziest storm he's ever
This
been
is
in.
the monsoon.
This wasn't Utah though, but this was Tucson a couple weeks ago. But here's the storm rolling in.
Arizona.
Oh, look at that thing
Watch it
rolling
just
in.
dump. It just dumps here in a second. Covers the whole screen.
Those are the darkest. That's like fucking Mordor clouds.
Totally, that's Sauron. Look at the rain
Jesus
coming down.
Christ, dude.
Holy fuck, man. That's insane.
That is insane.
That's insane.
If that's not fucking apocalyptic, dude, I don't know what the fuck is. That's
I was
crazy,
in
dude.
Miami once.
This
and
guy doesn't seem to care though. He
He's
doesn't
like-
mind.
he's
He's like, yeah,
chatting.
whatever. This shit happens all
It's
the time.
acquiring data. I was in Miami once, and we were driving down the highway, and the whole highway had to stop because the rain was so hard you couldn't see in front of you. The whole highway just stopped dead. Just dumped rain on us. It lasted for like 4 minutes, and then it went away. But for 4 minutes, the entire highway was stopped. You couldn't see a foot in front of your windshield. It was just, it was fucking wild. Like, this is crazy. These people are dealing with some wild shit down here. It never rains like that.
And you
in
just,
LA.
how long do you hang out on the side of the road for?
We were in the middle of the highway. We had to stay there for it was several minutes. while
Oh,
it
you
dumped
just sat
down.
in your lane.
Yeah, you had to stay in your lane. Yeah, everybody
Well,
on
everyone
the
should.
highway stopped. Bro, you couldn't see jack shit. You couldn't see the front of your car. It was insane.
That's, yeah. See, I don't, man.
It just dumped and took off, and you're like, okay, and then it was like back to normal. But it gives you a little heads up, like, hey, you know, you ain't shit.
Not
okay?
shit.
You ain't shit. This fucking whole planet has some gigantic destructive forces that you could never stop. So when you're on the highway and it rolls through, just be lucky you don't have a fucking convertible. Shut your mouth and just sit there and deal.
Put that top on quick. You never put that top on.
Oh my God, your car would be filled with water. You'd be in a fishbowl.
Hail, dude. Hail. Moving to Texas, we had a lot of hail. Like, and it would just fucking come and fucking. We had to go there was a baler, and so we would go use their parking garage whenever it would hail. And so,
So your window's going to get smashed.
yeah,
in.
because it's crazy.
Yeah, it'll
It's-
fuck
it's-
your car
it's
up.
Crazy.
There's see if you can find the video, Jamie, of hailstorm in swimming pool. It's bananas. It's like they're getting attacked. It's like missiles are coming in into their swimming pool. It's fucking
Where's that?
bananas. I don't remember. I want to say it was Ohio,
Jamie, why you pull that up? Can I 10-1?
Texas.
Texas.
Can I 10-1?
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Go ahead, hit it. Look at this though. Look at this fucking hail.
Oh my God,
Yeah,
that poor cow.
Actually,
poor
this isn't
cow.
the crazy one we saw. That's pretty good though.
that cow's getting lit up. That swimming pool is getting rocked.
That's insane. Well, it's got
We'll pause. We'll pause you real quick. I'll tinkle too. We'll be right back, folks. And we're back. So you say you got into archery, or you tried it?
I tried it.
You tried
Yeah,
it?
I tried it. Yes, sir.
Where'd you go?
I was in France. So I was in France working on the wine. And we were at the vineyard and we were like, let's shoot some bows. So we had some French archers come out. And they had a compound and they had like just another like
Recurve bow?
like traditional yeah. And Joe Rogan, that is hard to do.
It's not easy to do.
It is not easy to
Yeah.
do at all. And they want you to go forward. Do you go forward when you shoot?
No. They told you to go forward?
Yeah.
No.
Maybe it was with like
Was it a
like an old oak bow.
okay, a long bow?
Yeah, so they like told you to go forward
Interesting.
whenever to help your aim or something.
Interesting.
Which seems counterintuitive because you don't want to really move when you're
Well,
aiming something.
the whole thing about those old bows, whether it's a recurve or a long bow, is that it's much more of a feel thing. Like you have to practice with them a lot, almost like throwing a rock, right? If you throw a rock, or a baseball is a better example. When you throw a baseball, you know how much energy you have to put into that throw in order to get into that strike zone if you're throwing a pitch, right?
Sure.
So that's like a knowledge of how much force and how you can aim. This is the same thing applies to arrows. You shoot enough arrows, you know like where you have to hold, thank you, sir, at what distance when you're releasing an arrow because you
Sure.
know the arc of the arrow
It's
and you
feel.
It's feel. Compound archery, what I do is very different. It's much more calculated. I have a range finder. It'll tell me 52 yards. I dial it on my sight to 52
Sure.
yards. My pin moves up and down, and then I'm holding.
So do you have Picatinny on your bow?
What's Picatinny rail in
Yeah.
the front? Yes, I do.
Cool.
Yes.
So you put like an aim point on
Well,
your on
this
your
is
bow or
where
something,
that's
too.
where the sight comes out of. The sight is
What
slightly
optic
to
are
the
you
left.
using?
Well, I don't use an optic.
Okay.
You use a it's just a clear hole, like a tube with a fiber optic pin in it.
Okay.
And that fiber optic pin is the indicator that tells you what yardage, like if it's up or down, right? So if it's up, that means it's a close shot. If it's
Okay.
down, very low, that means it's a long shot. So it's the arc of the arrow over a course of time. And it's all calculated on this thing called Archer's Advantage, which is a computer program.
Okay.
So you put in the speed of the bow, the weight of the arrow, all these different factors, and you put it in, and it'll give you a sight tape.
Nerd.
And then, super nerd.
Okay, yes,
and then you
sir.
take this sight tape and like you dial it into 20 yards. Once you know where 20 yards is, you got that indicator mark. You
Sure.
mark it off, and then you put the tape down. And then once you put that tape down, you're good to go to like
And you just
100
get your-
yards,
your-
110
okay.
yards, wherever you want.
You just
It'll
do your
show.
hold there.
Exactly. Just hold where that pin is. It's a much easier way of shooting a bow than traditional.
But do you have a laser rangefinder?
Yes.
Who makes a rangefinder?
Oh, but shit ton of companies.
Is it the same as like a firearm rangefinder on a
Yes,
bow?
very similar. A lot of the same companies, like Vortex.
Yeah.
they make a great rangefinder. I use a Leupold full draw 5 because
Sure.
it actually tells you. You put in the arrow speed and all these different factors, and it actually shows you the arc of the arrow in the rangefinder. So, like if I'm trying to shoot an elk through a pocket in the trees, it's like this big, and I'm 35 yards away. I have to know that my arrow's not going to hit the upper branches.
Sure.
So I can, because at the height of the arrow, it's higher than when it's going to drop down.
Right.
So you're putting the pin where it wants to drop down, but it might be like way up here when
Right.
it's at 5 yards, 10 yards, 15 yards, and then it's going to drop down into that spot exactly where you want it to go. So this
How big is it?
rangefinder, how big is what?
The rangefinder.
It's little. It's like a phone, phone size. So like that's it right there. So I have it's called a Leupold full draw 5, but I have a Vortex one that's great too. It just doesn't have that thing where you can. The reason why I use the full draw 5 is that line is gigantic if you're shooting through obstacles and through branches, because a lot of times an elk will be in an opening. Like there's two trees, and they're like 5 feet wide, but there's like
Right.
this one branch that's above him, and that's it. See, so that line right there, it shows
That's
you
okay.
the height of the arrow. So like right there, that in my mind, I would think that could hit that branch.
And is that your hold there? Are you aiming for that spot?
No. The hold is where the crosshairs are.
Okay.
And what that's indicative, that line at the top is indicative of the very height of your arrow when it's at its highest point.
Ah.
So that was a long shot. That's 78 yards. It's a little unethical. It's a long poke for a deer,
Sure.
but real elite archers can do it. If you're like, a Cam Haines, that's a shot that he can take.
Unethical because you might
For
hit
a
him
guy
in the
like
knee
me,
or
yeah,
something.
I might fuck that shot up.
Yeah.
I wouldn't take that shot, but I would on a big animal like a buffalo or something like that. You have the vitals are this big.
Have you ever shot, or what do you call it? Shooting?
Archery.
Like what do you
Shoot-
say
yeah,
when
you say
it
shoot.
shooting?
Shoot an arrow.
Have you ever shot under like night vision and nods and stuff?
No, that would be wild. But
Do you have
you'd
a
have
pair?
a hard time. I do. You'd have a hard time seeing, like, you wouldn't hold. See, like, the thing about archery is, and it's one of the beautiful things about it, is like everything's repeatable. Like you have to have perfect form. So like when I come to full draw, my string touches the tip of my nose. This is in the corner of the D loop is in the corner of my mouth.
Does it ever fuck you up?
My knuckle is exactly where my jaw lines up. That's where my knuckle sits. It's a repeatable point.
Sure.
If I have nods on, it's not going to work.
Right.
You can't even do it with glasses. I don't even like it with glasses on. It feels weird. It's like I have to be lined up with that string. And when I'm lined up with that string, I don't think about a fucking thing in the world. All I think about is releasing a perfect arrow. That's all I'm thinking about. I'm not thinking about taxes. I need gas. I got to fucking get my car inspected.
I got to buy more arrows.
I'm not thinking about any of those things. All I'm thinking of is that spot that I'm aiming at. And I think there's a mind cleansing thing that comes from that.
And the release of it. It's got to feel like so fucking good. Like, because I tried, the hardest part for me was getting that
bow back
and holding it.
Yes.
Holding
Very
that
hard.
string.
Yeah.
Like, that was the hard. It takes a lot of shoulder. It takes a lot of arm.
My body's
said,
imbalanced. The right side of my body
Sure.
is thicker, like all the way down my lats, my upper delts. Everything is much thicker on this side because I pull a bow back a fucking 100 times a day.
Yeah.
Every day. It's like these muscles. I really have to balance it out. I feel it sometimes.
Well,
I feel
see,
like
I
this
have the
side-
same thing, but from jacking off.
Just switch hands.
Yeah, well,
The stranger.
the old stranger. It's hard, man. After that experience, I was like, you know what? And plus, the first couple times shooting, were you scared?
Of shooting a bow? Yeah. It feels
Because that is so snappy. And when I
Yeah.
was a kid, I had like a little fake bow, and that's why I get the wrist guard
Yes.
because that shit comes
Yeah.
and it blew my
Fucks
arm
your
up.
arm
It
up.
blew my arm up.
We
Like,
should see what
bad.
compound bows do. Compound bow. So if you're pulling back like an 80-pound bow, and you have all this force on those cams, when that string comes and fucking slices against your forearm, people get some gnarly fucking bruises there. It looks nasty.
Yeah, mine broke skin. It was like
Yeah.
bleeding. It
Yeah.
was like, dude, it's.
Yeah, you got to learn proper form, proper stance. That never happens to me.
Couldn't
anymore.
think of a better teacher.
You got to get a real archery coach.
He
can
just
get
turned
you
me
one.
away. Joe Rogan turned me away for archery lessons. It's fine.
I would 100% give you
Thank
archery
you, sir.
lessons.
Thank you,
Oh,
sir.
100. I have a range right here.
Oh, we'll go shoot
I do.
after.
I have a fucking 40-yard range.
That's
indoor,
amazing.
Right here.
Who makes the best bow?
They're all really good at the highest level. I shoot with a Hoyt, but there's a company called PSE. They make a great bow. There's a company called Matthews. They make a great bow. Bear makes a great bow. If you're going to survive in the archery world is very unique in that there's yearly innovation. So Hoyt puts out new bows every year. It's
like an iPhone.
Engineers that are constantly tweaking things, and they have pro staff guys like Cam Haynes, who's a professional archer.
sir.
Those guys, they all work.
Sweet man, too.
He's the best. He's the nicest guy on earth, right? But those guys give them feedback and talk about, this is what I like, this is what I want, can you change this, can you change
Right.
that? And then every year they get a little better. Every fucking year they get like incrementally better.
Do you run like a weight on yours?
Yes.
Is that what those long
Stabilizer.
things are?
Yeah.
Are the stabilizers on there?
When you have a weight out front, it keeps balance a little bit better.
And this is hard
Yeah,
too.
that's hard.
Not to fucking mention pulling the string.
Yeah.
I mean,
Keeping your arms straight.
it's heavy.
Yeah.
It's not light.
No, you have to develop a certain amount of rigidity in your form. You know, and
Form is important.
That comes from practice. You just have to practice a lot. Archery is one of those things where you really, like my friend John Dudley, who's one of the best archery coaches alive. He practices hours every day. He puts it up on his Instagram, puts his little lessons up on his YouTube. He's shooting arrows out in his yard. He's a giant range. It goes out to like 150 yards or something. And he's shooting out there every day, hours and hours and hours a day. That's why he's so good. There's no shortcuts to figuring out how to be good at that. It just takes constant, repetitive practice over and over again, and focus and technique.
So what do you think of those guys that can shoot like 3 arrows?
It's pretty wild.
It's cool.
It is fucking super cool.
It's cool. Look, there's a guy that like
Lars
does
Anderson.
like wall. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
so sick.
I think he's revitalized that whole idea. Because I think for a long time they thought that people carried arrows in their quiver
Right.
and they pulled one out. And,
Right.
and he's like, no, there's a
kept
lot
them in
of
your
like
hand.
ancient depictions.
The treatises.
In ancient times of guys holding 3 or 4 arrows in their hand. And he thinks that's what they did.
I mean, that's what's so interesting. Like you look at like HEMA, like the European martial arts or whatever, and they like get in the armor with the training swords and shit, and they're like, all they can do is interpret these treatises that they had and the shit that they wrote down, like all the different guards and like the way that they would actually fight.
Right.
Like, because there's no video, there's no real tutorial on how
Right.
to do it.
Right.
You have to interpret this stuff.
Good
And-
luck finding a dude who's won a sword fight. Too.
Yeah, exactly.
who
It's,
can teach you.
It's crazy. I've never met a dude who's won a sword fight before.
Oh, fuck. You know, with what's going on now with slap fighting, that's next.
Oh, that's next.
It's like
And
they'll
then
do it in a dungeon in Germany somewhere.
The aliens are gonna come back and look at like
Yeah.
YouTube videos, like how did they, and then take it.
I
That'll
would
be
not-
their NFL.
I would not be surprised. There's a lot of like crazy underground fights that are happening now, which is really interesting. They have these
Really?
no rules fights on concrete where people are fighting with sneakers on. Yeah.
On which platform?
Well, they're just doing it online. And it's like it's
Because
gaining
I remember like World Star fights and shit like that. Like
yeah, but
Kimbo
these
Slice.
These are like
Rest His
people
Soul.
fight for money. Yeah,
That's
Kimbo Slice, like a
crazy,
Kimbo
dude.
Slice thing, but with no rules. But they're doing wild shit. Like you get paid extra if you could bite a piece of the person off.
That's crazy.
You can eye gouge.
What website is this on?
It's just online. These guys have won like multiple fights in a row by eye gouging. So they get on top of guys and gouge their fucking eyeballs.
That's insane.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah,
That's like
there's
4chan
no
shit.
rules. You can bite people. You can do whatever the fuck you want. It's kind of crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, really crazy.
And you get paid extra for
Yeah.
eyes.
Brutal Fight Club allows eye gouging with biting bonus and extra for eating the chunk. Yeah. Million subscribers.
Where are these guys? It looks like a hockey rink or something.
Yeah, they're fighting. That looks exactly like a hockey rink. Yeah.
And they're fighting on ice?
I don't think they're fighting on ice. But
I mean,
wouldn't
that
be
would just add,
surprised.
that's the ice
Yeah.
multiplier.
Well, also, would you be allowed to have spiked shoes? And that would come into play.
That's crazy. Maybe
Yeah.
you get paid less for the spike shoes. It gives you too much of an advantage.
Or maybe everybody wears them. Maybe it's just the thing you wear.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Ice fights with spike shoes. Oof. If someone goes down, they get stomped with spike shoes.
You remember?
They changed the rules about eye gouging, apparently.
Okay.
Oh, no more? Well,
Thank God.
one
You're
guy was
supposed
like,
to do it, but if you win, you don't get any prize money.
oh, God.
Wait, eye gouging is a
This
is
don't include biting, it says.
is an occurrence of victory that if you win by eye gouge.
But look, they still allow biting. This don't include biting. Even the way they wrote it, this don't include biting. Eye gouging is still permitted, but you don't get paid.
that's
Bro.
And I have this don't include biting, guys. By the
Yeah,
way.
guys, biting is still cool. What the fuck, man? Biting.
That's fucking crazy.
That's fucking crazy.
Was like UFC like 1 and 2? When did the gloves come in?
Well, some guys started wearing gloves on their own, like Vitor Belfort at UFC 12.
What a beast.
Yeah, and that was the first fight that I ever worked. Vitor was one of the first guys to show up with gloves on. He might have been the first. It was no. Tank Abbott was the first. I think Tank Abbott was the first guy to wear gloves because he realized that those little tiny gloves are only protecting his hands.
Right.
They're not really protect, especially when you hit as hard
Right.
as Tank Abbott. And Tank Abbott just went out and flatlined people with those gloves on. Because you could really crack someone if you have your hands taped up nice and you have your wrists taped up nice and you have padding over your knuckles, you can really fucking crack someone.
Yeah.
But it's hard to do that with just your hands.
Well, even doing, I thought the tape was to look
Yeah, here's
cool.
Tank. Which one? UFC 6. So he's definitely the first. Yeah, Tank.
That
was
dude's got a
fucking
shirt
taped up.
on.
Bro. Yeah, you could do whatever you want. You had shoes on. They had shoes. Tank was fucking. This
Yeah.
is one of the craziest knockouts ever. Because look how he stiffens up,
That's crazy.
and then Tank mocks him.
He like, that's crazy.
Yeah, dude, Tank was a beast.
He had no mouth guard in or anything.
Well, he might have. He might have got knocked out, but either
That's
way.
crazy.
Yeah.
And I never realized. I thought the tape was just to look cool.
Tape?
Yeah.
On your hands?
Yeah.
Your wrists?
Yeah.
Oh, it's to protect your hand, 100%.
Because I did a fight scene for an up-and-coming film, and I just was my hands, and even pretending to hit. I had to fight a guy who was like massive, like big-ass buff dude, like 300 pounds of just pure fucking, and like hitting him, he was like, all right, give it to me. Yeah, and then, so I wouldn't punch him full force, but I would hit him like 20%. And even then, I was like, oh my fucking God, my wrist is like fucked. And I'm not a fighter by any means, but we put the tape on, and it was so much more like stable.
Yeah. That's the whole reason for it.
I just thought it looked cool. It does look cool. It does look cool.
It definitely looks cool. Eh? Yeah, no, it's 100% to protect your hand and your wrist. Wrists are very fragile. Canelo Alvarez just fucked his wrist up. He had to get surgery on his wrist.
He's a beast.
He's a beast.
He's a beast.
He's a beast.
Like I'm talking more about Jake. I want to see a UFC fight.
You want to see a UFC fight with Jake?
Yeah.
Well, he's not going to fight for the UFC.
Well, no,
he's
or
got a
MMA
contract
fight.
for-
MMA fight.
He'll
I'm
do
so
an
sorry.
MMA. He's got a contract with the PFL, which is another organization. They're throwing a lot of money around. They just signed Francis Ngannou, and Jake has a contract with them. So if he has an MMA fight, I think it has to be over there
Where's that?
at PFL.
PFL?
Yeah.
I haven't watched the PFL.
It's good. Good fights. Good fighters. They got a lot of elite guys. It's like, a B-level organization in terms of – there's only really one A-level organization in America.
Right.
That's the UFC.
Right.
The other ones are just slightly below, but there's elite guys in all of those. There's elite guys in Bellator that could compete in the UFC.
Right.
There's elite guys in the PFL.
And what is that? Just contracting? It's like your contract and shit like that.
Yeah. Yeah, like that's what happened with Francis Ngannou because he was the UFC heavyweight champion. He didn't lose his title. He relinquished his title due to contract negotiations, and he decided he was going to leave. And so he vacated the title, and they gave him a big chunk of money to go to the PFL.
Right. I got to watch a PFL fight.
Yeah, there's good fights. It's got a wacky point system that you're not going to understand because I don't understand
I
it.
don't understand any points in UFC or boxing.
Oh, like when it's like a 10-9 round, like that kind of thing?
Because I'm like, well, you watch, and I know, albeit I know nothing about fighting, but I'm like, that dude definitely won that round. But it always seems to be so close, kind of, but it's always like unanimous decision is whenever the judges all agree.
Yeah.
It's all the same.
Right.
But I don't quite understand the whole deal. I don't understand. So what are they going off of? Knockdowns is a big one.
Knockdown's a big one.
Punches landed is a big one.
Uh-huh.
So what is the ratio? So here, let's take a look at that. What is the ratio between punches thrown and punches landed? How does that affect points?
Well, it doesn't
Okay.
if you still land a lot and you miss a lot. Like, so
Okay.
if you're a highly active fighter that throws like 150 punches a round and you land 50 and your opponent only lands 10 but they only threw 30,
Right.
you still won that round.
Right.
You just let a lot more volume, a lot more, but even though you're missing, it's like what counts is how many you land.
Okay.
You don't get penalized for missing.
For missing.
Right.
Okay.
Because if you're a guy who just throws a lot of fucking punches, you're going to miss a lot of punches too. If you have some insane cardio and you just go after a guy and throw insane volume at him,
Well, you take 100% of the shots you miss. Isn't that the saying?
you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
But you do take 100% of the shots you miss, too.
Yeah,
That's
right.
a pessimistic version of that.
A little bit, but it is true. 100% of the times you missed, you took a shot. That's true. That's unavoidable.
My buddy told me that, and I was like, "Oh, that's amazing." It's like
is.
that's amazing.
Nobody wants to think about that.
No one thinks about that.
You got to go for it.
And
A lot
then-
of people go for it.
They said Michael Jordan said that,
Did he?
and then Michael Jordan didn't say that.
You might have said it and forgot. You might have been in a competitive trance.
You miss 100.
Oh, it's Wayne Gretzky. You miss 100%
Wayne
of the shots you don't
Gretzky,
take.
Michael Scott
Yeah.
included in the quotes.
Michael Scott said it after Wayne Gretzky.
Oh, that's funny.
Michael Scott's probably one of the most legendary characters of all time.
How about the fact that guy went on to play that creepy DuPont guy in that movie? What was that movie? The wrestling movie? Foxcatcher. Did you ever see that movie?
No, sir.
It's a crazy movie, but he plays this like really fucking creepy dude. He did an incredible job.
The makeup is good.
Yeah, it was really good. Good movie. Can't recommend it enough.
Channing Tatum?
Mm-hmm.
Young Channing Tatum?
Yeah.
What year is
Yeah.
that?
2014.
Steve Carell kills it in that movie. It's a
Did-
really good movie, man. There's some fucked up things about that movie, like historical inaccuracies, because it
Right.
has to do with some real wrestlers, and they took some liberties with the story.
Sure.
But Steve Carell nails it. If you just want to just see it as a movie and
Yeah.
not think about it being
Yeah.
whether it's accurate,
Yeah, because I'm totally clueless about it.
it's
So,
interesting. It's just
I-
crazy that that's the guy from The Office.
He's so good.
Yeah, man.
He's so good.
Crazy
He'd
range.
do it. Have you met Channing? Oh my god.
No.
He's the best.
Is he?
Yeah,
You like him?
he's the best fucking guy. I remember I was working on the last album and we did a whole bunch of shroomies and just listened to it. He's such a
nice.
fucking cool motherfucker.
Oh, I like it when I hear about cool people.
Me too. And you know, it's always scary because you never
Yeah.
really know.
I know.
You never really know. You feel like you know, and that's kind of a whole thing.
Right.
With, you know, the way everything is today is like I feel like I know. I've seen you before.
Right.
I see everything that you do. I know where
Yeah,
you are
I know
24
you.
hours a day. I
Yeah.
know you.
Yeah.
And it's
I'm looking at you on Snapchat map.
exactly. Well, I'm looking at you on OnlyFans.
Imagine if OnlyFans had a map of where the girls are all the time.
That's fucked. No way.
Oof.
No, that'd be terrible. Anybody, but it's so crazy how anyone knows where you are
Yeah.
at all times.
Well, the
it's
government does.
crazy.
Someone does if they're looking for you.
By the way,
If you're carrying a phone around.
I'm a good boy.
You're a
So
good boy.
I'm
I'm
just
a
want to
good
let
boy,
want to let them
Yeah.
know that Joe's
Pay
a
my
good boy too. Well,
we pay our taxes.
we pay our taxes and we are not kids and we
We're not
definitely pay our taxes.
We're only good. Only good, not bad. God bless America.
It's I don't know. It's so crazy nowadays the way that there's people feel so personal with people, but it's super unpersonal at the same time. Like I remember whenever I started losing my weight, everybody was like, "Hey, this is what meth looks like." And I started like dancing on stage and having fun and having more energy and just enjoying life again. You know what I mean? Like I mentioned, I was shitty for a long time, but I had my baby and I'm in a great fucking spot. And then the first thing that happens is like, oh, he's on fucking drugs. And I'm like, well, I know there's people that genuinely care.
Right, and they're concerned that maybe you are on drugs.
Right.
Right.
But there's also people that are just like, all right, kids, this is what fucking meth looks like.
Yeah.
And definitely not on meth. Definitely not on any fucking hard drugs. But you feel an inclination almost as a public figure to have to justify something that you don't need to justify. First off, it's nobody's business. Second off, don't just fucking assume everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, so I was like, hey guys, not on fucking drugs. And I know that's the crazy part is because I know there's people that really give a shit. But there's also a lot of people that are just like mean. You know, people are just mean in general online. You never have to face repercussions for what you do.
They're just not happy with their own life, and they want you to fail, and that's what you're reading. You know, that's all that is. It's just someone wants you to be. And then
Right.
there's, you know, an unusual thing. Like all of a sudden you have this unusual amount of energy and joy for life.
Yeah.
You're like, I don't know.
No, I'm not
Seems
buying
different.
It. I'm not buying it.
Something
I'm not
can't be
buying
that
it.
love drug. It's got to be something else.
It's interesting to see it happen, and I don't know how much do you pay attention to social
Almost
media?
none.
Yeah,
I
it's the best.
read other stuff about other things, but I don't pay attention to anything about me. It's not healthy for you.
It's not.
No.
A
not
long
good.
time ago I got off, and that
Yeah.
was like the best decision I've ever made.
But it is a good source of interesting shit. There's a lot of interesting things to pay attention to in the world. But you have to kind of be real careful how you curate it. And I think with some people, what I see, and it's like I follow quite a few people that I can tell that this is what's going on. It's their daily obsession is interacting on Twitter and like saying things and arguing with people and getting in confrontations and, you know, and dunking on people.
Right.
And so they do it all day long. It's like it's one of their main interactions that
It's
they
that-
have with human beings. The amount of time they put into it, it probably dwarfs all the other time they put in with human beings.
Right. And it's a crazy, crazy fucking thing too. Like who decides what is interesting too? Because I tell you what, the submarine thing, with the submarine that went to go see the Titanic,
Yeah.
or not submarine, but the
Yeah.
whole Titanic deal, it's a submersible thing. Not once, Joe, in my entire life have I said, if I get on my phone and I'm like, hey, or if I'm not even on my phone, if I'm just like, hey, I want a jet ski. I'm thinking about getting a jet ski. And then the next time you get out your phone, you get an ad for a jet ski, right? But not once in my life have I been like, oh, like submersibles are very interesting to me. Like I want to go see the fucking Titanic. How was that story everywhere?
Well, because the people that were involved were very wealthy. And when wealthy people do stupid shit, we have a certain sense of glee. Like when some wealthy billionaire wants to take a rocket into space and it blows up, people will be like, ha ha. There's a part of that.
Right.
There's definitely a part of ha ha. If you are a person who gets to watch people do something that you think is really fucking stupid, like get into an unproven watercraft
With
and
a GameCube controller.
that's had people resign because of safety concerns.
Right.
That's one of those things where when people die like that, people enjoy watching it. They enjoy paying attention to it.
Weird?
It's weird.
They enjoy.
But it's also fear. It's the fear
Yeah.
of the actual experience of being that person, because you could imagine it. You could imagine if you had been talked into it somehow. Everybody says it's totally safe.
Right.
Don't worry. And you're like, okay, let's do it. And then you're down there in the ocean, and then you hear a crack.
Yeah.
You're like, oh,
But those
Jesus.
guys, they died so fast.
Supposedly.
Okay.
Yeah, what I heard is that something failed and it plummeted, and that as it was plummeting, they probably knew they were dying as it was plummeting into the ocean. And then
Because
it
the actual
imploded.
collapse would be
Jesus, bro, Jesus Christ,
tenths of a second, no? Is
Yeah,
what
I
they
mean,
said.
Imagine the force behind that weight, all that water. If the clouds are 1,000,000 pounds,
Yeah.
a cloud, it's floating in the sky and it's 1,000,000
Yeah.
pounds.
All that shit
Imagine
around you.
You're 4,000 feet deep in the ocean.
That's fucking crazy.
Boom! It's just pink mist.
Do you think that's never happened before?
I'm sure it's happened before. It's definitely happened
And
before.
it's just so crazy. Like, I don't know. That's all anybody talked about for a week.
right.
And then now, no one fucking talks about it. It just comes
Well,
and goes.
because we found
and-
out that they died, and then there's not much more to say other than, people go looking into the history of the safety concerns that these engineers had.
Right.
And how did anybody ignore that? How did they allow people to do
Right.
this? And, the dude who ran it, they're fascinated by him because he was actually in it. It's not like he just put somebody in it. He went in it himself. So he believed in it. He died with them.
He was on that trip.
Yes, which is wild too. So the whole story is, it's a thing when we see someone do something and die, and we think it's unnecessary or stupid. There's a part of us that has to study it, because that's how you learn. Even if it's something you would never do, that's how you learn to never do that. When you see some guy and he's taking a selfie on a skyscraper and he falls, you're like, Jesus! It just cements it in your head.
guess
Don't fucking do that.
Don't do that.
Don't fucking do that.
But that's like, I don't know. That's like evolution. It's like,
It
like
is.
you're kind of like, well, you don't want to be up that high. That's okay. I don't want to go anywhere fucking near that. And my
Yeah.
body says,
Yeah.
don't fucking go anywhere near
And some
that
people are like,
high.
bro, I'm gonna do
And then
chin-ups.
some like down that low too. Well, it's just, I don't know. Like I talk, a lot of my buddies who served, they're like, oh yeah, I jumped on an airplane like 1,000 fucking times.
Yo.
How? Why? How?
Yo,
It's not right. I'm a terrestrial being.
It's a
I'm so
terrible way to
happy
die.
being here. I'm so happy being here.
Me too.
Like,
My friend Brian, his
Like,
was
no,
just-
see, this is wrong.
Don't show me this, Jamie. Stop. I get sweaty.
Jamie, that's wrong.
I get sweaty. I get sweaty hands. These motherfuckers drive me nuts.
Why?
So crazy.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Have you seen? Oh fuck! There was a movie about this, like Free Climber.
Oh,
who,
Alex Honnold, or you talking about the alpinist?
It was a
The ice climber?
It wasn't a nonfiction. It was a fictional movie.
Oh, a fictional movie.
But she climbed up this like cell phone tower right before they were gonna tear it down, and she gets like stuck up there.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And my feet were sweating. And I watch I love horror movies. I love horror movies, all this shit. But watching that, I'm like, yeah, fall. This is
Fall.
it's
Do not show me this. Do not show
It
me
is
this. Stop
crazy,
it.
dude.
Stop it, Jamie. No,
is
don't show me
crazy.
this, man. I want to watch this.
Don't look. Just don't turn it on.
Oh, God damn it.
It is so it is
Okay,
dude,
stop.
I
I'm
was so
sweaty.
pumped because I was like, this movie scared the dog shit out of me. And I love scary movies. I love them. I watch them like every fucking night, go to bed, all this shit. But that movie scared the shit out of me.
There's a movie about a bunch of people that are in a ski resort, and they're on like the last of the fucking, what are those things? Gondola? What are those things? The ski
Gondola-
thing. Gondola.
or
What are the ski?
ski
What do they
lifts?
call them?
Ski lifts?
Ski lifts. It depends on.
Yeah,
where you are.
it's like
Gondola is like
ski
the
lift.
fancy way.
Right, that's the indoor ones, right? So they're on the ski lift, and the fucking park shuts down. Like they try to catch the last one, and the park shuts down. They get stuck, and then they get hunted by wolves. I think
Is
it's
it with
called
Liam
Frozen.
Neeson?
Is it called Frozen?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called Frozen.
Frozen has Elsa in it.
That's a different Frozen.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to get the wrong one for your kid. I've seen Frozen with Elsa about 30 times, man.
This isn't fucking Frozen.
Yeah,
Where's
that-
Elsa?
Boy, Daddy's an asshole. Imagine you, hey girls, you want to watch Frozen? Yeah. Look,
Bet.
it says Frozen. Stop crying. People used to get eaten by wolves. It was normal. You break your leg in the woods.
wolf's name is Elsa. She's so cute. Check it out.
I think at one point in time, a guy tries to climb down, he falls, and then the wolves get him. There's a bunch of scenes like that. Spoiler alert.
It's that shit like that.
Yeah, this is it. So they get stuck.
Fuck that, dude.
Yeah, and then the wolves come out.
That's such a good concept, though.
It was a good movie, man. It was a good movie. And
I
bro,
love.
and see the wolves are below him. Huh? Shut up, Jamie. You're goofy. Shut up, Jamie.
Stuck on a fucking lift.
Yeah, there's
Come
got.
on.
That's
Imagine if you're
scary.
stuck on a
That's
ski
scary.
lift,
That's
bro.
scary.
Bro, have you ever been on a ski lift and it stops?
I'm just like, how would you be stuck though? Somewhat.
I like how they
something went wrong.
I like how they tried to add impact in the trailer to the word two.
I think what it
T-O.
was, if I
was like,
remember,
"Boom, two.
it was one of those deals where like someone knew somebody and they let them in, and then no one knew that they were on the lift because they were the last one. They weren't supposed to be skiing, but there were some kids. They snuck in, they got on the lift, and no one knew they were on the lift. So when it stopped, no one knew. No one knew there's people on it.
I just left. That was my biggest fear too, getting lost in like the Walmart and my mom was gone. Like she left me there and there was no one there. But now that I'm older, I realize how badass that would be to be stuck in a Walmart with no one there. That would be like the funnest time ever.
If you could get over your anxiety of the fact that you were stuck in a Walmart.
Yeah, if I was just my age, I'm 28, and I told my 10-year-old self, I was like, you good, you run away from your mom right now. You get stuck in the fucking Walmart, you stay under a shelf until everyone leaves, and then you can just fucking go run around. And they always give you shit about playing with the balls. The balls in the pen, not like your balls.
Right. They do?
They give you shit about playing with your balls in Walmart too.
That
But
too.
whenever you take the big balls out of the thing, you know what I'm talking about? Now they close them up.
Really?
Yeah, they close them up so the kids don't play with them. Because you don't got to buy it. You just take it
right.
out and play with it the whole time you're in Walmart.
Right. And they don't like kids playing at Walmart?
They
Is
don't
that,
want
like,
kids
cutting
playing
down
at
on
Walmart.
sales?
Are you kidding me? No one. I can't tell you how many times I walk into a Walmart and I see a bunch of kids fucking having fun and playing, and I'm just like, I'm out.
Yeah, what would be the negative effect of kids playing at Walmart?
I have to fucking leave, man. There's too many kids playing around here.
I guess the only negative would be like if somebody wanted to buy the ball the kid was playing with.
Joe,
That's the only negative.
There are people that would get pissed
Oh,
about
for sure.
because these kids would throw them at like the old lady and she'd
Oh, yeah.
freak out, you know.
That's true, especially in
We've
this day
seen
and age.
we've seen the Karen montages.
Yes. It's funny that one name just took off.
Crazy. I know a lot of beautiful Karens, like genuinely
Yeah.
named Karen. Yeah.
Really nice people, and they're stuck. They're stuck with that.
It's crazy how names like that. Now that we're in this phase, no one in this generation will name their daughter Karen.
Probably not. Yeah, I would like to see like how many people were named Karen in the year 2022.
Probably like 10, sub 10. We're talking sub 10s
I
here.
bet it was still thousands. I bet there's thousands of
Sub
Karens still.
10.
There's
You
a
gotta
woman
wonder-
out there named Karen, and Karens are the type of girl to name their daughter Karen too. She's Karen Jr. Shut the fuck up. Mind your business.
So there must have been a shitty. So like the Karens of like 100 years ago were probably Gertrude, because there's no Gertrudes anymore.
Yeah, Gertrude's got phased out. That's actually a beautiful name.
It's
Gertrude.
lovely. It's lovely,
It's
but
lovely.
it's
Got phased
got
out.
such this bad rep. you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah, there's like eras of names.
The Karens are the Gertrudes of 100 years ago, man.
Yeah.
They're like, let me speak to your manager. And then they're like, oh, she's such a total Gertrude.
Isn't that interesting that it's super common for men to name their son the same name as them?
Sure.
But it's not common for women to do that.
It's almost like never.
I never hear
I've
that.
never met a junior
Right.
lady ever.
Yeah, that doesn't exist. That's fascinating. That is a really interesting point. They show how much more fucked up men are than women.
That's fucking crazy. Like,
Yeah.
this motherfucker is going to be just
He's
like
my
me.
heir,
He's
and he
just
will
like
carry
me.
my name like it's me.
He is literally
That's
my cum.
boy. Yeah, he's my cum manifesting itself. Yeah,
It's weird.
yeah, it is weird. It's a male thing.
Yeah, man.
Did you see the Barbie movie?
No, I have not. No, sir.
A lot of people were upset about the Barbie movie, and I left perplexed.
Did you see it?
Yeah, it was a fun movie.
Was it good?
Fun, silly movie about dolls who come to life. But it's, a lot of it is about the patriarchy.
Sure.
And, it's a comedy. It's a comedy
Sure.
about dolls.
Sure.
So people are like, people are upset that it's this, like progressive metaphor for life, that it's, that they're pushing progressive politics in this. I'm like, it's a fucking doll movie.
Yeah.
It's a doll movie.
Yeah.
It's a fun movie about dolls who come to life and try to interact with the real world. And there's this lady in it who's this mom who, spoiler alert, who makes Barbie feel sad because she's playing with Barbie and she has sad feelings. It's a fucking interesting movie. It's like, because I was like, wow, this is an original movie. Like, no one's ever done a movie like this before. It's not like anything else you could say. It was a bizarre movie, but it was a fun, silly movie. I laughed. But at the end of it, I was like, how did people get outraged at that? Like, they were saying it's I know some people personally who said it's anti-men. I'm like, no, it's making fun of dorks. It's making fun. It's
Right.
fun. You didn't think it was fun? Like, if that was a real person, that happening to them, isn't that fun?
Well,
That's what
Margot
it is.
and Ryan are just like
Yeah.
amazing.
Amazing together in that movie too.
I have to see it. I want
It's
to
fun.
see it, and I just haven't.
I enjoyed it. I just didn't understand why people were getting so upset. Like, do you think that's you? Are they making fun? Are all men in this
Directly
one? Are
making
we going
fun
to
of
do
you.
this thing where we put all men as men? It's one category. We're not going to judge people as individuals.
Right.
We're going to pretend that these individuals in this mill, who are clearly dorks because they're designed,
Right.
it's fun. That you don't think like what happens to them and the way it happens
Right.
isn't like fun. Like, I don't understand like why people think that represents all men. It's the dumbest sort of.
How does it like? What was the? So you said it's
People
like
get upset.
anti-men.
They think
What
it's
happened?
a super woke movie, and that's the way to
It's
make
also
that
a fucking movie.
But
It's
it's
a
also a
fucking
movie
movie.
about how Barbies are the dolls that everyone cares about, and Ken is just a fucking accessory, which is real. So when you bring these things
Right.
into a movie and you make them real life Barbie land,
Right.
that's how they have to be, because that's how it is in the real world. Like
Right.
that's the movie.
Right.
And then the movie, they go to the real world, and the real world sucks, and it's run by men. And so this is what people are saying makes this an anti-men
That's a good
movie.
concept, though.
It's a fucking fun movie, man. I don't get it. I'm appalled at how easily outraged so many people are. I could see if you don't like it. I could see if it wasn't your kind of movie. But that's anything that someone
Well, I mean,
creates.
well, to be honest, to be fair about that, like, it's also like you said it's not your kind of movie. It's also the Barbie movie.
Right.
You have to kind of
Exactly.
like, you
It's
can't
not for
go
you
in
anyway.
there walking so seriously about it.
Right. Why would you go to see AC/DC if you fucking hate AC/DC?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're like into classical
It's
music.
just to make fun of Brian Johnson. Be like, you're no Bon fucking Scott, man. You know that. I'm scared of that shit. I'm scared that people buy tickets to come and make fun of me. That's like my biggest fear. That's my biggest fear. I haven't seen it yet, and
No,
hopefully don't do that. But it's all right because I still sold a ticket.
Yeah. Go ahead, sit in the front with your frown on.
But
Yeah.
it's actually really nice. This tour has been really nice. I feel like looking out at the crowd, it's not so phone centric, which everything has become.
Yeah.
It's really nice to be able to like interact with people. Because you go and see a show and everybody and their dog has their phone out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's so, I feel like this tour has been less phone centric, which is like a beautiful thing for me as a performer.
Yeah.
You know?
They're tuned in. They're actually having a
Yeah.
human experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. A live performance experience.
Yeah. Which I feel like, is everything is like, oh, Pixar didn't happen. You know what I mean?
Right,
Like
right.
when you could just, they used to tell crazy fucking stories like, well, okay, this dude fought like 6 dudes and by himself, all this shit. But
Yeah.
like, you could just take someone's word that it was like cool. Like you can just be like, it was fun. We had so much
Yeah.
fun. Oh, sick. You got any pictures?
Yeah.
No, I just had a great fucking time.
Just enjoyed the concert.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, just have a human experience. But I get also why people want to say that they were there and say they love you and, show was awesome.
Yeah.
We had a great fucking time. Here's a photo of you on stage rocking out. It's like it adds to the experience for them.
Yeah, I
Share
mean
it
that's
with people.
badass. That's badass to take photos and videos
Yeah,
and shit of
just
your
don't
favorite
get
moment.
lost in your phone.
Well, that's the
Yeah.
whole thing because I don't want to go up on stage and have someone just playing fucking Candy Crush. And you know what I mean? That's the most expensive Candy Crush games of
Right.
all time.
Maybe they just like Candy Crush with you in the background. Oh,
Maybe
this is great.
This
what
is
an
just
experience.
like, but then it's just like, it's like Candy Crush with me in the background. It'll be just like, oh, like I'm at home, just
Yeah.
playing Candy Crush with
At
YouTube
home
video
in
on
an
or
arena, staring at their phone, playing a game with you right behind them singing.
You
It
can
sounds
do
like
like
a dream.
chameleon eyes. You could play Candy Crush here and then just go fucking
Yeah.
over. So
I
much
think-
stimuli.
I think that actually might be fun.
I think that might be. I think I should just play Candy Crush on stage. I think that's actually my new shit. Is I'll just go play Candy Crush. Not an ad, or not a sponsor.
What is that Subway Surfers one? Is that the
Oh,
one?
yeah, man.
That one is addictive.
That game is crack. That game
That's
is
a crack
literally
game.
like, dude,
That's a crack
it's
game.
so addictive. Yeah, it's fucked.
Ooh, my wife got into that one for a while. So did one of my daughters. So like watching that game, it's like get that fucking thing away from me.
I've been playing Marvel Snap. Jamie, you
that
play
one?
Marvel Snap?
What's
Oh,
that?
Man.
What's
It's
that?
like a Marvel card game.
Oh,
Speaking of cards, what about that cool card you just bought?
Oh yeah, fuck, man.
what'd you buy? You bought some wacky card, right?
I bought a crazy card. Probably the dumbest thing. Not dumbest, but like most irresponsible use of my money I've ever experienced. I bought a $2 million Magic the Gathering card.
Wow. What kind of market is there for a $2 million? Are you bidding against yourself? Are there other people that are like, I'm in?
He was like, all right, well, Posey said you can get 2.5 for it. I said, fuck, 2.6. But Man, I don't know. It's a Lord of the Rings, Magic the Gathering collab they did, and there's only one of them.
There's only one card.
There's only one of them. So out of all the boosters, all the collectors packs they sold, that was the one. And a guy in Toronto, his name's Brooke. He's an absolute fucking legend. And he worked at Costco, and he went to his local game store, and I don't know exactly how much he wants me to share, but he went to his local game store and pulled it out of a pack, and it was a $2 million card.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy? It literally is like Willy Wonka's fucking...
Golden ticket.
Yeah, man. It's so fucking cool.
Well, as long as it gives you joy,
Very much so.
I would give that away. Somebody gave me one of those, I'd give it to you. I'd be like, I don't know what to do with this.
Fuck, I wish you
would
pulled
like
it.
it.
I wish you pulled it.
I would have just gave it to you. 100% I would have just gave it to you.
But yeah, I don't know. I love... Have you ever played Magic the Gathering?
No.
Joe Rogan?
No.
You would be a beast.
I don't think I would. It's a card game?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm out.
You don't play poker or nothing?
No.
Nothing.
I appreciate it. I watched a bunch of people play blackjack in Vegas. Dana White and a bunch
I
of
love
football
blackjack.
players. Oh, it's so scary. They were betting so much money. It was terrifying.
Isn't it fun?
Yeah, I enjoy watching, but I have an addictive personality,
Sure.
and particularly when it comes to games.
Sure.
I get very addicted to games, so I have to be very careful because I'm at casinos all the time because I'm at UFC fights, so I'm in Vegas all the time. I cannot be that guy.
Well, Magic's not a gambling game. You don't bet for money. You just play.
Okay.
And it's like, so there's over like, Jamie, would you let me know how many Magic cards? I think there's over 30,000 unique Magic cards right now.
And so you're playing, and how does it work? You get dealt a hand?
No, so you draw from your deck. So if you're playing Commander, it'll be you, me, and then two of our other buddies.
Okay.
Oh, shit. There's 50,000 unique.
49,998 total unique English language Magic cards.
Isn't that fucking crazy? So think about it, and the way that it works, it's like chess. It's just it's a game of nuance, and it's just like it's the best game ever created.
Really?
Ever created.
Wow.
Yep, in history.
Wow. I don't have time for that game.
No, that's what I say. If you don't have time for Diablo, don't
Bro,
get into
I
Magic
can't.
because
All
this shit
those.
will eat your fucking life. It is like, in a good way. I enjoy
Yeah.
playing, like getting together with my buddies, and you just got 3 of your good friends, including me, and you're just sitting there smoking, drinking, talking shit, just like this, but you're also fucking playing like chess with over 50,000 different pieces you could utilize and create whatever the fuck you want with. It's an amazing experience.
Okay. I see it. I see what you're saying. Obviously, there's a large group of people that believe that as well, that agree with you. I mean, it's a huge game.
It's huge. It's the best game. It's the best game ever created.
What is the number one game that people are playing right now? If you had to add in video games, chess, everything, what's
Right now?
the number one game?
Grand Theft Auto 5 or probably like Baldur's Gate is massive right now. They had like 600,000 people right now. But maybe Fortnite?
Yeah.
Fortnite's
Still.
huge.
Still,
Huge.
Fortnite's killing it. Fortnite's been around a while now.
Yeah.
Right?
Look up like most concurrent players, Jamie.
Oh, Minecraft? Minecraft or Roblox, probably.
Roblox.
Roblox. I don't
Roblox.
know. Roblox
Wait, we
is
didn't do it the
giant.
same. Minecraft. Roblox.
Yeah, Roblox is very popular with the kids.
Your kids play Roblox?
Yeah, they play Roblox.
How much money have you given to
I
them for
don't know.
Roblox? Or did they
Robux.
just steal? Yeah, for the
They're
Robux.
stealing Robux. It's a fucking addictive game though. But all good games are very addictive. That's the whole thing. They're engaging, and they're way more engaging than regular life. If you're playing a game of like Quake, when you're running down these alleyways
Yeah.
and people are shooting rockets at you, it's so stimulating.
Yeah.
But when I was done, I never felt good. Like I can play pool for hours, and when I'm done, I feel good. I feel fine. Like I had fun. But when I'm playing games, when it's over, I'm like, my body's all cracked out. I'm like, yeah.
It's the same with beer pong. Beer pong I can play forever.
Yeah, it's fun, right? It's a physical thing you're doing. Yeah, like pool is it's a physical, mental thing that you're doing, but there's something about video games that just stimulate your brain at high revs, just your first-person shooters and rocket launchers, and you're running around the map, and you hear the guy behind you, and you're ducking this way and jumping down and running, trying to get the health. It's just so stimulating.
Yeah, it's right in your fucking face.
Yeah, it's so and the visuals are so insane now. The graphics are incredible.
Why do you think that VR isn't as big as it was planned to be?
I don't think you can force anything on people. I don't think you can like have some big marketing campaign and get people into something. You just have to show that you have a product and find out how many people are interested in that product.
Right.
I mean, promote it for sure, but I don't think people want to wear that thing in their head.
No, sir.
And they also don't want to be like stuck in a house not knowing what's actually out there.
Oh, and like tripping over your dog.
Bumping into walls, stepping on your cat. You know, like you're just walking around there.
I think my baby tripped me on purpose the other day. I was playing. No,
My friend Matt Serra, he plays a bunch of different games with VR, and like he had people over his house, and he was yelling and screaming in the other room, and his wife had to come in and like, shut the fuck up.
We have guests.
Yeah, we have guests, and he's got this fucking helmet on, and he's screaming and doing some wacky first-person shooter.
In VR?
Yeah, in VR.
Yeah. I like to imagine you hear stories about Prince's parties and how he'd have people over to his house but never see them, very like Great Gatsby style.
Oh, really?
And he would just buy like McDonald's fries for everybody and be like, check in on the intercom and be like, I hope everybody's having fun.
Oh, that's so weird.
But
That's so
imagine,
weird.
I like to imagine he had the first VR headset and he was just up in the fucking room cussing and yelling like that.
That's so weird.
Yeah, I mean, that's at the end of the day, right? If you are exuberantly successful and you have that wealth, like I can only imagine like what some of these billionaire parties are like. You never see the fucker that throws it. He's like, oh, I bought this house for this party. I don't want to hang out with any of you motherfuckers. I just want to show you that I can do this. You know what I mean? And how much joy does that bring you? You know what I mean?
Weird.
It's weird.
That's
I've never
weird.
been. I've never been to a billionaire's party.
I've never been to a billionaire's party either.
Dana's got to be getting up there, no?
Yeah, he's close. He's probably worth half or more. Maybe even more than that. I don't know. I don't know what his finances are, but he's very wealthy.
Wait, he
But the
doesn't tell you
problem is,
verbatim?
I
He
don't
doesn't
ask
send
him.
you tax
I
statements?
called him up the other day. He didn't respond. I asked him about his tax returns.
He is at a party.
But I know he fucking gambles a shitload, man.
Yeah.
He loves it. But that's his thing. He fucking loves it, and he's good at it. He wins a lot. But he loves it. That's his fun.
Right.
He likes gambling. He likes gambling high stakes.
For me, I'm not that rich, but I've been lucky enough to experience wealth. You know what I mean? And be able to enjoy nicer stuff and
Yeah.
going to like Vegas, you at a certain point doing what you do, we talked about getting like you want to find it's kind of like a rush. It's like you play for that kind of rush. It's like so if you play like I go and I play like $5 hands with my buddies and stuff. But whenever all my friends leave and stuff, I want to go and I want to do I want to play like $40,000 and spread it out across, and I want to play. You know what I mean? Because it's so hard to get excited.
About $5.
Sure.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's how they fucking get you. They really play to that ego, and they're like, "Oh, you're hot shit. Okay, come play. Come play. We would love to play with you." And then you want to feel that. You want your nuts to fucking tingle, and you want to be like, oh man, I need an extra chair for my nuts, man, and then you want to let it all fucking ride out.
I get it. I was watching it. I was watching them bet $60,000 a hand, and my hands got clammy. I was like, this is wild.
But whenever you win that,
Yeah.
that rush
Woo.
is like fucking nothing else.
Woo.
I don't gamble anymore. I went
Good
to
for you.
Vegas recently. I lost a fuck ton of money, and somehow my Vegas trips always end up with me on the foot of my bed, and I'm like, oh fuck, dude, what an idiot.
What did you play?
Fucking asshole. I play blackjack.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Are you a risk taker? Are you a hit
yeah,
on
yeah,
17
yeah.
kind of guy?
No, not 17. 16 is debatable. You know,
Yeah.
people are like, oh, you got to stay on the 16.
But you want to
gotta
let it
hit
ride sometimes.
I don't know. I usually let a 16 ride. I usually just let it go because I'm like, there's no way. God is either really fucking funny and he's like, because whenever I hit, I always bust, and then the next time they'll flip over.
A 5.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's just like, it's a cosmic joke, but it's so much fun.
It's too much fun. That's the problem.
Exactly. That's why I don't go play.
It's this weird artificial hijacking of your human reward system. You know, it's just like it puts you in this position where you can choose the amount of threat and danger and the amount of victory, the amount like you could choose what to engage in that's dangerous, but it doesn't have any physical consequences. You just lose money.
Yeah, like that's my doing
High-wire
fucking
act, yeah.
pull-ups on the fucking building that is
Yep.
too tall. It's ungodly. It's ungodly.
That's exactly what it's like. It's that same kind of rush, I think, of doing a very dangerous thing, like a wild thing.
But I think it's good now. I don't know, like, you see all the deals in the casino, like, hey, you can talk to me. You know what I mean? Like, if you have a problem, you know, like, if you want to reach out and talk to somebody about how much you gamble, there's all these pamphlets and brochures, and I've, like, never met anyone who's had to call one or never called one, but I don't know. I think that's a good thing, and I don't know how helpful they are. Probably very not.
Unless
because
they have
it's
a bag
hard
of
to
mushrooms for you.
fucking- Well, no, yeah, exactly.
Unless they have a fat
you know
bag
what?
of
Yeah,
mushrooms.
You know what? I'd actually rather go do some fucking mushrooms.
And you guys
and
go in the
play.
forest and you find out why you're into gambling.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what it is.
Exactly. Then you break it all fucking
Yeah,
down.
and then you'll
man.
stop gambling.
Yeah, man. It's so stupid. I don't gamble anymore.
Good
I haven't
for
been
you.
to Vegas in like
3 days.
I haven't been to Vegas in like fucking 4 days.
I very, very, very rarely gamble. I was there once for a show that a friend of mine was doing. I was riding with my wife. We played a little bit of blackjack. We played for like an hour. I was like, this is kind of stupid. Let's get out of here. It's just, I get it. I get the rush. I don't want to be a part of it. I don't have any time.
It's not worth it anymore.
No, I got
It's
no
not
time,
worth it
son.
anymore.
I got no time for that.
Have you since moving to this new building? I had a thought, Papa. Have you experienced any hauntings?
I am so glad you brought that up.
See, I could read him. I knew it.
It's not about this building, but it's
Okay,
about where my
okay.
club is.
Okay.
My club is, I bought the Ritz Theater, which is an ancient theater an old theater, a historic
It's
theater.
like 2,000 years old.
It's 1927. So it's been a pool hall. It was like a nudie bar at one point, or a nudie movie theater. It was a rock and roll club. Jimi Hendrix performed there. There's a photo as you're getting towards the stage. Is a framed photo of not Hendrix, excuse me, Stevie Ray Vaughan. Stevie Ray Vaughan on that stage in 1983. Oh, dude.
It's my favorite. He's like my favorite.
I fucking
He's the
love
best
that dude.
guitar player of all time.
Well,
Except for
he's-
Brad Paisley.
And Hendrix.
Hendrix is good.
Oh, how dare you.
I know, I'm so sorry.
He's the pioneer,
I
man.
know the shit that he did with sound, but I guess I'm more of a control
I see.
guy when it
Right.
comes to like tone. Like his tone was impeccable, but like I don't know, like control is super. Like watching those like Pat Metheny and like Eric Johnson and shit. Watching. Sorry to go off.
No, please, I want to hear it because, I mean, I agree. Stevie Ray Vaughan was a master. There's no ifs, ands, or buts
Yeah.
about it. He was amazing. The point is, there's a photo of him as you're walking towards the stage, him on that stage in 1983, and someone apparently, I need to find this out. Google murder at the Ritz Theater, because people that know the building are now telling me that at one point in time someone was murdered there on the second floor. Supposedly. I haven't even looked it up. But I am bringing in ghost hunters.
To the building?
Yes.
Who?
Sam and Colby. Those guys on YouTube. I've had them on the podcast before. They're kids. And they're your age.
Yes,
they
sir.
go to these houses. I called you a kid. Your big
That's
old
all right.
beard.
No,
You're a
that's
man,
all right.
son.
I've been working. It took me fucking 28 years to grow this goddamn
That's
Joe
a serious fucking man beard,
Thank
son.
you, sir.
That's a real beard.
I'm waiting for it to close up, and then we're good.
But I'm going to have these guys bring in their equipment and go in there late at night and see what they find. I haven't had anybody say that they've had anything weird happen yet.
Nothing?
But the building feels like it knows you're there.
It's like charged.
Well, it's old. I think that things contain memories. I think that's why people don't want to buy a house where someone was murdered in it.
It's a stone tape theory. I to show you a theory.
Give me it.
No, I mean it's just like
Stone tape.
it's just that shit imprints with energy and history.
Yeah.
And I think that's totally true. I
Yeah.
mean, you can walk into a place, you walk into a new house and it feels empty as fuck.
Yeah.
But you walk into an old house and you're like,
Yeah.
and that could just be, this is an old house. Fuck, there's got to be some history here. This is a new house. There's no history here. This is
Right.
completely blank slate. But it's you feel it. You feel it. You're like,
Yeah.
there's some shit that happened here, whether good or bad, or just families that had a natural family progression, or a fucking house where the daughter whatever murdered everybody with an axe, whatever,
Yeah.
But there's always, I don't know, you feel shit.
It's totally possible that things contain some kind of memory or some kind of feeling to them. Something. That's one of the interesting things about when you're in the woods, is the indifference that you feel. You feel nature's indifference to you. That's one of the more humbling things.
That makes people feel uneasy.
Very uneasy.
Yeah.
But it's also because you stepped into a world that is just tooth and claw.
Fucking eat you alive.
Yeah, and they're eating things around you all the time. That's exactly how population is controlled. There's predators around you all the time.
Eyes front.
Yeah, eyes front. And that there's an indifference to when you're in the mountains. There's this feeling of indifference that the mountains have to you. That's very humbling. It's very centering. It's just,
That's
just like, whoa.
dude, going to Utah and seeing the mountains, I'm like, fuck, dude, I'm a bug.
Yeah, you're a bug.
In the grand scheme of
Yeah.
fucking everything, in the grand scheme of the universe, I'm an amoeba.
Yeah.
I'm so fucking small, and try and be fucking as cool as you fucking can to people. Be nice.
Yeah, you have control over that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's the only thing you have control
Yeah.
over, is how you treat other people
It's the only thing. Yeah.
and how you treat yourself.
That's
I mean-
a big one too. Like some people, they treat other people so well, and then they get someone in their life that really shouldn't be in their life, and it's ruining it. And they don't treat themselves well by extracting themselves from the situation.
Yeah.
There's that too.
But those mountains, the woods, the
Humbling.
mountains, it's just like, fuck, it makes you think about that shit.
Yeah.
That's why you see, like, like the tale of the fucking hermit that is the smartest person you'll ever fucking meet, but never sees anyone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like, it's
Well,
so.
There's a beauty to that part of the world, especially mountains for some reason. There's a beauty, like when the sun is coming up and the sun is shining through the trees and you see the green pastures, and you look at it and you go, my God, this is beautiful.
Yeah.
It's like a feeling that you have. It's not like any other art form. It's nature's art form.
Yeah.
But it has the same kind of feeling when you see like a beautiful piece of art. There's this feeling of appreciation that people have for things that are beautiful. And I think it's one of the only creatures on Earth that probably has that. I don't think that we have any other animals on this earth that appreciate beauty the way we do. Like it gives us a feeling. We stare at it. We're entranced by it. We're entranced by beauty, physical beauty, people that are beautiful, things that are beautiful, art that's beautiful. We have this massive fascination with beautiful things. And when you see the beauty of nature, it's the most humbling of all of them. The stars are the most humbling of all of them.
It's crazy. I hate space.
You hate it?
I hate space. I hate
But
the
you live
stars.
in
I
it.
hate everything. I know. That's the fucking worst part. That's
Is
the
it
part that
scary?
scares me.
Yeah.
That's the part that scares me. You look at like all the near misses and all that shit, and who knows if it's even real. The part that scares me is we know nothing about it. There's one company, or not company, but one organization that knows about it. We don't really know about it.
You mean in terms of asteroids in space?
Yeah, or like NASA.
Yeah.
NASA knows about it.
Right.
We don't know about it.
Right.
We go off of what they tell us. And I think that's the scariest fucking part. And I'll look at a star, or it might be Mercury, or it might be fucking Mars or whatever, and it's so bright, and I'm like, oh, fuck, it's over. Okay, fuck. And then I look at it for a little bit, for a couple minutes, and I'm like, okay, it's not moving. We're good. It's scary. That scares me. I remember the whole 2012 deal.
Oh, December 21st, 2012?
I was in high school on the whole 2012 deal. And I went to church for 2 weeks right before, because I was looking into all that shit. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to church. Just in case that it fucking happens.
Just in case.
And I remember the day I was in school, and it was December 21st, 2012. And it started raining crazy. And I was like, fuck, guys.
It's happening.
Yo, fuck, dude.
Oh, my God.
Fuck, dude. But hey, I'm still here. We're still here.
Yeah, I was surprised by that one. I thought something was going to happen.
Did you
too.
buy into it?
Oh, yeah. I had a license plate on my car. It said, I think it said December 2021. That was my license plate. DEC 2021. Yeah. Or 2012.
What
rather.
did you think
December,
was going to happen?
It was either DEC 2021 or DEC 2012. I think it was 2012.
What did you think was going to happen? Like, what theory did you... How old were you?
How old was I in 2001? I guess I was probably like 31 or 2 or something like that. How old was I? I don't know.
You got Google.
I'd have to go back. I'd have to do the
Jamie,
math.
how old was Joe Rogan in 2012?
Well, I'd have to think.
It's 11 years ago.
There you go. No.
2012.
2000. No. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Is it weird?
I'm thinking of 2001 because 2001 was another one. Or
Oh,
2000,
yeah.
Y2K.
Y2K. Yeah.
I got confused because that. No. Let me back up. December 21st, 2012 was the one that was the end of the Mayan calendar. That was the long count. I bought
Yes,
into
sir.
that. So I think it was DEC 2012 was my
Yes,
license
sir.
plate. But I was really worried, even more so, about the one in 2000, the Y2K one. That was a weird one where people thought that all the clocks were going to stop and all the computers won't work.
Well,
and
how do they justify that?
they were saying that the programs, the computer programs that were running everything,
They would
were-
switch to twos?
Well, it's when it goes from 19s to 2s.
Right.
The whole thing, apparently they were worried that it was going to like have this ripple effect across the country and the stock market would crash and banks would dissolve, like wild shit would happen. The fucking power grid would go down. It was mostly bullshit, but everybody was terrified. And me too. I was on the phone with a friend of mine from New York. Like, dude, we're going to ride this out together. And then, we were drinking.
I'm getting into archery.
We were on the phone. He was drinking in New York, and I was drinking in California. While we were talking on the phone, we talked for like 3 hours, and then there ain't shit happening, man. Everything still works. The fucking internet works, computers work, TV works. Everything's fine.
I don't understand the logic.
I don't get it either.
I don't get the logic. But I was 95, so I was like 5 reading about. I would see the paper on the counter and it'd be
Right.
like, oh, Y2K, everyth's fucking ending.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my fucking God, Mom, everything's fucking ending. All this
Yeah.
shit. But then you look back and it's like, why would the year changing over affect computers? Like, why would it
It's
change?
just the way they were coded. It's very primitive coding. When they first started, the computers that run the power grids and all these other different.
It's all 0 and 1s, though.
I don't understand it, man. You're talking to the wrong dude.
Me fucking too, but from my perspective, I'm like, it's all 0 and 1s. Why
Right.
would just because you have the app that says, not an app, but
Here, Jamie, explain it to us.
Not an explanation, but you're on it. It's just the other countries didn't do it, which I didn't know that.
They didn't have any.
they didn't talk about
precautions.
Y2K.
Yeah. No, they talked about it. Everyone talked about this.
But they
the
didn't
US
do
spent a
anything
bunch
to
of
deal with
money
it.
To
The U.S.
fix the
spent
problem.
it's probably a scam.
That's what it sounds like to me.
It's
It sounds like it might have
fucking.
been a
It's
scam.
monkeypox, bro.
Because it doesn't make sense.
Someone told-
It's literally a fucking widget. It's a fucking widget on your fucking computer that tells you what year it is.
yeah.
The smartest people in the world can be like, well, we didn't change any of the fucking code on the fucking computer. Why would it fuck anything up just because the widget says that it's 2000?
Yeah.
What they were saying, I guess, here's the or further up that like power plants, for instance, have a whole bunch of automated things, and those were in threat.
That's
But
it.
for what? Just take the date out of it. It's zeros and ones. It's zeros and ones. It still is.
You're so smart. You should work for them.
That's
'Cause
true.
They
Yeah,
scared us all. I wonder if it was all bullshit and they just wanted a
It
reason
has
why they
to
could
be.
Could be.
It has to be.
I wouldn't be shocked if it was just something to sell newspapers and the media pumped it up and made it a big thing and talked to the biggest fear mongers and got everybody fucking terrified of it.
It has to be. Because then I was so scared, but now I'm like, why does it doesn't even make any sense?
So December 21st, 2012,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
thought something was going to happen, and maybe something did. Mm-hmm. Maybe in the greater scheme of time, as we look back on the changing of the eras of humanity, maybe that's when we began our cultural slide. It might be
Joe, I think about that a lot.
it might be a thing where like ancient civilizations have calculated, they sort of charted out the eras of civilizations, and that civilizations would go through these periods, and then they would have these rebuildings, and then they'd get soft, they would fall apart, and then there was these
That's
things.
that 400-year
the
cycle or
yugas,
whatever.
Yeah, the Kali Yuga, and that's where we're at now, the age of confusion. It seems like that makes sense to me. That seems like when you have people that are like the World War II guys with the fucking guns on acid, it's a different breed of human.
Right.
Those trench warfare guys, that's a different breed of human
Naughty
being.
boys, just fucking smoking cigarettes in the fucking trenches, and like if I see a motherfucker,
Yeah.
I'm stabbing him.
Yeah.
There's like, it's crazy.
Crazy. Just living your life like that.
But now war's not even like that.
Well, it is in Ukraine.
War is so now it's fucking drones.
Yeah, but there's a lot of fucking actual gunfights in Ukraine that you can watch on Telegram now.
The crazy thing is the guns they're using. The guns they're using are like World War II guns, and they had like a gun that was electronically operated that they soldered on a trigger and a grip to and a stock on so they could use that gun. Like, it's just crazy the resources that they're using right now, and it's really really fucking
It's just scary that
It's
there's a
crazy.
ground war
It's
that's
crazy.
going on right now between two countries that used to be a part of the same union. It's fucking scary, man.
It's crazy.
Because I think when people get through wars, when they get through, like a civilization gets through an era, they have this feeling like a lesson was learned. I don't think we learn our lessons, especially when there's a lot of money involved in continuing the same kind of behavior. And I think that's where we find ourselves right now. And that's where the people that are very alarmed by this and they're really scared by this, I think they're right. This is the time to be very alarmed because it just seems people are way too casual about wanting this to happen and wanting us to fund this and beat Russia and all this whole craziness of war. It's so complicated too with the UN and NATO, and it's so complicated. It's so, all of it is like there's so much going on. It's
Well, they're trying to play Magic the fucking Gathering,
Right.
in the fucking world with real fucking people,
right.
And this doesn't just affect Ukraine or Russia. This affects
Yes.
everything.
Everything. If they start nuking each other, oh my God.
Oh, it's over, Joe. It's over.
Oh my God.
It's over.
Oh
It's
my
over.
God.
It's one nuke. It's over.
Yeah.
One nuke, it's over.
And the nukes that we have today, we saw what they did to Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Those are a fraction of the power that they have now. These things are obliterators.
Not only a fraction of the power, but the amount that we have in this fucking world today.
And they have
it's
supersonic missiles now. They have supersonic missiles that can change direction. So they're going towards Miami and they hook a left.
Well, and then the fucking Poseidon too. The Poseidon missile will cause a tsunami.
Jesus Christ.
They'll shoot a missile that'll fucking...
The B-83, the largest deployed U.S. nuclear warhead, is equivalent to 80 Hiroshima-sized bombs.
80.
Holy fuck.
That shit is crazy. You could see if you hold your hand up.
Look at that number. The U.S. nuclear arsenal has 5,244 nuclear weapons, had a total yield of 857.6 megatons, or the equivalent of 57,173 Hiroshima-sized bombs.
By the way, that's like half of the explosion on Mars.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Imagine if that's what happened. Imagine
but
if one dude
Can you look
invaded.
up the Poseidon missile, Jamie, please?
Could you imagine if that is what we find out about Mars?
How crazy would that be?
And maybe that's why the aliens visit us.
How crazy would that to warn us or
Yes,
whatever?
to try to
I think
halt it.
already.
The Russian one, or
I don't know if it's Russian or Chinese, but
it says it's real.
A Poseidon. Poseidon may exist only as a... What is it? Okay, so while some reports claim that Russia's Poseidon missile may exist only as a propaganda scheme, experts generally agree that the system is very real and has received significant resources from the Russian armed forces, although many details remain unknown. So yeah, dude, if they decide to
it's a U.S. Navy nuclear armed submarine launched ballistic missile system. Power. I don't know what is that. That's Wikipedia, but.
I was trying to see which one. I think they're probably talking about this one.
It shoots a wave out.
Wow.
Intercontinental nuclear powered nuclear arms system, autonomous torpedo.
It's very slow, but it's possibly unstoppable. I don't like how that's in bold.
Yeah, I know it's not
Possibly
anything in bold
unstoppable.
is bad.
As much as they lie to us, I think that's probably 100% unstoppable. Russia maintains that it can be used as a tactical nuclear weapon against warships. High-value targets would include aircraft carriers. This is harder to rationalize than the second strike nuclear deterrence role, but is a constant theme. Ever since it was first revealed in November 2015, then known as Status 6, it's been described as
That's
a
a scary
multi-role system.
That's
Yeah.
a scary Status 6. What the fuck does that mean?
Dude, there's people out there playing. You just said it right. There's people out there playing Magic the Gathering with real human beings. That's what war is, man. And that's the weird thing about war in this age where people are we're more connected now than we've ever been before. And so we realize, like, it doesn't make any sense that we're being led by these leaders that have us fighting over territorial swaths of land and control of resources. It doesn't make sense.
Or just like my religion's right, yours is not.
Right.
I'm right, you're
Right.
wrong.
Yeah.
We're gonna fuck everything up or try to.
As the world becomes more globally oriented, and realizing that there's just people. There's people in India. There's just people in China. There's people in Russia. The problem is who they're led by. And when they lead you into this position and control the population to a position where they can't do anything other than the will of the leaders. Yeah, I'll take one. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's where, that seems like the only positive direction that I see moving forward is that people think about the world as one place now more. Instead of I don't think people are as nationally centric as they used to be. We're paying attention to shit that's going on in Australia. We're paying attention to shit that's going on in Hong Kong. People are really paying attention to the world now that I don't think they did as much in the 1950s or the 1960s. I think with the internet, I think people are very tuned in to all kinds of weird shit that's happening everywhere.
And that's an interesting thing because I don't know. Would you ever consider living in another country?
I would have said Canada up until recently. Now Canada's fucking falling apart. All the shit that they did during COVID was just the total wrong direction. The trucker convoy, when they froze
You
people's
can't make
bank
honking your
assets.
horns illegal.
Bro, they froze people's bank accounts that donated money to the convoy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
And what's so
Peaceful protest, which everybody's supposed to be all about.
right?
These people that were protesting COVID vaccine mandates and
Right.
the lockdowns, and they fucking went after the people that donated, which is crazy.
Yeah, and
People
you can
built-
track all that shit. And
Yeah.
they track
They
everything.
shut their bank accounts down.
That's
man.
crazy, man.
That's-
you can't
but-
buy fucking a piece of toast.
That makes people self-censor. And that's the terrifying aspect of that. And that's the thing that people won't say it's not that big of a deal. They gave them their bank accounts back eventually. Look, that's sending a very...
Eventually, what does
Yeah.
that even fucking mean?
What does that mean?
Yeah.
It's sending a very clear message that they can fuck with you in ways that you probably hadn't thought about before. They can fuck with your money. They can close your bank
Never
down.
even thought about it.
Never thought about it.
Never even
before.
thought about it.
Yeah.
And
They can close
how,
your bank down.
so how do you feel about the government's digital currency that they're working on?
No fucking way. No way. That's what I think. I think that's checkmate. That's game over.
That is fucking checkmate.
Because if they apply that to a social credit score, if they decide somehow or another that you need some social credit score system and it's for the benefit of society, and they outline that they can, track your behavior and your tweets and all your things, and you get a score. And if the
already
scores,
doing that, they just haven't released the fucking report cards.
Well, they don't have
haven't-
the kind
they
of
haven't
freedom
sent
that
the
they like.
They didn't send the report cards home to the parents yet.
Right.
Everything is already imprinted. Everything is already tracked. Everything is already there.
But
we
they
just
can't,
haven't given a
They just can't
denomination
control
to it.
you to the same extent that they would like. And what they would like to do is to be able to strip you of your money and to be able to lock you down and then make sure that you comply so that all the other people also comply because they don't want to be stripped of their money. They don't want everything they work for just be taken away
Right.
instantly overnight and be powerless. No one to call. No one's going to answer your phone. They just decided you fucked up and the rules are the rules. And so then where does that money go? Who takes your money? Who takes... And that's what things... When people start profiting off of confiscating people's digital currency, it's going to be a real fucking problem.
Well, it's not all fucking currency is digital.
Yeah, but the idea of them controlling all of the money.
And it's all unilateral.
Yeah.
It's all the same
right,
fucking
it's all
thing.
the same fucking thing.
That's a problem. And here's the problem. I think is that people are going to do it due to convenience of it.
Yeah.
No one
Probably.
wants to carry around cash anymore. Cash is gone.
Yeah.
No one wants to carry around cash anymore.
I saw a video of a lady paying for her groceries with her fingerprint at Whole Foods.
Can I see this?
Yeah, she
Jamie,
used her
please.
handprint.
You can do it here.
You do it here?
Yeah.
You got it?
Wait, Amazon controls it.
With your
Controls Whole
hand?
Foods. Yeah,
With your
I've seen it
handprint.
at the cash out here. I didn't do it.
You just walk up, your hand hovers over this thing, it takes a photo of your hand, and you pay.
Why? 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 Why?
People want their handprint in a database just in case they murder somebody. They want
This
the government
is
to be able to find them.
crazy. This
Yeah.
is crazy.
One scan does it all. Amazon One simplifies everyday interactions.
You
It's a free contactless service that lets you use your palm to pay, enter, or identify yourself.
Wow. You remember it was
Identify yourself.
microchips.
Yeah.
So now you don't even need a fucking microchip.
No,
you
you
can
use
just
your
fucking
eyeball.
use your just fucking
They
you
had
can
a
use your
s-
pube hairs.
They had a store in Ohio where I don't think you leave with stuff, but you just tell them what you want and then they just send it to you.
I
Like an Amazon store.
Well, now they have like
the stuff.
honor system stuff in airports and stuff.
Really?
Where it's like you go and you pick up what you get and then you leave the money. You
Really?
swipe your card, all this shit. There's no employees in the whole store.
That's crazy.
It's a little kiosk. You go pick up your chips, you pick up your drink, you pick up
They're
whatever
just
you
hoping
get.
people don't steal.
Your sandwich? Yep.
Wow. That seems like it's not going to work out.
I don't know. I don't know how these are working.
Probably better to pay someone $15 an hour to stand there and make sure you don't
just
steal.
one
Yeah.
guy at least.
One
in these-
guy.
But now I guess you can't. And I understand it completely because what if the employee gets hurt, or what if someone gets hurt in the situation? But like, shoplifting is huge because now all these companies have policies to where it's like,
Yeah.
If anything happens, you don't even say anything to the guy
You're
stealing.
not even allowed to stop them. You're supposed. People get fired for trying to stop them.
Don't even say like, "Hey, dude, don't fucking steal. I see what's in your fucking
Yeah.
shirt." Don't even do that. Like,
Wasn't there a story recently where a woman got beat up and then they fired her because she was trying to stop the shoplifters?
that. I mean, it's all liability thing. It's a liability issue, to where it's like that. The company doesn't want to be liable.
68
She got her
year-old
job
woman
back.
has her job back after she was fired.
Let's go,
Public
Lowe's.
outrage works. After she was fired last month for attempting to stop shoplifters at a Lowe's store in Georgia. June 25th, 3 suspects loaded over $2,000 worth of merchandise into a shopping cart, left Lowe's store without paying, police said. And I think she tried to stop them. I think they beat her up, too, which is even sadder. That
68-year-old lady.
Yeah, these guys are such pieces of shit. They beat up an old lady, and then that lady got fired.
That's
Crazy.
I'm happy she
Lowe's.
ed her job
Me
back.
too, but she probably doesn't want it.
I don't want to work at Lowe's anymore.
Yeah, she should
I
probably
want to work
sue.
at corporate. God damn it.
It'd probably be better if they sued her, or if she sued them, right? She would have got a nice fat payday. That's
and
ridiculous.
Suing is getting crazy too.
But in that situation, I'm kind of on her side.
Look,
That
I
was
know
my
it's,
mom. I
I
would
know
tell
it's
my mom
not
to
even
sue.
your shit. I know it's not your shit.
Right.
But you have, I don't know if you enjoy your job or your or what you do just a little bit. If you have friends at the store, if you have anything, it's like you don't got to take that shit. Like, don't take that shit. I know it's not my shit.
Yeah.
I know it's the big head shit.
Right.
But it's like you have an inclination to kind of
Yeah.
like protect it. It's kind of like you
used
do
to
this
be what
every
people always
day.
did.
It's every day.
It used to be someone would always stop someone from shoplifting. There's always a security guard at a store to keep people from shoplifting. It was normal. Now people just run in large groups and they just snatch everything and smash glass and steal all the fucking watches, and everyone just has to
You just
stand
go
there.
out. You walk out.
You
Yeah, it's
can't
crazy.
do that because it literally encourages crime because there's very little repercussions.
Yeah.
It's crazy
Yeah.
that people are going with that. It's just, if you wanted to be a full-on conspiracy theorist, you would say this is someone trying to destabilize society, and that's the way to do it. The way to destabilize society is make things as lawless as possible, and then people will do whatever they need to do in order to bring back some semblance of normalcy. What do I have to do? What rights do I have to give up? What do I
Sure.
have to give up? I'll do it.
Well, you gotta submit to the one world currency, and then
For real.
Yeah.
That might if you wanted to look at a long-term engineering product, you could a project rather. You could, if you had enough resources and you were clever enough and you planned this out enough, you could engineer the downfall of a society. And you would do it by infecting the universities and entrenching them in a ridiculous, unsupportable ideology, and then have people go out in the world with that ideology and think this is a rational way to live life and to run the world. And then while you're doing that, you're also setting it up so that you have less people get arrested for things, more people get released from prison for things. There would be a bunch of different ways that you could destabilize society. But one of the best ones would be to encourage crime. If you wanted to somehow or another you could do it under the guise of making it more fair for all these people that get arrested, making it more fair for nobody wants to be racist. You just say it's racial injustice and just let more violent criminals out onto the street. If you wanted to destabilize society, it's not saying that prison reform isn't hugely necessary. It is for sure. They need to do a way better job of trying to rehabilitate people as well instead of just incarcerating them.
Fuck yeah.
But letting people out that are violent criminals seems like what I would do if I was trying to destabilize society.
I think an easier way. Here's what I would do.
What would you do if you were an evil dictator?
I
pulling the
would.
strings?
I would just say. I would just shut everybody's shit down and say it was an attack from another country. If New York or L.A. collapses, the rest of the world follows suit. So, we talk about a lot. Only like fucking 3% of your money is actually real. The rest is fucking a digital number, and we saw it with the banks collapsing. All these.
Yeah. And then they get bought up by bigger banks.
But the payout is $250,000. You're insured. Your money is insured for. You could have $1 billion in this bank. You're paid out $250,000.
And then where'd the rest of that money go?
Where the fuck did it go? All you need to say is if someone goes in or someone tries to order Postmates on their phone, just say, your card's actually not working. Your card's been declined. Everyone's cards get declined at the same fucking time. People are gonna fucking cannibalize themselves within a week.
Yeah.
And just say it's not. We don't know who's doing it, but this was an outside attack.
Yeah.
All it takes is, because everything is so digital now. It takes not just like you mentioned in Canada, where they're like, okay, people who donated to these guys are getting their bank accounts shut off. Imagine that happened to an entire major city.
Yeah. Well, have you ever looked into
It
how
would
vulnerable?
be anarchy everywhere.
Have you ever looked into how vulnerable the power grid is?
I know how vulnerable it is because in Utah, not even the power grid, but for internet. So, and a disgruntled employee took an axe to a box and shut down the whole fucking place. Is fucking like my whole entire side. I live in Cottonwood Heights in Utah, and the whole shit went out because some guy was just mad and he just took a fucking axe to a box.
That's crazy.
And shut everybody's internet off. And it sucks. Wow. It sucks because I like internet. I like having internet. I gotta watch the fucking Joe Rogan Experience.
Wow. It's that vulnerable. And it's crazy that he knew how to do it and not get electrocuted. If you had a box and it's filled with wires and you got an axe, wouldn't you assume you're going to die?
I don't know how it goes.
I don't know how it goes either. I mean, I would be
All
like,
I know is I didn't have fucking Wi-Fi for fucking 4 days.
Do you think Wi-Fi is bad for you?
I
ever
don't
wonder
know.
about
That's
that?
a good question. I remember, COVID's caused by Wi-Fi, all this shit.
The
I remember all
5G.
this shit.
People go,
yeah, 5G,
5G.
5G, yeah. But I don't know. What is interesting is seeing those little boxes pop up around everywhere, disguised as palm trees in California and just kind of scattered around in New York.
The cell phone towers?
I don't know. Are they cell phone towers?
Yeah.
They're like...
They look like fake trees.
Yeah.
They have like these little square things on them or these rectangular things on them.
But smaller, like deployable variants of it, I guess. Because how big is a cell phone tower? It's big.
They're pretty big. I think they probably vary in size too, though. They're probably like a lot of other things if it's dealing with a lot of... You know what's really crazy about cell phones? If you're in a place where too many people are using them, yours doesn't work.
Yeah.
You ever experienced
At
that?
the concerts, they don't work.
That's wild. That is wild.
Why is it?
Because there's not enough juice for everybody. They're kind of
Not enough
overselling.
bandwidth.
Yeah, they're overselling.
Are we running out of bandwidth?
Well, there is. If you have a concert and you have 20,000 people in an arena and you try to get on your phone, like I experience it at the UFC all the time. I can't get text messages. They just don't come through sometimes. It depends on the place.
Even if you're on the venue Wi-Fi or whatever.
You'd have to get on the venue Wi-Fi, then you'd probably be okay. But when you're just trying to use straight cellular, a lot of times at those places, there's just too many people on the
But
line.
still, I notice how it works before everybody comes to the shows and I'm taking a shit.
And it works fine.
And it works great. And
Yeah.
then when everybody comes and I'm still on the Wi-Fi and I got to shit before the show because I don't want to shit my pants on stage, it doesn't work as well.
Valid concern. Yeah.
Joe, I got to tend
that's
one real quick.
Yeah. Do you want to wrap this up, man? We've been going for like 3 hours.
I'm good to go whenever you want.
Shall we wrap it up?
Sure.
How long are we going, Jamie? 3.5 hours. I'll let you get the fuck out of here.
I'm having a great time.
You want to keep going?
I would love to.
All right, let's keep going.
I would love
We'll
to.
pee and come back. All right. Yay.
I'm having a great fucking time.
am too.
I always had the
I
best
am too.
fucking time.
Well, this is look. I got the greatest jobs in the world. This is one of the best ones. Just to be able to hang out with people. I don't think a lot of people do this anymore, where they just hang out and talk. Everybody hangs out and talks and looks at their phone, hangs out and talks to someone else. But it's an interesting when you just hang out and just talk to someone for hours at a time. You really get to see like how they think and see how and it's nice. It's a fun thing to do, man. I enjoy the shit out of it.
Well, I enjoy being on your show.
I enjoy having
And
you.
I enjoy, you have been so fucking kind to me. This is my second time. How many second timers you got?
Quite a few.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, I want to go for 3. If
Bro,
have
you
me.
can come on every month. I don't
I'm
give
actually
a fuck.
sleeping in a mattress in back of.
Come hang out. Park that tour bus out back. We're good, dude.
Yeah, thank you for letting me park there.
Oh, anytime. It's dope. I love that you have a tour bus.
It's
And
actually.
it doesn't have Bert Kreischer's face on it.
Who's that?
Inside joke. My friend Bert Kreischer. He's got a tour bus with his face on it.
It's very discreet.
He's a discreet kind of guy.
Yeah,
Love him.
I don't know.
Funny dude.
It's amazing because I was on. Sorry, Travis, if you don't want me talking about this, but I've been on Travis Barker's tour bus for a long time, and now I'm on. She's an artist, and she let me use her tour bus this time. And the difference between a dude's tour bus and a lady's tour bus is like fucking night and day. I remember the first time I got on the tour bus, Travis's tour bus, and I go and lay back. It was after the first show because I went and checked it out before, and I was like, oh, this is really nice. And then I go back the first day or after the first show and go lay down. And then I close the door. It's all like on the hydraulic doors. And so it closes, and there's a mirror on the door, and there's a picture here. And it looks like a guy like laying down like a mermaid pose, kind of like this, looking back on the bed. And I get up, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And and I get up, and I look closer, and it's Tommy Lee butt-ass naked on the bed, and he says, enjoy the bus, fucker. And I'm like, yo, this is fucking crazy. So that's how it kicked off a couple of my tours. But
That's hilarious.
But not on this bus. Like, the fridge is, like, pink and, like, works and everything. Travis, your bus is absolutely beautiful. But, yeah, it's nice. It's nice. And for whenever the baby and the lady are on the bus, there's like a nice vanity mirror out back for them.
My only fear of buses is that you're on the highway.
Yeah.
And I see too many fucking accident videos.
It's fucking scary. It's easy to flip those fuckers.
Yeah. I watched this crazy video the other day of this car rear ends this car, and they stop in traffic, and then this semi rear ends them. It can't stop, and it's trying to change lanes because these guys bumped into each other on the highway. They decided to stop. And then the semi comes through and obliterates them. I'm like, Jesus.
It's so heavy.
Whoo! It's
It's
so
so
much
big.
weight
It's
and
so big.
force. When you watch the semi hit the cars just disintegrate.
It is there. It's a big vehicle.
It's so massive. And then it goes flipping off this fucking side of the guardrail, and it's just Jesus. So that's the thing with me about the tour bus thing.
So you never take a tour bus?
No.
Do you go on tour?
No, I do weekends and I come back home, and
Sure.
I do like 2 weekends in a month. I
Must
don't do
be
those
nice.
long. It is nice. It is nice. I don't do it. I just don't do it. I do a lot of comedy. I do it in town, and now I do it at my own club. It's
Where's your
great,
club?
Lots of fun on 6th Street. It's the 1927
Man.
place. The place that's haunted.
Yes, sir.
Perhaps. I'll take you there tonight if you want to go.
Are you going?
Let's go.
Are you going?
I'll go with you. I'll
I'll
take
go.
you. I'm not even supposed to be
I
there.
would love
But
that.
tonight is Kill Tony, which is a fun thing to watch if you've never seen it.
No, it's Kill
a
Tony.
live comedy show where they have stand-up comedians. Some of them, maybe for the first time ever, do 1 minute in front of like a professional group of comics who talk shit, and there's a live band. It's really fun.
Is his name Tony?
His name's Tony Hinchcliffe. He's the most evil host of one of those shows. He's the best ever of like hosting a live comedy show. Tony's the best.
Let's go.
We'll go.
Yeah,
We'll go.
that sounds
We'll go
amazing.
tonight.
I would absolutely love
All right.
that. I would love that.
We'll go have fun.
But like, it's
What are you gonna say?
cheers, Joe Rogan.
Cheers, my brother.
Cheers, Joe Rogan. Thank you for
Salute.
having us.
Thanks for being here, man.
No, man.
Thanks for being here. I'm excited to see your show tomorrow night, too.
I'm excited for you to come. I'm excited for you to come.
I am, too.
Are you a
Pumped.
pit guy, or are you like a more...
It becomes a bit of a problem if I'm in the pit.
what can I say?
Yeah.
I'm like kind of hot.
Yeah, bro.
I'm
I
a
get
bit of a
touched
hot
up.
guy, that kind of guy.
People like to grab my cock.
Is that true?
No.
Sick.
No. I wonder how many people they get into pits just to try to grab cocks.
Just to try to drive
Not
Joe Rogan's
zero.
cock.
Just grab any cock. Not zero.
Probably too many.
Yeah, this is not zero. It's like, for sure there's a guy out there that's like, I'm gonna see how many dicks I can grab tonight. Last night I got 16. This guy just buys tickets to the pit. Just everyone's bouncing around.
Is it deliberate or is it like
100%.
a rub?
He's keeping
See,
score.
This guy needs to,
That's his game.
Yeah, we
That's
need
his
to find
Diablo.
him. He needs to like. That's his Diablo.
That's his Diablo. How many dicks can I grab?
I only
in a night?
grabbed like dicks for like
Yeah.
14 hours.
He's probably on a forum with a bunch of other dick grabbers, and they're like counting numbers. You know?
Oh my god! No, I hope it's not at my show.
There's some mosh pits where they just essentially are beating each other up. I've seen a bunch of
Oh,
those.
dude,
Just
mosh
beating
pits
the
are
fuck out of each
crazy.
other.
Mosh pits are crazy.
Crazy.
I was at a show outside of Gallinson's. It's a gun shop in Utah. I go and hang out, and Tim is like the sweetest guy. He owns it. And they did a show like right next door. There's like a T-shirt printing place and a sneaker place right next door. So they did a show in like the back alley parking lot deal. And it was a drain show, and there was a bunch of like MS Paint, like really like some harder bands. And there was this guy there, and he was so fucking big. And you saw like these like skinny, like they looked like they were Metallica rockers like in the 80s, like just like skinny. I remember the story about Metallica. They were like, oh, these guys are the ugliest motherfuckers I've ever seen. I'm going to sign them. Like that's how they got signed, like shit like that. And these guys were just like leather jacket, long hair, like didn't give a fuck, just rocking and rolling. And this dude would just fucking swing his fucking arm and like send him out of the pit like instantly. Like I watched him get rocked. I was like, fuck, dude. I felt so bad, but they love it. That guy that got sent out with a bloody nose, like fucking missing teeth and shit, came right fucking back in. He was like, let's fucking go. Like, yeah, it's like, dude, those mosh pits get fucking nuts.
That's so nuts.
Gnarly.
It's not good for you.
They wouldn't let you in the pit.
I wouldn't go in the pit. I don't
You'd
wanna
just
get
be fucking
headbutted.
like scissor kicking people.
I don't want to get headbutted. What is this? Is this a mosh pit?
Oh my God!
Oh my God. They're doing it like 300 style.
Look at the dust come up and all that shit.
These
That
guys-
is the Battle of Thermopylae, isn't it?
Look at the singer. Oh, he called for
Who's
them
in
to
the
do
middle?
it.
Who's in the middle?
Oh, someone dead. Look at that. That is so
Jesus
insane.
Christ, dude.
How many blown ACLs out there right
It's
now?
like a big tug of war.
What are they doing? Oh my God, this is the biggest mosh pit in the history of the world. Totally dangerous mosh pits. There's a YouTube video.
No, those. Yeah, that's a great title.
Bro, that's a very dangerous mosh pit.
the
'Cause all you
circle pit
need-
is good. The circle pits are good. Circle pits are good.
That's
'Cause
safer.
You're just kind of running around in a circle.
God, look at this.
Maybe you give someone in the fucking, like on the right side of you a good pop, but that's about it.
just a little jab to the nuts. A subtle dick grab, as you were. Wow, these guys are just running into each other. Oh my! How many fucking headbutts are you?
Dude,
counting?
it is like fucking medieval war.
It is. Look at that guy. What is he singing? What did he?
I think the word he was saying is like,
Listen. Back that up a second. Back it up earlier. Exodus. Look at it.
Exodus is amazing.
Look, he's fucking. Oh my God, this is hysterical.
Imagine a dystopian world where the president or your leader was a heavy metal vocalist. What he
totally.
could get you to do.
That guy could win.
Run,
That guy could run
just
for
fucking
president.
run as
Let's
fast as
fucking
you can at that
go!
fucking guy.
I mean, that's the kind of shit I would listen to if I was behind a machine gun.
Yeah, fuck yeah. That shit for me, like, as a kid, was like, it's so soothing. What do you listen?
Really?
You know what? What do you listen to, Joe?
I have very varied music tastes.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I really do. I like to listen to a lot of old stuff. I like to listen to a lot of classic rock, but I also like to listen to a lot of 90s hip hop. I like to listen to modern stuff. I listen to a lot of modern country.
Who do you like?
I like Zach Bryan. I love Sturgill.
I love Sturgill.
Zach Bryan is beautiful too. His voice is amazing. And
Yeah.
I got a chance to see him live when he was in Austin too, and he was on the podcast recently. He's a sweet guy too, like really genuine guy. Just a super fucking talented singer too, man.
Dude.
Jelly Roll, I love that dude.
Yeah, he's a boss. I
He's
like
the
him, man.
best.
Yeah, I like him.
He's such a
He just
good
seems like a
dude.
sweet motherfucker. I
He's
love
so
him.
real.
Yeah, I love it. I love
That guy's
it.
so real. He's such an appreciative, happy,
Yes,
like
sir.
loving dude.
Yes, sir.
I met him at my club. He came to see Ron White. And he was like on his way up, and we're sending him to the VIP balcony. I just came out to say hi, and he just gave me this giant hug. Just super fucking sweet dude.
That was probably a good hug.
Real hug.
Yeah,
a real one.
Yeah, he looks like he gives
Gives
good
you a real
hugs.
one.
Yeah, I love that.
Solid
man.
hug.
You like Tyler?
Genuinely happy dude.
Tyler Childers?
Yes, I love that guy.
He's like, and Coulter.
Love
Him and
Coulter's
so
amazing.
it's Sturgill, Tyler, and Coulter right
Yeah.
now for me.
I love
Like,
all those guys very much. I
like-
keep trying to get Coulter to do the podcast, but he doesn't do podcasts.
Well, that's what I hit
Or
up
he
Coulter
doesn't
and
do mine, at least.
I hit up no, not at all, because I got the same thing with Coulter. I hit up Coulter. I was like, hey man, you want to come like jam out sometime? Like, let's make a song. And he was like, you can come make a song on the ranch. And like, I was like,
Yeah.
okay, cool, amazing. I'm gonna make it up one of these days.
He's really on a ranch.
yeah, dude.
Wild.
Yeah, it's
His styles are so different too. Like, you know, you go from like Kate McCannon
Yeah.
to some of the other newer stuff.
Yeah.
It's almost like it's a different guy. It's very interesting.
I love he came out of the womb smoking a fucking cigarette, and it was fucking like the coolest shit.
Kate McCannon, the fact that he was 21 when he made that song,
It's insane.
that's an 80-year-old man song.
It's insane.
It's insane.
I remember listening, and I was like, "Oh, because he's like a couple months, if not a year, younger than me." And just the like
The heartbreak in
how
that song.
rich his voice is.
Yes. Yes.
He can like. It's insane. It's insane, and
When you see coming out of his face,
dude, and watching that, what is it, the Sun King or whatever, the brewery shows that they do whenever he was there,
oh
and
yes,
he did
yes.
like
the acoustic shows.
sleeping on the blacktop or whatever
Yeah.
he did over there. He looks fucking so young.
He's
and
so
I'm like,
young.
where's that voice coming from?
And that song is so haunting. Kate McCannon, that is
Yeah.
a haunting song. Like,
Raven
my
is a wicked bird. It's so fucking
Wings are
good.
black as sea- Play it for me, Jamie.
Yo,
Play
come
that
on,
shit.
man.
Play Kate McCannon. Jamie is the one who told me about it. Jamie came into the studio and goes, "Oh, I know a guy that you're gonna love."
I've
And
never
he told me
wanted
about that
listening to
song.
that song. I've never wanted to swing a pickaxe so hard in my life, and I play a lot of Minecraft, the #1 game.
Listen to this.
Raven is a wicked bird, his wings are black as sin. And he floats outside my prison window, mocking those within. And he sings to me real low, it's hell to where you go. For you didn't murder Kate McCannon,
Damn.
When I first met
Yeah.
When I first met Tom McCann, I was working in the mine.
Have you ever covered this?
No, I couldn't. There's no way I could.
Said he had himself a dark-haired daughter.
I think you could do it.
Long green eye. His voice is just like,
It's so haunting.
it's insane. Perfect amount of reverb. It's perfectly recorded. It's perfectly played. And he's such a good guitar player too. It's like perfectly played.
This is such a song.
Prettiest girl in the whole
damn holler.
That ain't no lie.
Boom, boom.
Fuck, man. It's
Yeah.
so good.
So good. He's
And
got
it's like-
so many of them like this too.
Well, that's the whole thing. It's the whole Johnny Cash kind of like that. It's like a crazy. He always sang like murder ballads.
right.
You know what I mean? So it's like
Right.
super like it's like, oh, okay, I shot a fucking dude in Reno. Okay, I
Just
shot the guy
watch him
that my
die.
wife loves. I like all this
Yeah.
shit. Like, I don't know. It's very like
It's the original gangster rap.
it's an old school production. It's an old school voice. It's an old school, and I find like a lot of the time in country now is like it's very overproduced. And so what I love about like Coulter and Tyler and everything is it's just like kind of more traditional in that way, where it's just like that same bounce. You want that boom,
Yeah.
boom. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. There's a thing where people are trying to make hits, right? Instead of just trying to make something beautiful.
And it
there's-
works.
Yeah, it's like that. I guess there's like so much money in making hits that there's going to be people
Turns
that are
out.
technicians.
Turns out.
Turns out, bro. Look at you buying $2 million
That's-
Magic the Gathering cards.
That actually, the fun part, that wasn't my bank account. That was actually my buddy's.
Yeah, but a big part of your appeal is your authenticity. That's a big part of why people love you. And I think that what you're saying is that there's a lot of like overproduction of things that kind of takes away some of it.
Well, sure, and I've
Like
made
grit of that, like that kind of a song.
yeah, and there's a lot of production in my music as well,
For sure.
And I have like some of them.
Auto-tune.
Yeah, I
just
mean
that.
auto-tune
Yeah.
in general.
Yeah.
And some of the most talented producers and instrumentalists and songwriters and shit. And I don't want to detract from people who write amazing songs. That's just not like, whenever I listen to, folk or country, like I go towards Coulter and Tyler and Sturgill like every time because I don't know, that bounce. There's something so magical about that classic fucking bounce. That Cash bounce, that train bounce.
Yeah.
And I don't know, and it's just like there's a lot of songs that are country, but it doesn't have that bounce that I love so much. You know what I
Right.
mean?
I do know what you mean.
And it's just like
Yeah.
it's just like at that point it's a lot of pop mix-ups, you know what I mean? And that's never been bad, because what I've always tried to do, and I'm sure people said the same thing about me, because I sit and play the guitar with 808s and all that shit, and I just, whenever I'm listening to that makes me feel like a hard ass. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It makes me feel
yeah.
like
you're on a ranch.
like, exactly. Listening to Coulter, I'm
Yeah,
like,
you're
he does the
sweating.
acapella shit, and I'm like, oh man, I feel like I'm fucking out there with you, dude.
But it's also like the choice of music is like he's singing a song about despair and the regret and all of it, and the ravens mocking him from outside
Yeah.
of the prison window.
Yeah.
It's so good.
And I'd assume that he writes all his songs. 'Cause
I would
looking at the
assume.
writer credits.
Bro, try getting someone to write that.
Fuck.
Try getting like some fucking
Fuck.
some studio guy to write that.
Dude, those guys in Nashville write fucking songs.
They write
though.
some fucking
They
songs.
write some fucking songs, dude.
They do. They do.
Like,
they do.
The
And
tags. I think what makes a good country song is the tag. There's always a tag, and like you look at like classic country, and you know, like George Strait. It's like I've got oceanfront property in Arizona.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's an amazing basis for a song. You just think about like, if you'll buy that, I'll throw the Golden Gate fucking bridge in for free. You know what I mean? It's just like, there's always a good fucking tag. And Luke, like when he says, when it rains, it pours, like all that shit, like that fucking, it's snappy. It stays in your fucking head.
Yeah.
And you think about it. And those songs are so well written.
Craftsmanship.
Off of like one idea.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Coulter does a lot of shit where it tells the story of it. But that idea is always there. And that's something that's so cool. And it just stays with you and you think about it. And then you go and look up the lyrics. Once you look up the lyrics to a fucking country song, it's fucking crazy. Like, have you ever looked up the lyrics to Clementine? Like, Oh My Darling Clementine?
No.
That is the
Oh, it's like a
saddest
murder song, right?
No.
What is it about?
It's about a prospector or a miner, and his daughter she falls into a river, and he can't swim, so he can't save her, and she's gone.
Oh, my God.
But how long have you known that song? Like...
Oh, my God. Wow. This is terrible.
It's crazy.
Drove the horses to the water every morning just at 9, hit her foot against a splinter, fell into the foaming brine, ruby lips above the water, blowing bubbles soft and fine. But alas, I was no swimmer, so I lost my Clementine.
Isn't that... You gave me chills right there fucking reading it.
Oh, God.
Isn't that crazy, dude?
Oh, God.
But you think, oh my darling, it sounds so happy. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's so cool. I don't know. You take those songs and like, you look at fucking what it's about. It's crazy, man. It's like, I love looking into that shit.
You know what I really like listening to? When I really want to like try to imagine a time. I really like listening to Robert Johnson.
Yeah, dude.
I listen to Robert Johnson and I just imagine the time and what year was there's only like one good solid recordings of Robert Johnson. It was like one session, I think. I don't think he had more than one album that you can get, right? But what year was that? 1936.
That's crazy.
Bro. And that guy was so good, they thought he sold his soul to the devil.
I went down to crossroads.
They're like, there's no way you can be that good. There's no way. 1936 and 1937. Wow. Most were first released on 78 RPM records
crazy.
in 1937. Wow.
So how did he become such a legend, you gotta wonder? Did he just go around and everybody knew him?
It's a good question. I guess he was just like the Dave Chappelle of blues singers back then. He was just this guy that was above everybody, and everybody's like, Jesus Christ. How are you doing this?
He would play like just... I love that Delta fucking sound.
Oh,
it's
give me
so
some of that. Give me some
it's
Robert
so
Johnson.
scrappy.
But it's also, you gotta imagine the time. Like people are just, this is like during the Great Depression, right? People are starving. They're fucked. The world's fucked. It's post World War I, pre World War II. Horrible time. Just squalor and famine.
hard
It's
stretch.
hard to get real good food. It's not like there's a Whole Foods in your fucking neighborhood. Like things were weird back then. And this guy is in the deep South.
This is
I
recorded.
went to the crossroads, fell down on my knees. I went to the crossroads, fell down on my knees.
crazy is like all music, recorded music, has its roots in something from before.
Yeah.
All of it. You know, this emerged. His creation. You know, when this got sold and entered into the zeitgeist of human consciousness,
Sure.
now they're aware that there's a guy out there that can do this. Because before there wasn't anybody like this guy, right? And then all of a sudden he comes along and hits this level that nobody had ever hit before.
Yeah, you gotta, like, that's crazy because, like, all these ideas, like, who invented a pinch harmonic?
Right.
Like like
Right.
on the guitar. Like, who's like, you know what? If I hold my pick just right and hit that fucking string, it's gonna sound this different, and I'm gonna make that my signature sound, and then you're just gonna blow up. But that's just something that you do.
Right.
Like his vibrato on his voice and shit. Like, I think that's something. Whenever I first started making music, that was something that really, like, if not propelled me, was something that was a little different. Because I always tried to copy like Stevie Nicks, and there's a guy named Conor Oberst from Bright Eyes, and he would have this great like vibrato in his voice when he sang, and Stevie would too. And I think that wasn't being done, and that's just the way I naturally sang as a kid, and it sounded like shit. But as I got older, that's just the way I sang. So I think that kind of was a thing that I wouldn't say propelled me, but made me a little different. You know what I mean? Because everybody has their own unique style, and there's something to listen to for everybody, you know? And I think that was something that really, like, it's like, okay, he has a unique voice, if that makes sense, you know?
Yes.
It's like
Authentic.
very much so. And that's just
Yeah.
how I sang
Yeah.
since I was a kid. And I think if you like grow up doing something, and I'm in no way comparing it to anything, I'm just saying how that cuts through. Like, he played his whole fucking life.
Right.
Well, if he did sell his soul, I mean, fuck.
I don't think he did.
He got a good gig, but
But, you know, that's the whole...
the legend.
The fun legend.
The
But that's
legend.
also just... When someone stands out like that, you're always going to have those kind of stories.
But
People
you-
love to bullshit.
You just keep going, and especially like Stevie. Stevie, you could tell when he's playing the guitar.
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like Steve
You
Ray
can
Vaughan.
tell, but that's just shit you grow up and you have like a little fucking quirk. You know, like there's a tone that you have whenever,
Yeah.
even when you're first starting, like you don't do something perfectly correct,
Yeah.
but then it turns out to be your thing. You know what I mean?
There's a sound when guys are playing where you know it's them. It's interesting, right?
It's crazy, especially on a non-vocal
Right. A musical instrument.
thing. Yeah.
Like Gary Clark Jr. is a great example of that too.
He died the next year after recording this
Wow.
stuff.
He was 27.
27?
Just like everybody else. Just like Hendrix, Joplin, Morrison, Kurt Cobain. 27.
Fucking crazy, dude.
That age is nuts for
Yeah.
rock stars.
Yeah.
That's a nutty age. And it seems like if you get through that age, you live to be a million.
Well, that's that's
These
a,
fucking dudes. Rolling Stones on tour. They're Biden's age. They look great.
I remember there was a psychic that on my birthday said I was going to die when I turned 27.
Oh, what a cunt.
What? I don't know
What
her.
a cunt.
Yeah,
She's just lying, making shit up. That bitch isn't a psychic.
well, now hindsight's always 2020.
Yeah.
So you lied.
But she put that shit in your head, man.
Yeah, well,
could have
that's
been
why
like self-manifesting
I didn't go-
prophecy.
Yeah, man. But as soon as I turned 28, I'm like, fuck it.
Fuck
I'm getting
yeah.
on every fucking combine, every fucking helicopter, every fucking motor vehicle I see. I'm going.
It's like
Except for
after
really high buildings.
Y2K when it was all
Yeah,
over.
exactly. You'd be like,
Let's
fuck it, you know,
party.
let's go.
Everything's fine.
But-
I'm not cursed.
It's crazy how that happened. And also, Jim Morrison died when he was 27.
Yep.
How is he 27?
How is he that good? at
How is he
27?
27?
Do you know his car is like a source of mystery? There's like one guy claims he has his car, but apparently it's the wrong VIN number. But his car, he had a 1967 Shelby GT500.
Cool.
And he had it for only like a year or two, and then he sold it, and then there's a provenance of it where people are trying to track it.
Cool. He looks like Jesus Christ.
He does. If Jesus Christ was here, he'd drive a 1967 Shelby GT500. If Jesus had to drive, I'll tell you what, he wouldn't be driving a minivan. He'd be driving American Muscle. That's why we would listen.
No, he'd be driving a Tesla.
No. He would drive a goddamn American Muscle car and realize just plant more trees. They'll eat the gas or something.
Look at that, though. He was so pumped to have that car.
Yeah.
To just run next to it. How pumped are you to have that?
I think he
fucking
filmed
car?
something with it.
Oh,
I think
okay.
he did some sort of a thing where he filmed himself with the car. Like, I don't remember what he did. I remember it was something. But there's like people have tried to track the car, and there's one gentleman on YouTube who says he owns it. It's the same. It's definitely the same exact car, but whether or not that's the one, I don't know. But
the VIN number discrepancy.
Yeah, but back then everything's just written down on paper. Who knows what the fuck people? And also, if somebody might have changed the VINs because they were trying to, maybe someone stole it from somebody. I don't fucking know.
Right.
It's like you're dealing with like 50 plus years of shit going down. Who knows what happened? But
What's your favorite car?
dope card. I don't really have a favorite car, a favorite specific car. But if I had a favorite kind of car, it would be American muscle cars. Those are my favorite cars. Because those cars, even though they're not the fastest cars, they don't handle the best, those cars are literally like a rolling piece of art. You're driving around in this iconic time machine of art. Someone created this shape, this beautiful shape, and you see that shape, and you go, oh. You see a '69 Mustang, you just go, oh.
My dad's got a '69 Camaro. It's
yeah.
blue with the stripes.
Yeah.
And it is
Beautiful
like,
car.
no, it is beautiful. That's why I'm saying, Dad, I'm waiting for you to kick the bucket so I can grab that.
Don't you have one of them 6-wheel Hennessy's?
Yeah, dude.
That is so
Yes, sir.
crazy. That thing is so gigantic.
It's so fun. Do you have a pickup out here?
I don't. Yeah, I have one out here.
Okay.
I don't have it here today. Today I drove my Tesla. Today I drove my electric car.
It's Jesus Christ car.
That's what Jesus would drive. No, Jesus would drive a fucking Shelby.
That's it.
Yeah, look at that thing. That is so crazy. A 6-wheel drive car. Now, all that extra weight with those extra 2 wheels and an extra axle in the back, like, is that fast still?
It's fast. It's bumpy, but it's fast.
Imagine. You could probably tow a fucking giant boat with that thing, man.
That's
With
right.
all that traction.
Yeah, well, it is so fun to drive. It is inconvenient in Salt Lake City.
How so? Because it stands out?
I can't get into any of the spots.
Parking spots. Yeah,
I
it's
can't
so
get
big.
into any of the spots.
You got an
I
extra half a car out back.
I go to the Applebee's and I'm like, all right, well, I don't know of any. I try to like get it perfect in because I don't want to be the dickhead that blocks any spots. But if I don't go in far enough, it sticks out so fucking big out the back. And if I just got to go in just a little bit into the next spot. Just a tiny bit.
Just a smidge.
Just like the wench on the front.
Well, for most people, that's fine if you have a regular car.
Yeah, you can
The
get
other
in there.
person in that spot, they'll be fine. There's other spots.
Well, it's usually, like, I love the Applebee's, but it's not usually super full. So there's like...
You're an Applebee's guy.
I love Applebee's.
Really? What's
Yeah.
it about Applebee's?
I love the neighborhood, man. I love the
atmosphere.
I love the atmosphere. I love the drink they give you that comes with a gummy shark.
Which one's that?
I don't know what it's
It's
called.
like one of them signature cocktails?
Yeah, but it's so good. And they have a special Mountain Dew at Applebee's.
They do?
Yeah.
It's special?
Yeah, it's special. It's only in Applebee's.
What's the special?
You looking for another one of
No,
those?
I got this one right here.
It's like a raspberry flavor, I think. It's called like Space Punch. It's
Darkberry Bash.
Darkberry Bash. It's called actually NASA uses orange filters on Mars Bash. I swear to God, check that shit out. Look into it.
They might.
guys.
I think what Jamie is saying about color correction, though, is accurate.
Yeah, like
And
when I was just looking at the photos, they all come black and white, I think.
Right. I think the thing is that they're just getting data. They're getting data, and that data has to be interpreted into an image. And it's a lot more complicated than like you taking a picture on your iPhone and texting it to me, and I get it, and it's in full resolution.
Look up Mars.
iMessage.
Look up Mars copy and paste. Look up NASA copy and paste.
NASA
Let's see if this works.
I'll add Mars.
Just add Mars for a buzzword.
What do you think about all this UFO disclosure shit? Are you paying attention to it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's. I think it's pretty cool.
That's pretty interesting, right?
Yeah.
You know what's interesting? Like how little people seem to care.
Because we already know.
I know, but it's interesting that like there wasn't like some moment where people like were like, "Holy shit, aliens are real." There
Pretty
wasn't a
soon
moment.
that's coming.
You think? I think it's because of this slow trickle. It's going to be. We just accept it.
Well, they try to normalize it with like War of the Worlds, which is like the or Battle of Los Angeles and shit like that. That was a real fucking thing that happened. The pictures of Battle Los Angeles is crazy.
What happened exactly?
There's
Battle
this,
of Los Angeles?
There's this big object in the sky, and we're shooting machine guns at it. We
What year
got
was this?
spotlights. This is like in the 50s, maybe?
I remember seeing it. There's this photo.
Look at this shit.
Wow.
So we're putting fucking
they have
rounds on
these
this fucking thing.
Spotlights on this thing in the sky.
Look at the rounds.
Right, but what is it? What is it that they see? That's weird. That all you can see is spotlights.
1947. It says in the corner.
Boy, that looks like a fucking flying saucer.
Look at
That
in
one?
the middle
Yeah.
and look at but those things around it, those are fucking like Ma Deuce rounds. Like they're shooting at this fucking thing. They don't know what it is.
Well, you know that there's a famous story from the Soviet Union that these guys shot at a UFO and it turned them into stone.
Is it true?
I don't know. The CIA investigated it. Here, I'll send it to you, Jamie, because I sent it to Jeremy Corbell. And that's what I asked him.
Fuck, I should have had links, Jamie. God damn it.
Well, this is the only link I have. It's
CIA UFO turned into stone.
You can find that stuff.
You're
you
definitely
find
on a
it?
watch list, Jamie.
yeah. So there's literally like a CIA document about it. That these guys supposedly shot at a low-flying spaceship. Look at it. According to the KGB materials, a quite low-flying spaceship in the shape of a saucer appeared above a military unit that was conducting routine training maneuvers. For unknown reasons, somebody unexpectedly launched a surface-to-air missile and hit the UFO. It fell to Earth not far away, and 5 short humanoids with large heads and large black eyes emerged from it. It is stated in the testimonies by the 2 soldiers who remained alive that after freeing themselves from the debris, the aliens came close together and then merged into a single object that acquired a spherical shape. That object began to buzz and hiss sharply and then became brilliant white. In a few seconds, the spheres grew much bigger and exploded by flaring up with an extremely bright light. At that very instant, 23 soldiers who had watched the phenomenon turned into stone poles.
Poles.
Yeah, only 2 soldiers who stood in the shade and were less exposed to the luminous explosion survived.
No shit.
The KGB report goes on to say that the remains of the UFO and the petrified soldiers were transferred to a secret scientific research institution near Moscow. Specialists assume that a source of energy that is still unknown to Earthlings instantly changed the structure of the soldiers' living organisms, having transformed it into a substance whose molecular composition is no different from that of limestone. Oh my
It
God.
turned them into limestone.
Turned them literally into limestone.
And this is a CIA
Yeah.
paperwork?
Well, this is, they're reading from a KGB file, right? So it's just go to the very bottom of that again, Jamie, the very bottom of that. It says one of the things that says the CIA representative stated, if the KGB file corresponds to reality, this is an extremely menacing case. The aliens possess such weapons and technology that go beyond all our assumptions. They can stand up for themselves if attacked. But the thing is, they're saying if the file corresponds to reality, that means there's a
If this is
question.
real, they're tough.
Yeah, they can fuck with you.
What year was this released?
I don't know.
Source is a newspaper.
1991?
93.
93.
So there's all these disclosures that are going on right now, and they're very, very fascinating because it's hard to know what's true and what's not true. But it's interesting that they're talking about it. but no one showed me anything yet. I'm waiting for them to show me things. I've seen some things already, like those videos that they took off the FLIR video and the Go Fast video, and these videos of these things where these fighter pilots are trying to track this thing, and it's like zipping across the sky, and they're like, what the fuck is that? I've seen a few of those. I've talked to 2 different fighter pilots that have had encounters.
And they're all in.
They're all in. I think there's a real thing going on. What that real thing is what's confusing to me. I think some of it has to be ours. I think some of it has to be like super advanced drone technology that we don't want everyone knowing about. And it's probably some black ops shit. But I don't think that's all of it. I think it's also possible that we've been visited. It just makes sense. It sounds so stupid. That's part of the problem of even talking about it, because it sounds dumb, because there's no evidence. So you have to believe in something where there's no evidence of it other than like some blurry photographs. But then when you just think about the size of the universe itself and the fact that we exist here on this planet. We're real. We know we're real.
What if it's fucking a Martha or whatever, and they're from fucking the center of the earth, and the holes in the poles or whatever, north and south, and that's where the holes are, and that's why Google Maps blocks it all out and all that shit.
Well, that would be a great theory before cell phones like that.
But it's not there. You still can't see it.
Yeah, but you can with satellites and also flight patterns. Like the people that
copy and paste. By the way,
you know who doesn't think the world is flat? Pilots.
True. Or anyone who's been in an airplane.
They fly around, these motherfuckers. They know where they have to go. They know the flight patterns.
And you look at it.
Yeah, you look at it. Yeah. Also, by the way, everything's round. Go out in the fucking sky and look at Mars, look at Jupiter, get a telescope, look at all the stars. Notice how everything's round? Seems like there's a pattern going on. Yeah. Why would this be different?
This ass is round.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's so weird, man. I don't know. And you're talking about the oh shit moment. I think we've been so like normalized to it, like E.T., all this shit, growing up watching this shit, to where it's like, yeah, no shit. Everyone, no matter what the surveys say or anything, everyone thinks there's like something going on.
Everyone, yeah. There's a few people that still are very incredulous. Elon, believe it or not, is incredulous. He's famously said, if the aliens are real, they sure are subtle.
They're very subtle. Bigfoot's subtle, too. Doesn't mean he's not an interdimensional being that could teleport at will.
He knows where the cameras are.
He's an omniscient being.
He shuts down trail
Bigfoot
cams.
is just Jesus Christ, full beard all over.
Right. He's just Woods Jesus. Yeah, that's what he is.
Y'all seen the Woods
He's
Jesus?
a mythical creature that's looking out for humanity, our brothers and sisters. They need our help.
He's a benevolent, kind being. He's got a big heart.
Bro, the biggest scam ever pulled in the American public is Finding Bigfoot. That show, they did that show for like 50 years.
It is so good. It's so
great.
good. I like the Bigfoot Hunters.
I like all those shows.
Where they bring
I know
up-
they're not going to catch it, and I don't care.
Of course, I still watch it. And you can tell now it's gotten to the point where it's all just actors. They're just going out there. This is so scripted, it's not even funny.
Yeah, they're pretending that they're encountering things and they're hearing things in the woods.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I watched there's this whole on Discovery, I have Discovery Plus. And there's a show about vampires. And they were talking to these 2 vampire hunters, and they were like, it was like, imagine like Blade, but like 2 Blades, and they were like acting like Blade. And I was like, this is not this is on Discovery. This is on Discovery, dude.
That's hilarious.
Dude, it was like
they
2
think they're
Blades.
real vampire. What if they go fucking kill somebody? They're crazy.
That's what I'm saying. They were
Right?
like, we know they're fucking out there, but it's all acting,
Bro, imagine if they were. That opening scene to Blade, when that dude gets dragged into the vampire disco.
I don't like surprises. Ding, ding, ding,
Dude.
or he does like surprises, actually.
Yeah.
Ding, 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 ding.
That
That's just
fucking
amazing.
Played that scene.
That is so
Play
good.
that scene. I think that's one of the greatest scenes in any
It
movie
is
ever.
so good.
And
It
Tracy
is so
Lords is the one who takes him there.
Dude. the first 2 Blade movies were the fucking best shit ever.
The first one,
and he cuts that guy's hand off with this fucking drawstring thing. Oh man, that's so cool, man.
Yeah, those movies are the shit. But the first one's the best. This poor dork.
This poor dude.
This poor dork thinks he's gonna get to bang Tracy Lords, and she drags him through this meat processing thing. And while he's doing it, he kind of sees people. He's like, "What the fuck?" As he's going through all this hanging meat, they get to a point where like people are rolling by. He's looking at frozen people. But this dumb motherfucker wants pussy so bad he keeps going.
If you see an elevator and just a normal elevator with a bouncer in a trench coat,
and
he's
he's ready to bail, and she grabs him and kisses him, and he's like, "Okay, cool." That's
this
the
song
power
is
of a
so
hot
hard.
girl.
This song
it's
is
such a good
so
song.
hard.
Give me that, Jamie. This fucking scene rules, dude.
She's
'Cause they
great
all
too.
know-
She's great too. Frost is like girlfriend in the movie.
Yes. And that dude who plays the sidekick who gets his hand cut
He's
off,
so
that guy's
good.
the shit.
He's so good.
I fucking love this scene because they all know he's meat and he doesn't know he's meat. And they
He's
all
the only meat
recognize
in
it.
there.
Only meat in there, man. And they all recognize it.
And he's trying to get behind it. He's like, woo, woo, let's go.
Yeah, he starts dancing out there. Look at him.
What's up, dude? What's up, man? And then the blood.
It's
the
so crazy because you
blood.
don't know, like, so far you don't know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah. Did they stop the new Blade? I heard they were making.
I think there's a series, right?
But I thought it was a movie and they stopped making it.
Oh, no. Did they?
I don't know. I hope not.
It definitely got pushed back a few
got
months,
pushed back?
I don't know.
Was it? Well, there's the Writers
I wanna
Guild
watch that
thing,
one.
and there's
Yeah.
the fucking actor strike.
Whenever Blade comes in, Wesley's such a fucking hard ass.
Oh, this scene is insane.
Yeah. Thank you, Jamie.
Yeah, here's the point where the blood starts dripping from the ceiling.
It's so good.
And they're all throwing their arms
Why
up in
does
the
no
air.
one do this? This would be a crazy party. In like real life, this would be a crazy fucking party.
Bro.
Not real blood, but like pretend blood.
Yeah, you'd have to do pretend. But then people would do one with real blood. Just like they're having no rules fights where you eye gouge. and
Yeah,
bite
you win.
people's ears
You win
off.
by eye gouging.
What's wrong, baby?
Now he's realizing it's all vampires around him. He's about to get fucked up. Oh, dude. Oh, dude.
It's so good.
And he
Oh my
crawls
god,
up
it's so
to
look how
Wesley
clean.
Snipes'
Blade
feet.
is so clean right here too.
Look at that. The Daywalker.
Motherfucker's always trying to ice skate uphill, is what he says to Frost right before he fucking kills him. That's the coolest thing. Yo, let's go!
Come on. That, I think, is like, out of all the superhero movies, that's the best
Oh, that's all we get.
introduction. It's
Yeah, it is. It's so
the
good.
best introduction of a
it's so
superhero
good.
ever.
It's so good. It starts in the. It's so good.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you see Blade.
Yeah.
That's the first time.
That's
you
why
see
I was
him.
so disappointed. Are they're still doing the 2020? Because it was supposed to be this year, but I don't know if it's actually.
Here's a teaser trailer for it. Hold on.
Because that was my favorite shit as a kid,
This might
man.
not be
it's a
official.
trailer?
Let me see.
It is a hunt.
He's so good. That actor they got to do Blade, he is so good.
I'd rather rule in hell than serve in heaven. We'd be at the bottom of the food chain up there, but down here, we could live like kings. Sure you're ready for that, Mr. Whitman?
This might. What was that?
What do you
I
mean?
don't know. I never
He
seen
didn't say that, so this could be a fake trailer.
He didn't see that. He did
This could
not
be
say
like-
that.
that's
It could just be lag.
How do you
though?
know he
Maybe
didn't
it's
say
just
it?
like a
'Cause
re-upload or
His mouth
something?
didn't move that way.
Sure you're ready for that, Mr. Whitman?
Yeah, not even close.
Let it go though.
Okay.
I'm Dave.
He said that.
There are watchers behind the eyes all over the city.
That looked okay.
Night drinks human blood.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen. And will grant you the destiny you seek. Tonight is not a game. It is a hunt.
It didn't see. That looked weird.
Yeah, that wasn't like a real trailer.
Yeah, this is like a fan edited trailer.
You think so?
I've seen a really good one recently where like people are actually getting real jobs for making fan edited trailers.
That's
Oh,
crazy.
That's smart, right? And then you show it to the studio.
Yeah.
The studio's like, find that fucking guy. Yeah.
They just take what from the
Whatever they can find, yeah.
teaser or whatever and put a song there. You know what drives me crazy? Who decided that that's how music for a trailer has to be? Ba-dum, ba-dum,
Right. It's anticipation.
You know what? It was the Inception. It was Inception that was like.
Right.
I don't know. Every movie trailer soundtrack is exactly the same. Every music trailer or movie trailer soundtrack is exactly the same.
That's interesting. It's true though. It's
It's
there's
true.
a pattern to get you jazzed up about something.
But see, it's starting to wear off because I'm like, okay, I
'cause it's
hear
played
it. Yeah,
out.
I hear it. Now we need like a trailer with no music.
Trailers used to be one of my favorite parts of going to the movies.
Really?
Yeah, man. You get a good trailer, a good solid trailer that sucks you in. You're like, oh shit. That was how you found out about movies back then.
Right.
Oh, you didn't see Oppenheimer yet, right?
No,
No,
I heard
no,
it's the
no,
shit,
no, no,
though.
no,
They show a trailer for this before, and the sound, because you're in the IMAX theater with Oppenheimer, makes this movie. I mean, it already looks good, but the trailer and the audio.
Is it the same soundtrack?
This is Killers of a Flower Moon.
No, it's not at all. But like, just they added. Whoever added this together did a great job.
Oh, is this new?
Yeah,
This
this
is-
comes out later this year.
Killers of the Flower Moon.
Leo's a beast.
My color.
They use the song great.
The Osage. They have the worst land possible. But they outsmarted everybody. The land had oil on it. Black gold. Money flows freely here now.
I do love that money, sir.
This wealth should come to us. Their time is over. It's just going to be another tragedy.
When this money started coming, we should have known it came with something else. They're like buzzards circling our people. We're still warriors.
I ought to kill these white men who killed my family. I need you here.
I am right here. You've got to take back control of your home.
I was sent down from Washington, D.C. to see about these murders.
So what about him?
See who's doing it. Expecting a miracle to make all this go away. You know they don't happen anymore.
Whoa.
It's a good trailer.
Ooh.
That's a good fucking trailer.
That's an original trailer soundtrack.
That's
too.
a good fucking trailer.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see that fucking movie.
Cut well.
I'm gonna see that fucking movie.
You ever watch an old movie with no soundtrack in it? And you're like, wow, this is wild. They have no music in this movie.
Think of the last movie I watched with no soundtrack in it.
If you watch some old, like watch The Hustler with Paul Newman and Jackie Gleason, there's no music playing. unless there's music in the background of a bar or something
Right,
where they're
right.
at, there's no like music sound. There's no music that accompanies the scenes.
No Country for Old Men's got
No Country for Old
No
fucking
Country
Men,
for
the coolest
Old
fucking movie.
Men.
That's the best movie of all time.
Yeah.
I love that fucking movie. Javier Bardem is like the best bad guy.
Oh my God, he's insane in
all
that
time.
movie. He's insane
unhinged.
in that movie.
He's unhinged.
He really does. Thank you.
Yes,
He
sir.
really does appear to be that guy. Like
It's
he feels like a psychotic guy that kills you with a cattle prod.
Even that scene where he's driving on the bridge and there's a bird on the bridge and he just goes and tries to kill it.
Yeah.
But misses. Like that says so much about that character.
Yeah.
It is so fucking good.
The way he kills people too is so crazy.
The fucking shower curtain.
Yeah.
The shower curtain where he's like, he sees that motherfucker, he's like, yeah. Just blast him through the shower curtain.
Yeah.
I love that movie.
a
That
great
movie has
movie.
no music in it.
Wow.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah, it's a weird thing where you're listening to music in a scene and it's telling you how to think.
Right.
You know? Where it kind of takes away a little bit of the suspension of disbelief that you're
Right.
that character.
And that's why I love that the contrast and the juxtaposition of different music than you would expect. Like End of Django, whenever he goes and fucking kills the whole house to Tupac.
Yeah.
That shit is so hard because it's been Western music the whole time.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
And
such a Tarantino move. He
I-
always has amazing music choices.
for those big culmination scenes. What was the song in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood? Whenever everything was fucking going down. Because it always builds up to that one scene with the contrasting music. It is so fucking cool.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that. It's just like, oh, I'm gonna fucking be in a war scene to like fucking like where's my mind? Like even the where is my mind? Like that's great, but like it's so fucking cool, dude. This scene is insane.
Hear the music in the background. Come
Yeah, there's music. There's music there.
Doors? No.
Did you watch this movie?
Oh yeah. I
Oh my
love
God.
this movie. I watched this movie with Dave Chappelle and Donnell Rawlings in a movie theater that we had all rented out. There was no one in it but us. There's all the comics and the dudes we work with. Went to see it at like 2:00 in the morning
so
after our
great.
show.
It's so good.
It's amazing.
You get that build up for that fucking.
Yeah. It's such a Tarantino movie. Like like the violence in it is so egregious. Like if someone just made a
But
movie
only in
like-
that
yeah.
one deal.
Right, but it's enough.
It's enough. It's so good. And then he's like, you know what? I'm getting out the fucking flamethrower from my movie prop from a while ago. That shit is so crazy, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, you're a home intruder? I'm pulling out my fucking flamethrower.
Oh God.
That shit is crazy, dude.
It's a crazy movie, man.
I love
It's
that movie.
such a fun movie too because it's like a reimagining of the Manson murders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it Manson?
Yeah.
Like actual, or was it like a playoff of?
I think it was
'Cause I
the
don't
Manson family coming after him, but he does. But he
Yeah, it
happens
was.
to be
No,
there.
it was.
Yeah.
Yep. Because Tate's in the movie. Everybody,
Yeah.
the director,
Manson's in the movie briefly.
the Italian director that was in the with Sharon Tate.
Oh yeah, Manson was in that. That's right.
Went to
That's
the house
crazy,
looking for, Brian
dude.
Wilson or-
And they go to that ranch.
Yeah.
They go to the ranch and they're looking for the owner of the ranch, and he's sleeping. He's like, he doesn't feel very good. That's a crazy movie.
It is a crazy movie.
It's very good. It's a very good movie.
And that's what they did too. They whacked people for Charlie.
And just, is the ranch story real? I guess specifically is what I'm thinking about.
What is the actual story? Like, what do they say? That they killed the guy who owned the ranch and took it over or something?
Yeah, well, I guess in the movie,
Yeah.
he's dead.
I don't know if that's based on a real story, but I bet it is. I bet that's real.
Or at least if he's not dead, he's just fucking fucked up out of his mind. Like, just, they gave him all the drugs in the world.
But I think there were some cases of, like, girls honeypotting dudes, and then the other Manson family guys would come over, and it would turn into a shit show. I think that's what happened with Brian Wilson and Dennis Wilson, his manager. They became entrenched with Charles Manson. And I think Dennis, we brought up this the other day, right? Dennis Wilson was his manager at one point or something, was going to produce a record for him or something like that. And it went sour. And, you know, then now you have the fucking head of the Manson family who hates you and who wants to kill you.
Brian
Wilson from the Beach Boys. Yeah. Yeah, his brother was a producer.
Have you listened to his music?
Sure. Look at that. While gathering his cult following, Manson was a singer-songwriter in the fringe of the Los Angeles music industry, chiefly through a chance association with Dennis Wilson of the Beach Boys, who introduced Manson to record producer Terry Melcher.
His music is so different.
Yeah, it's fucking weird.
It's weird.
Yeah, play some Charles Manson
It's
music.
weird listening to his voice, like, because we know, but that was like right before. It's crazy, dude. It's fucking gives me fucking chills, dude. It's so weird.
Think you're loving, baby, and all you're doing is crying. Can you feel those feelings real?
The fucking eyes, dude.
Look at your game, girl. What a mad delusion. Living in that confusion, frustration and doubt. Can you ever live without the game?
It makes sense that he could do that.
It's
because he's charismatic,
weird,
right?
man.
He was a cult leader. He has charisma. He knows how to captivate people's attention. And that's what he's doing through his singing.
It's so weird, dude.
Weird.
It's
Weird
like,
thing
it
that
gave me
that's-
chills, like, listening to that fucking come on and look at that fucking picture. It's just so, it's so strange.
Yeah.
It's strange.
It's strange. Strange as a recording. A Charles Manson song that's out there.
Crazy. I think there's more. I think there's more than that. There's like a whole record, no? It's crazy.
Did you ever see Searching for Sugar Man?
No, sir.
Do you know the song? You know the story behind it?
No, sir.
Bro, this is a crazy story.
That might have been him singing, just for record.
What's
before
that?
we get
That
to-
wasn't him?
Wasn't Charles Manson?
It's
It's fake?
no. I'm reading that he wrote these songs.
Oh.
And someone else sung
And
it?
That might have been someone else's voice.
Might have been, or
Well,
is?
I'm
trying to figure it out.
The actual thing we just listened to, I don't know, but I'm like, here's a link that say listen to these Charles Manson songs, and he's credited as the songwriter for them. Like he might have been trying to write Beach Boys songs. You know?
Interesting. Interesting.
I didn't know they had any Brian Wilson and
Yeah, there was
they
a-
had any that's
connection.
That's
Yeah.
This
crazy.
one says that these are performed by Steve Grogan.
Steve Grogan.
Okay, so he wrote it. 1970 recordings of Manson songs. Whoa.
That's
I'd
crazy.
imagine
Jamie,
there is
Google Searching for Sugar Man. This is a movie
Yeah.
that I think you would love. So this movie is about this guy who made these albums. He made an album in the 70s, made some recordings. And they didn't take off over here in America. But people were playing them in South Africa. And in South Africa, this guy was gigantic. And there was all these rumors about him being dead. And meanwhile, the guy was in America doing construction work. He was like a laborer.
Really?
Yes. So then all of a sudden they find him. What is his name? It says it right there. Just scroll up.
Oh, Rodriguez.
Rodriguez. So this guy doesn't know that he's a fucking huge star in South Africa. And they find him, and then they bring him to South Africa to do a concert. And it's fucking bananas. Imagine having no idea that there's hundreds of thousands of people.
What year is this?
Well, the documentary was like
10 years ago was when the movie came out.
right, and like what was the event? When did the event?
It said on that tape when they just showed.
So
him.
98. So no internet. So that's how it happens. This is the kind of shit that happened before the internet. Somebody got a hold of his records.
And
some
played it
guy
on
was
the
an
radio.
aficionado. Was like, I love this song, and he has some great songs. It's some great music. It's really interesting music, and you know, it was a fucking huge star in another country, and he had no idea. And this is the movie about like him going on stage. It brought me to tears, man. Brought me to tears. When he went on stage, it's like, holy shit, what is that like for him?
Yeah.
This guy had no idea.
That's crazy.
It's like he's
man.
living in
How
a
do you even go do
dream.
a show? How do you even go do a show?
How do you do a show?
I can't do a fucking show, and I know that there's people coming. Like, I
Right.
can't even fucking do a show, and like...
He's believed to have sold more records in South Africa than Elvis Presley.
That's crazy.
Insane.
Sixto Rodriguez is his name.
Wow. You ever heard any of his stuff?
No, sir.
Let me pull up something. Pull up some shit.
That's
See.
crazy.
He's got a great voice. It's great stuff.
Rodriguez. Sugar Man, I guess.
Yes, Sugar Man's a good one.
Looking for.
Trying to find one. Here is a good one.
Sugar man, won't you hurry? 'Cause I'm tired of these scenes. For a blue coin, won't you bring back all those colors to my dreams? Silver magic ships you carry, jumpers, Coke, sweet Mary Jane. Sugar man, met a false friend on a lonely, dusty road. Lost my heart when I found it. It had turned to dead black coal. Silver magic ships you carry, jumpers, Coke, sweet Mary Jane.
It's a good fucking song, right?
It's so good. It's
really
so good.
Sugar man, you're the answer that makes my questions disappear.
It's great writing.
It is. It is really good. It really breathes really fucking nice, and his voice is insane.
Jamie, what year was this that this was recorded?
I think 68.
Wow.
He was one off.
So this
He
dude
was almost in the good year.
This dude
69.
for 30 years thought he didn't make it.
That's crazy.
And then he goes over and he stands up in front of a arena filled with people.
He quit music in 1976 and purchased a house in Detroit for $250 technically.
Wow.
$250?
And he lived there until 2013.
Yeah, his house had like no heat, like a fireplace. It's weird shit, man.
What's a fireplace?
Where the fire is, in the corner.
That's fucking crazy. I gotta look into fucking Rodriguez. What a fucking
the
legend.
guy wound up giving all his money away too. He's kind of, maybe that might be one of them legend stories. I tell a lot of those, unfortunately. They don't turn out to be true. I hear a lot of legends, and I just fucking repeat them ad nauseum. But I think the thing about him was people said that he had given his money away, and that he just kind of went back to a simple life and stopped performing. Maybe he experienced it in the documentary and all the heat and all the attention. And he's like, yeah, you know what? I'm an older man now, and I'm not interested in this anymore. I was interested in this when I was a young man. And now
I just
maybe
want to chill.
Yeah, and like he fucking knows he did it now. At least like wow, people enjoyed it, and it's really good, man.
Yeah,
it's crazy songs that can slip through. That like people like how is that not like you find out a song from 1969, you're like how is that not a fucking smash hit?
Yeah.
Do you ever heard of Johnny Thunder?
No, sir.
Play I'm Alive by Johnny Thunder. My friend Brian Simpson told me about this the other day, and he goes, "You got to hear this song." And he plays it. He goes, and we had to do the research. For like, when was this released? We thought it was 2011. It's 1969. It was like re-released.
Damn. Okay. All right.
But I want you to imagine a world where a dude who makes a song that's this fucking good isn't a superstar. Listen to this shit.
Sounds like the Black Keys.
1969.
Yeah,
listen
man.
to this guy.
Yeah, dude.
Damn.
You said it does sound modern because the way they cut records now is just like they chase that retro vibe. Yeah. What year was this?
69, son.
His distortion is crazy on the guitar. That tone is amazing.
God damn, this is good.
Woo! I'm gonna get out my phone.
I'll send it to you.
Please, thank you.
I'll send it to
'Cause
you. I will not forget. This is one of my favorite songs. I fucking love this song.
you gotta send that
I
to
listen
me.
to this song
That
every
shit is
night in my
amazing.
green room. I was like mandatory listening.
Yeah, that shit is amazing.
I listened to Open the Gates. That's the first song we listen to when I get in the room because it's a crazy song. It's just a good way to get it going. What is this? This is the other version of it?
Yeah, he covered this version of it.
Yeah, their version sucks.
Oh, yeah?
This version. Listen to this.
It's slower.
Listen to this, though.
They got good monthly listeners. They got 1.7
Well, it's Tommy James and the
million.
Shondells. They're very famous.
I don't know them.
Really?
No.
Oh, yeah, they're a 1960s band.
Yeah,
I didn't.
It
I would like to
sucks.
see Joe Rogan with like a mod haircut.
Yeah, I'd go for it, bro.
You would look cool.
Full head of hair, I'd get mutton chops.
Groovy,
Let's go,
baby.
baby. Give me them fucking big collars, bitch. Elvis collars. Let's go.
Do I make you Randy?
Cover country version of it too with Kenny Chesney and Dave Matthews.
I do love me a little Kenny.
Let's hear a little bit of that. Let's hear a little bit of that.
Man, actually, it's called "I'm Alive." This could be a different song.
It
before
sounds
we get
very
too far.
different. Yeah.
All right, I'll just skip that.
It sounds
It'll be the
very
same song.
different, unless they completely whitened it up.
It's not an unoriginal.
They brutalized it. They
Kenny
brutalized that
Chesney does
song.
not have the mod haircut, man.
Yeah. Well, that song it's a perfect song. It's like just leave it alone.
Yeah, you get so much with it. Yeah,
that
you don't
song's
have to.
perfect. That song's so good, man.
Yeah,
It's
man.
got so much fucking feeling to it. And nobody heard about it.
Yeah, it's not a cover by them, by the way.
What's that?
That's not the same song.
Oh, of course. Yeah, it didn't seem like it as you were playing it. You'd have to have big balls to cover that song after Johnny Thunder. It's just so good.
Great
man.
name too.
Yeah, what a great
not porn
name.
star name at all.
Johnny Thunder.
Joe Rogan, I gotta pee.
All right, my brother. Let's wrap this up.
I love you.
I love you too. I appreciate you very much, man.
Thank you for
You're
having
a fun
me, sir.
dude.
Thank
It's
you,
always
sir.
fun to talk to you. Let's do it more often.
I would absolutely love
All
to.
right. And I'll see you tomorrow night.
Yes, sir.
Oh, we're gonna go to the mothership.
Yeah,
tonight.
no, we're
Yay.
fucking going
Okay.
party. Let's
All right.
go.
Bye, everybody.
Good night. I love you guys. Be safe. Keep being amazing. Have a great night, guys. I love you.